Chapter 1: The Boss and the Agent Who Were Knocked Sap at the beginning of the game. Creak. Similar to the sound of vigorously cleaning the glass, this is the sound that only the world and the existence equivalent to the world can be heard in the chaos sea without the concept of existence. Lu had a real face on a glass ball that was countless times bigger than him, buckling and buckling. As a world master who has seen countless worlds and read countless world routes, the ultimate knowledge of the origin and end of the world, Lu said that his curiosity about other world is actually not much, just like an old bookworm reading a group of books and seeing through. All kinds of routines are boring, but if you happen to encounter a unique and special show, then you have to check it out. Snapped. With a crisp sound that only Belu can hear, Belu's fingers plunged into the glass ball. The seemingly solid glass ball was actually very thin. In other words, this wayward master finally pierced the world. Ha, demo, I can't fix you anymore. Belu looked excited, and after the excitement was contemplation. The importance of this extraordinary world to Belu was self-evident, but Belu had some hesitation whether he should go in person or not. The last time he went crazy was in the living room alone. Sleeping for 100,000 years and kneeling remote control is not allowed to change channels for 100,000 years. For family harmony. After making a decision, Belu's fingers automatically fell off and fell into the new world. Seeing the barriers of the new world were automatically repaired in an instant, Belu curled his lips and turned to leave. In the new world, the flesh and blood of the fingers grew wildly, and an external avatar took shape in an instant. As long as there is sufficient energy and will, it is not surprising that the blood is reborn. Belu played more high-end, even if it was just a fingered external avatar, it could also exert the power of the World Master, but it did not have the possibility of self-evolution like the body. In short, it had no development potential and the upper limit had been locked. Just as Belu's external avatar took shape, a golden figure with a blurry face flashed behind the external avatar, waving a golden stick and slamming it on the back of Belu's head. Bang! Belu suddenly suffered a heavy blow. She forced her eyelids, turned her head, looked at the golden figure, and gritted her teeth. You, play the yin, FK. After speaking, his eyes turned pale and fainted. Belu really did not expect that an infinite approach, in this world equivalent to the existence of the World Master, would be so unproductive to carry out a sneak attack. However, before the consciousness completely dissipated, he still made a response, allowing himself to dissipate in the form of knowledge, and then regroup in other places to avoid being imprisoned by unknown enemies. On the streets of New York, a bright red retro roadster in the 70s and 80s style shuttles in the traffic, attracting the attention of passers-by. Although this car has a sense of age, it is still cool. Give everyone the mechanical and artistic beauty that is not inferior to modern cars. No one knows that this retro-looking sports car is actually an old guy from the 70s and 80s of the last century. This is the only one in the world. The internal part configuration and various functions can shock everyone if it is made out of a list. The eyeball, it was kindly named Laura by its owner. Melinda May sat in the co-pilot, squinted at Phil Coulson who was driving seriously, and said with a bit of displeasure, "You know I haven't been out for a long time, and now I'm just a civilian." She spit on Phil Coulson a long time ago to name a car, and it was the name of a woman like Laura. It was like raising a daughter. In fact, Phil Coulson really loved his Laura. You will never let anyone other than yourself drive the Laura, and those who are unfamiliar with each other don't even want to ride. However, her complaints were of no use, and over time she would not say anything. What's more, everyone has their own unique hobbies, and in the agent industry, you need to adjust yourself in your own way to avoid psychological problems in a long-term urgent, heavy, and gloomy work environment. Phil Coulson's adjustment method is to collect all kinds of old things with special significance, such as Laura, one of the founders of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau, and the genius scientist Howard Stark personally designed and applied the first sports car with magnetic levitation technology. Due to the particularity of his job, Phil Coulson didn't have a lot of time and opportunities to drive his car, so he was very happy at this time, and he was not affected by Melinda May's tone, still with a gentle smile, from the bridge with one hand. He took out a document from his secret compartment and handed it to Melinda May. At the same time, he chuckled and comforted. Sitting in the office for a long time is not good for your health. Just come out and relax. Melinda paused when she opened the file, and said in surprise. You are now in charge of Tony Stark's disappearance in the Middle East and still feel relaxed. Tony Stark, not to mention his status as a super rich man and a genius scientist, just look at his name to know that he has a close relationship with Howard Stark. Yes, Tony Stark is the only son of Howard Stark, and he is his own son. Although Tony Stark is not closely related to the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, and Howard Stark has been dead for many years, the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency cannot deal with Tony Stark's disappearance. Ignore it. The confidant of the director of the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense Attacks and Logistics, the 8th-level agent Phil Coulson became the person in charge of investigating the disappearance of Tony Stark. Melinda didn't continue to care about Phil Coulson dragging herself to the field work. Although the agent talked about friendship is ridiculous, their relationship is really good, so they should help, and there is nothing bad about doing a clerical job for a long time. Phil Coulson stopped the car, shrugged while waiting for the red light, and said cheerfully, after all, there has been no clue for more than 10 days. If he has already suffered misfortune, we are helpless. If he is still alive, it should not be too late for a while. You really have your style, so this is your clue. Melinda smiled, shook the information in her hands as she spoke, scanned 10 lines at a glance, and extracted the keywords. Marvel Entertainment, Clint District. Chairman by L.U. Suspected of Hyuxia descent, unidentified? The board members are all Clint gang bosses? Although it seems a lot of weirdness, maybe it is the money laundering tricks of those gangsters. Does it have anything to do with the case you are in charge of? This company released a very high attendance movie in 1 month, Iron Man, about a super rich playboy who went to the Middle East to sell arms to the American military, and then experienced a series of incidents such as terrorist kidnapping, and finally metamorphosis is the story of superhero. Phil Coulson still has a smile on his face, but his eyes are very serious. Does this plot feel familiar to the super rich, the Middle East, the arms trade with the military, the kidnapping and disappearance? More importantly, in addition to the protagonist, other characters and organizations do have their own in reality. People, including Agent Phil Coulson. Melinda heard the words and suddenly felt an inexplicable coldness swept all over her body. Chapter 2 There is a Marvel Entertainment company in Hell's Kitchen. In the Clint district of New York, there is a Hell's Kitchen. As the saying goes, there is only a wrong name and no wrong nickname, so you can think about how bad this place is. In Hell's Kitchen, there are many gangs, and street fights will happen every 3 to 5. Skin and meat trade, drug trade, arms trade, human trade, etc., are written in the American criminal law. The way to make money is almost semi-public here. People here, whether they are ordinary residents or humble homeless people, dare not take to the streets without a weapon. Here, it would be difficult to be an honest policeman, but if you want to be a black policeman who oppresses ordinary people, you will definitely die miserably. This is the Hell's Kitchen, but in the past 3 months, some changes have taken place in the Hell's Kitchen. 3 months ago, a silver-haired, red-eyed Asian set up an entertainment company on 39th Street. It was in Hell's Kitchen and everyone who knew about Hell's Kitchen was waiting for a good show. They were stunned and shocked. The jaw-dropping happened. The bosses of several big gangs in Hell's Kitchen, including Jin and the Underground Emperor of America, all invested in this company, and only the bosses of the gangs and their henchmen knew about it. What happened the night that company was founded? In addition, the recent incidents of gang fights in Hell's Kitchen have dropped to the lowest level in history, and the gangs dealing with drugs and humans on 39th Street have disappeared without a trace. These changes occurred after the establishment of Marvel Entertainment on 39th Street, so everyone in Hell's Kitchen realized a truth, that is, Marvel Entertainment has a large background and should not be easily proved. As for Marvel Entertainment, most of the employees are recruited in Hell's Kitchen. Most people only know that the entertainment company has made a movie with very cool special effects and released several very popular music, making a lot of money. Seems to be a very serious entertainment company. Don't wonder why Hell's Kitchen has talents working in entertainment companies. Just like most of the talents in the DC world next door are in Arkham, the 21st world lacks talents and there is no shortage of talents. This is in Hell's Kitchen. Place, it just depends on whether you dare to use it. Today, Marvel Entertainment Incorporated rarely visited two visitors from outside of Hell's Kitchen. A retro-looking, very eye-catching red convertible sports car parked at the door of Marvel Entertainment. Melinda and Phil Coulson got out of the car in the curious and surprised eyes of the surrounding Hell's Kitchen residents. Two high-level agents of Neng Wen Neng Wu stopped at the entrance of Marvel Entertainment Company, carefully observing the company's office building. One of the refurbished office buildings has only 6 floors. It is an old building with only 7 floors, including the attic. The company's signboard. It's also very common. The company doesn't even have a security guard at the door, and it looks like it will go bankrupt at any time. Melinda and Phil Coulson looked at each other, pushed forward the door of the company together, and walked in. The two young ladies, one young and one young, who were chatting with the TV show, heard the movement and stood up quickly, with curiosity in their eyes. And said in unison, "Welcome, what can I do with you two? We are the dispatchers of the IRS, America Tax Office, and there is a tax that needs to be verified with your chairman." Phil Coulson took out the documents he had prepared. As for why not the FBI, which is more cool to ordinary people? In fact, in a lawless place like Hell's Kitchen, the FBI's small books are really not as good as IRS. There is a saying among America's folks that only taxes and death cannot be avoided. America's big bosses who do a lot of bad things are not planted in the hands of the FBI and the police, but are caught by the IRS because of tax evasion, tax owing, and tax evasion. Sent to prison or hell. After all, the Tax Bureau of America and the tax bureaus of other countries are completely different things. This department was established during the Civil War and was originally set up to raise and pay for the war expenses. When the accounts are required, the equipment is more than the FBI and the military special forces. Exaggerate. When the two front desk young ladies heard what Phil Coulson said, they showed a stunned look. They didn't even go to see the authenticity of the documents, nor did they say anything to ask the chairman of the board. They directly reached out and said falsely, "You two, please take the elevator to the 6th floor." Melinda and Phil Coulson saw the changes in the front desk's expressions in their eyes. Their muscles were tight, and their hands were placed in a position where they could quickly take out their weapons and make it easier to fight. Then they walked into the elevator and went straight to the 6th floor. Beep. As the prompt sounded, the elevator doors automatically slid open to both sides, and Melinda and Phil Coulson were startled by the sight of the 6th floor. Different from the imagined office area, all the compartments on the entire 6th floor are opened up, leaving only the load-bearing pillars. A cobblestone aisle leads directly to the desk in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Both sides of the aisle are strewn with different kinds of green plants. Among the green plants is a fish pond that mimics nature. 3 birds perch on the taller green plants or play in the air, chirping. 5 or 6 butterflies dance among the flowers and green plants, and the entire 6 floors are full of life. Breath, being in it is pleasant to the body and mind. On the 6th floor, it is better to say that it is an office than a small garden, but after all, it is not really natural, and it always feels like something is wrong. As excellent agents, they will not be affected by foreign objects. After the initial accident, Melinda and Phil Coulson locked their eyes tightly behind the desk, with their backs facing them, standing in front of the French windows. Phil Coulson gave Melinda a look, and walked out of the elevator first, stood at the desk, with a particularly infectious and pleasant smile on his face, and calmly said to the back who still hasn't turned around. "Hello, Mr. Bai, we are the IRS adjusters, and I want to talk to you about a tax issue." The person standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window was motionless and did not say a word, and the atmosphere in the office suddenly became a little embarrassing. There was a hint of embarrassment in Phil Coulson's smile, but he was not angry and said patiently, "Hello, Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, are you okay?" After asking 3 times without getting a response, the smile on Phil Coulson's face was a bit uncontrollable, and he felt uncomfortable. After entering the door, she did not speak, but silently observed the office. Melinda, who did not find an obvious or hidden camera, suddenly walked around the desk and saw the true face of Mr. Bai. She frowned and stretched her hand around. "Mr. Bai." Phil Coulson's face suddenly became a little embarrassed when he saw the true face of Mr. Bai. In fact, there is no such thing as Mr. Bai, but a model wearing a wig and clothes. Surprise! The sound from behind really made Phil Coulson startled. He looked back and didn't know when the ceiling of the aisle was down a flight of stairs. The young Asian man with silver hair and red eyes embraced a chubby orange cat in white loose casual clothes. With a mischievous smile on his face, he winked mischievously at himself and Melinda, and said, "The first time I met Phil Coulson and Melinda May from the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. I am the owner here, Bai Lu. It was just a joke, please don't mind, in response to your lie, we are now even." Chapter 3 Mr. and Ms. Agent in Large Organizations. It seems that you already know our intentions. Phil Coulson calmed himself down, and moved his hand under the suit without a trace, shrugging helplessly to show that he was not hostile. I don't know about this. Anything is foresight that will make life lose the joy of life, but you can guess what it is. The following is not very convenient, let's talk up. Bai Lu shook her head slightly and smiled, so that Phil Coulson and Melinda couldn't figure out the truth. The 2 high-level agents glanced at each other and felt helpless about the current situation. They knew almost nothing about the target, but the target was very familiar with them. Before entering the company, they lost the initiative to act and talk. Even so, they had to bite the bullet. The 7th floor is a loft. The area is only 1/3 of the 6th floor, and the height is lower, but it is very suitable as a residence. There is no special place, that is, the decoration and furniture are all custom-made high-end goods, and the lighting layout is also very good. Reasonably, 2/3 of the roof outside the attic has been made into a small garden, with an Oriental-style pavilion with tables, chairs, and sofas in the pavilion. Balo took the 2 agents into the pavilion and sat down separately, placed the orange cat beside him, and poured a cup of tea for each of them. The urchin-like temperament before became elegant and easygoing, with a reassuring faint smile. Reached out to Phil Coulson and Melinda and said, "Please." "Thanks." Phil Coulson and Melinda thanked them politely, but they didn't touch the tea in front of them. They felt very jealous and vigilant about this person who seemed to know their actions well and spoke them well, and they also did field work. Will not easily eat and drink things of unknown origin. Bai Lu saw the performance of Phil Coulson and Melinda in full view, took a sip of tea, and chuckled. "Relax, I'm not a terrible monster. Sorry, that's the professional habit." Phil Coulson paused after speaking, and said straightforwardly, "Perhaps you might have expected it. We are here to investigate the relationship between Iron Man and Tony Stark, and what role did you play in the disappearance of Tony Stark?" Phil Coulson thinks very clearly that they have lost the initiative and can't give up, but Balo has clearly shown his dissatisfaction with lies before, and is also clear about their identities, so there is no need to cover up. Well, you have actually guessed it, but I am still happy to confirm your guess. Iron Man is Tony Stark, the future Tony Stark, or one of Tony Stark's future. Bielu was very satisfied with Phil Coulson's current affairs, and did not sell it. He gave Phil Coulson a clear answer, then paused and said, "But the future is never fixed, just like an Iron Man without me, you will not come to me." Phil Coulson's eyes widened slightly, his smile could not be maintained again, and he said in astonishment, "Wait, you said future?" Bielu raised her eyebrows slightly and said in surprise, "Oh? So you didn't guess that?" Phil Coulson's expression was hard to say, and he smiled dryly. "No, it just feels ridiculous, so I ruled it out. Don't you think I'm a big boss, or there's a big boss behind me, and then you're too busy to do anything to write and direct a farce to promote the metamorphosis of that dude? Don't say anything else. If it's true, why should Arc Reactor give that sassy dude?" Bielu rolled her eyes anger, and made no secret of her dislike of Tony Stark as a man. After a pause, she said to Phil Coulson solemnly, "Even if you are an agent, don't always think about conspiracy theories. When all the impossible is eliminated, the last answer is ridiculous, and it is correct." "All right." Phil Coulson didn't know that this was the first few times he felt helpless today, so he considered it and said sincerely, "We now need Tony Stark's position and status very much. If it were you, we would be able to understand his influence on the country's economy, military, and politics. His disappearance was not just about him alone. When there are many relationships, many people may lose their jobs, stock prices fluctuate, many people go bankrupt, and so on, causing social unrest. Don't doubt the power of capital in America. In a country composed of capital, people who have more capital will have a greater impact on the country. Stark Industry is one of America's largest shares of capital. Tony Stark disappeared for half a month. Among other things, the turbulence of Stark Industrial's stock has already had a certain impact on America's stock market economy. In this country that is accustomed to pre-consumption, if it continues for a period of time, some people may go bankrupt and jump off the building." Bielu smiled and asked, "But what do you say has anything to do with me?" He was just someone who had forgotten his past and was caught on a boat by a smuggler and almost sold him. He was a bit strange. He had neither fetters nor a sense of identity with this country, so he didn't follow the righteous practice. Phil Coulson is not surprised by Bielew's attitude, and he has prepared. You will get the friendship of a super rich, and at least you will get a lot of wealth. This is inevitable, but that is Tony Stark. Does it have anything to do with your Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and the Logistics Support Bureau?" Bielew looked at Phil Coulson playfully. This loyal and honest-looking Mr. Agent was actually very cunning, and he was very serious about the generosity of others. To be honest, Tony Stark, a playboy, has a lot of things that people don't like, but he has a childlike style of doing things. In the face of a lifesaver, he must not mind repaying his most indispensable wealth. However, Bielew is not scarce of money at all, and the establishment of Marvel Entertainment is just out of a little nasty hobby. If it's just money, I have too many reasonable ways to make myself rich overnight. You're right. Phil Coulson can only smile wryly, and don't say anything else. Foreseeing the future of this kind of ability to buy a lottery, getting rich overnight is not a dream. No softness, he can only be tougher, so he said. The Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Guarantee is a worldwide security agency directly under the Security Council. We are the last line of defense on the planet, so when necessary, we have the right to require everyone on the planet to cooperate unconditionally. Bielew squinted his eyes, lying on the sofa with one hand on his side, with a lazy temperament and a playful tone of voice. Oh, it looks like a big organization. Boom! Bang! There was a thunderbolt in the blue sky, and a thick lightning fell from the sky, suddenly spreading in all directions. Like the roots of a big tree, all landed in the Hell's Kitchen, and a few even landed in the building next door to Marvel Entertainment. The entire New York people were taken aback by the thunder, and Phil Coulson and Melinda were even more nervous, and their hairs on their bodies, instinctively reacting to stress, staring at Belu. Maybe even those who don't know think that a thunder was an accident, but their two high-level agents knew that the lightning branches were all suitable places for monitoring, sniping, and intruding into the pavilion, and those places had their field colleagues just deployed. Bai Lu looked at the two with a smile, but said, "This is not a good sign." Chapter 4 Teasing. The well-informed Phil Coulson agent said that super ability is not uncommon, and there is no shortage of weird existences on the Earth, such as mutants, special humans that mutate congenital or acquired in alien races, aliens, etc. He saw in Mexico one year that he couldn't kill him, and he liked to ride around on cool motorcycles and ignite people with a burning skeleton frame. Their National Land Strategy Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau only deals with the strange existences, detects, evaluates, contacts, and evaluates again, and then decides whether to treat them amicably or destroy them humanely based on the evaluation results. Those that cannot be destroyed are sent to special prisons. Custody. What Phil Coulson feels a headache is that the target of this contact not only has the ability to predict the future, but also has a powerful attack ability to create thunder and lightning out of thin air. If he faces one of them alone, he can deal with it, but the two abilities are combined. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 at all. The ability of the Prophet's foresight means that all the thoughts and actions of Phil Coulson are in Belu's grasp. Belu can always be one step faster than him, easily piercing all his plans, and summoning a large-scale and precise strike of thunder and lightning out of thin air. Dispelled his idea of using force to solve the problem. What's more, Phil Coulson can't determine whether Belu has a third, fourth, or even more ability. Definitely, Phil Coulson doesn't think Belu is really flawless. As the only violent organization responsible for contact and control of various abnormal events both internally and externally on the Earth, and directly under the orders of the International Security Council, the State Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau can use power that has long exceeded ordinary people's imagination. In the case of urgent obedience to power, the director even has the power to throw a nuclear bomb without the approval of the board of directors. Such a general statement is sufficient to prove the authority of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Phil Coulson does not believe that there is any existence in the world that can withstand the strongest destructive weapon of mankind. What is more pitted is that he is now in New York, the financial center of America, and an international metropolis. If there is no reasonable reason, he will use RPG here. You have to write a report of a few thousand words. Melinda was expressionless. She thought it was only a contact mission this time, but she didn't expect to develop into this situation. Different from Phil Coulson, who is part internal and part field, Melinda, who is purely field worker, even though she has been in-house for a period of time, when encountering difficult situations, she still subconsciously prefers to use force to solve problems or solve problems. Melinda's wrist and other joints are not only slightly moving with traces, her training has not been abandoned after turning to internal work, and the distance between a table is equivalent to nothing for her. According to her past experience, a person with abnormal ability, if it is not for a variation in the direction of the strengthening body, then his body is no different from an ordinary person, but an agent is never a person who acts only by guessing from experience. Well, don't worry, those field operations are just mild paralysis, no casualties, but maybe after a while, you know, this is a hell's kitchen, there is nothing that people who live here dare not do. When the atmosphere was a little stiff and embarrassing, Bai Lu took the initiative to break the deadlock, and said with a chuckle, that to ease the emotions of the two agents, he was just a bit nasty and funny, and did not intend to establish enemies. Bai Lu paused after speaking, glanced at Melinda agent, blinked his left eye, and said with a smile. "In addition, I'm actually quite good at close combat, Ms. Melinda." Melinda's face changed. Mind reading. Although Melinda used interrogative sentences, the tone was undoubtedly affirmative. Because she gave up the idea of hands-on just after weighing it up, the future of her hands-on with Lu shouldn't exist. People's minds are very complicated, and using mind reading in a place like Hell's Kitchen is tantamount to mental pollution, so I would not use this kind of ability easily. Lu exhaled as he spoke. He remembered that when he left the ferry boat and first arrived in the Hell's Kitchen, in order to obtain information quickly and efficiently, he unscrupulously used mind-reading techniques on a large scale. The result was that the mud was as disgustingly dirty. Dirty thoughts still make him uncomfortable, and it also makes him realize that mind-reading is not an ability to use casually. Phil Coulson and Melinda's expressions were a bit more ugly, and they all heard Belu admit that they have the ability to read minds. What is not easy to use? The premise that it is not easy to use is yes. Phil Coulson looked constipated and couldn't help saying, "Sir, can you tell me how many abilities do you have?" "You guess." Lu smiled. Pi was very happy on the one hand, on the other hand, he really didn't know how much ability he had. "Anyway, I often think of the new ability inexplicably. In the previous period, after the perception of the magic technique covering the sky above New York, my mind has a lot of magic and magic knowledge, such as the difference between magic and magic, 103,000 books. Magic book, Holy Grail system, 1st to 5th methods, etc. Although these were all things in his memory, Lu was not happy at all, because he still didn't think of the question about his life experience. Phil Coulson didn't know Lu's thoughts. He reached out and rubbed his temples to relieve his headache. He took a deep breath and sorted out his thoughts. When he looked at Lu again, his expression returned to calm, and he said frankly, "Mr. Belu, how can you help us find Tony Stark?" "Well..." Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the expressions of Phil Coulson and Melinda who were listening carefully. The tone of the last word kept getting longer and longer until the two of them were about to say something, before they smiled brightly and said, Okay, the joke ends here. I can tell you for free where Tony Stark is. I want to say why." Belu once again dragged the tone that made Phil Coulson and Melinda's forehead blue veins jump, and looked back at the position of the stairs. "Belu." The heavy footsteps and the slightly anxious, dull male voice happened to be followed by Belu's trailing tone. A tall, sturdy, anxious white fat man with a tall body, short blonde hair and a ponytail, vigorous and haggard. Of women boarded the 7th floor. "Hi, Director Harpy." "First meeting, Miss Papo Pets." Lu walked out of the pavilion to meet the two of them. Roar. When Happy was about to say something, he said directly, "Happy, I know what you want to say. What the mysterious one-eyed marinated egg tells you is true. There is no coincidence in the world. What has happened is inevitable. For example, the agent of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau and the bodyguard and secretary of Tony Stark visited the door. It seems to be a coincidence, but there is actually a certain heart behind it. It was all promoted by Dong Dong's marinated director. Chapter 5 Tony, I'm not interested in money. It is very common for an agent to go into the enemy camp alone, but the headquarters of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency is located in America, and international metropolises such as New York have deployed bases and logistics that are not inferior to the headquarters of the Trident in Washington. Armed personnel, so Phil Coulson and Melinda were not just two people in action from the beginning. And because of Tony Stark's particularity, Nick Fury, the director of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, also used real-time communications with Phil Coulson and Melinda from the beginning, and satellites in outer space to monitor Phil Coulson and Belu's touch. As the king of agents with not only a dark heart but also many eye thieves, Nick Fury did not selectively ignore the outrageous speculation like Phil Coulson. For him, even if there is a slight possibility, he will make a plural response plan. After Nick Fury witnessed the complete disappearance of the elite field service of the New York branch through real-time monitoring, he ruled out the use of missiles and even higher-level weapons after a little thought. Make fun of people, hate lies, etc., judge and decide to try a human relationship breakthrough. It hasn't been long since Bai Lu came to New York. His interpersonal relationship is not too simple. Only the leaders of the gangs in Hell's Kitchen and the director of Iron Man he personally invited, happy. Nick Fury excluded the leader of the gang without thinking about it. Most people don't know what happened to the big gang in Hell's Kitchen 3 months ago, but he, the king of agents, knows part of the situation. The only option is Harpy, who was invited by Balo to be the director of Iron Man, and Harpy's other identity is Tony Stark's bodyguard. Nick Fury does not believe that Balo's selection of Harpy is a coincidence. So, just as Happy felt anxious and helpless about Tony Stark's disappearance, he received an anonymous and mysterious call. The mysterious man told him about the connection between Iron Man and Tony Stark, and Bai Lu had the ability to predict the future and know the location of Tony Stark. At first, Harpy thought it was a prank by someone, but he was the director of Iron Man, and the image of the protagonist, the super-rich playboy, was created by his own boss. After thinking about it carefully, he believed half of the words of the mysterious man. Half of his unbelief was because he felt that predicting the future was a bit outrageous. One of Tony Stark's most trusted people, his life assistant, Papo Pets, happened to be discussing countermeasures with Harpy, one of Tony Stark's most trusted people, and he also heard a call from a mysterious person to Harpy. After the release of Iron Man, Papo Pets also gave Harpy a face under the recommendation of Harpy. He has seen this movie, so he also believes that the news of the mysterious call has great credibility. So, when Phil Coulson and Melinda were repeatedly teased by Bailu, and helpless, Hart drove Papo Pates all the way to the Hell's Kitchen. Without stopping by the front desk lady who had already received Bailu's signal, he successfully boarded. I saw Bai Lu on the rooftop. So there was the silly expression of Happy, now dumbfounded. Happy's psychological quality is still very good. And a certain level of psychological preparation has been made by the mysterious person before, so he quickly recovered. His expression is complicated. He looked at Bailu with entanglement, doubt, and alert, and opened his mouth. Before Happy spoke, Bai Lu smiled and said, "Why is it? Definitely because it feels interesting." Awakening predicted the wonderful future of Playboy at the time of ability, so he thought about making a movie and being seen by that Playboy, how his future will change. It's terrible fun. Everyone murmured silently in their hearts when they heard this. As long as they thought that their future would be reflected to the public in the form of a movie, but they did not know that they were observed with interest by the instigator, they immediately felt quite bad. It was simply terrible. Happy's expression changed slightly. He wanted to ask Bailu before he could say it, and now he was convinced that Bailu had the ability to predict the future, and it made him continue to talk because he still had no need to speak. Although I already know what you are going to say, we are friends, so you still have the opportunity to speak. Bai Lu turned her hand and took out an exquisite folding fan, shaking her wrist, opened the folding fan in a very handsome gesture, and wrote the huge say on the side facing Happy. Happy hesitation, took a deep breath, looked at Bai Lu tightly and said, Did you choose me to be the director for Tony to see his future? He now cares more about Bailu's original purpose for choosing him as the director. If he really just uses his relationship with Tony Stark, he feels that he can give up his dream of director. Bai Lu shook her head slightly, her wrist trembling, and in a simple and handsome movement, the folding fan closed and opened, and the side facing Happy became a hand with thumbs up, and said seriously, "Don't think too much. There are indeed some of the reasons you said, but the main reason is that you have the ability to be a good director. Believe in yourself." Wait, you said you can see the future? Then, Tony sees how his future will change. You should have already seen it. Why are you doing that? Papo Pets, who has not spoken all the time, just listened quietly, felt that he had caught a paradox. Why would a person who can predict the future be curious about the future? The folding fan was opened and closed, and the pattern on it disappeared without a trace, only a blank, as if Belu's doubts. Miss Papo Pets, can you tell us how Tony Stark feels about money? Papo Pets was startled when he was silent for a while, and some understood Belu's thoughts, and smiled bitterly at the same time. He is not interested in money. This is not what Papo Pets wants to show off for Tony Stark, but her boss is really not interested in money. Her boss prefers to use her genius mind to research and make their favorite toys and conduct various experiments. Money? In Tony Stark's opinion, losing 2 patents at random each year can make the company's revenue soar. Papo Pets is sure that she knows better than Tony Stark how much assets he has and how much income he has every year. The evil rich man pricked their ears to listen. The curious Phil Coulson and Melinda had their expressions frozen when they heard the words. But at this time everyone also understood what Belu meant. Belu shook the folding fan slightly, and said with a lonely appearance that was overwhelmingly high above the ground, saying very indifferently, "Be aware of everything in life will become very boring. So replacing money with profit is my answer." Director Nick Fury, who was sitting in the office without missing a word, suddenly squeezed his hands tightly, and the pen in his hand broke into 2 pieces. Chapter 6. Nick Fury said that he hates the kind of pretense that is not rare, that Tony Stark is. So is this Belu. Nick Fury grumbled in his heart. Do you know how difficult it is to apply for funding for the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau? Do you know how many abnormal events that this kind of ability can solve in advance that are enough to affect human development in the future, and how much to reduce the agent's action mortality? What? What? You don't know anything. However, the grievance and anger in Nick Fury's heart at this time did not affect the people as far away as Hell's Kitchen in New York. Belu, who didn't know that she had caused tons of psychological harm to others, put away her fan, knocked on her palm and said, "Close to the subject, you want to know that Tony Stark's position is completely okay, but you have to think clearly that this may be the only opportunity for metamorphosis in his life. It is only halfway through. It is difficult to say that he will make a big change. To become the hero of the original future, or the super rich, big genius, and playboy who continued to spend time and drink in the past." Happy and Papo Pets looked at each other when they heard the words. They had both watched Iron Man. If Tony Stark could really become Iron Man, it would undoubtedly be better than the wayward, unruly playboy before. Many, but they are not Tony. No matter how good the relationship with Tony Stark is, they can't make decisions for Tony. Phil Coulson held a mobile phone horizontally in his hand, pointed the screen in Belu's direction, and stepped forward to Belu and said, "Mr. Belu, our director hopes to be able to talk to you." "Hey? Is that one-eyed braised egg? Where is he?" Belu didn't refuse, but looked around pretendingly. "Here." Phil Coulson awkwardly pointed to the phone in his hand. Judging from his previous contact with Belu, he was certain that Belu was deliberately teasing his chief. No, Hong Kuo has actually complained about it, and it was twice. Thanks to the rushing agent career and the relatively good relationship with the Huxia agent Melinda May, Phil Coulson actually knows what bittern. He has to admit that Belu's complaints are very strong and the metaphor is also very vivid. "Ah, sorry, I thought it was Phil Coulson, you didn't turn it on." Belu apologized very unconcernedly, saying that the unfolded folding fan blocked the lower half of his face, but everyone could see the smile in his eyes. Papo Pets had an inexplicable hunch, that if Tony and Belu meet, either the relationship is very good or the relationship is very poor. After all, their bad personalities and spicy tongues are too similar. It's so exciting. Nick Fury's black face became even darker and no one could tell. He endured the idea of mobilizing 180 missiles to blast the opposite BD into scum, and said in a calm tone. As Mr. Bailo, who created the current situation in one hand, should he take part of the responsibility? You are a bit unreasonable. It turns out that Tony Stark's future has not changed because of me. Moreover, even if Tony Stark's future is changed by my influence, it is his own choice. You will not walk into Nick Fury's thinking trap. He is not a person with excessive sense of responsibility. If it is not because he is too bored and wants to find something to do. Bailu's attitude towards this world and people in this world can be used. A summary in 8 words: it's my shit. None of your business. Bailu dislikes Nick Fury, who likes to stand on the moral high ground and wants to use himself to achieve goals by digging holes. In his opinion, Nick Fury, and those on the internet who do not know the truth and like to join in the fun and rhythm or simply have the rhythm. There is no difference between sprays. Nick Fury and internet sprayers both like to stand on the shore and point fingers at people in the water. They don't wet their shoes and want to catch fish. The former is hateful with ulterior motives, while the latter is mostly ignorant and sad. Bailu felt the same annoyance. If it is a frank request to him, if he is in a good mood and is comfortable, he doesn't mind satisfying the request of others. The premise is an acquaintance, such as happy. But if you play with him. By the way, peeking requires the consciousness of being poked blind, right? Nick Fury suddenly had a bad feeling. His face was solemn, but he still pretended to be stupid. What are you saying? I think about it. Well, that's it. St. George's Sanctuary. Bailu did not pay attention to Nick Fury's answer. In everyone's astonished eyes, Bailu's eyes showed the same circular technique composed of strange characters and geometric figures. Then, centered on the front of Bailu's eyebrows, a dark red tortoise appeared. The crack road extended in all directions, as if a spherical wall protected him, and it turned with Bailu's head swinging. Bailu raised his head and looked at the sky. He didn't know how far and clearly he could see. Anyway, the man-made satellite in low Earth orbit that had been aiming at him was clear. Nick Fury couldn't understand Bailu's operation, but he knew that Bailu must not be allowed to continue. Stop him. Phil Coulson. May. Melinda rushed to Bailu like a rabbit. She didn't use a gun. At such a close distance, it was more effective for her to fight in close quarters than with a gun. Then she slammed her head on the invisible wall. Harpy, who had been backing behind Papo Pets for a certain distance, wrinkled his nose when he saw it, and he felt sore for Melinda. Phil Coulson took a step slower with his mobile phone, but was fortunate not to be injured. After thinking about it, he still did not take out his small pistol. Based on his understanding of Bailu through contact, he believed that taking out the gun would only have a counterproductive effect, so choosing to dissuade Bailu through verbal communication. Mr. Bailu, please calm down, please believe that we are not malicious, we. Bailu ignored Phil Coulson's words, and didn't even wait for Phil Coulson to finish, and said indifferently. Sigh of the Dragon King. A white light beam with a diameter of about 1 foot is emitted from the center of the dark red crack, which is the position in front of Bailu's eyebrows. Although it only lasted for a roar suck, it also rushed out of the atmosphere in an instant and went straight to the sky. At the same time, a small number of New Yorkers also noticed the fleeting vision, but they all regarded it as an illusion. The magicians of Camartage stationed at the holy place in New York also cast their sights on the Hell's Kitchen in amazement. They are not ordinary people. With the blessing of the magic circle in holy place in New York. They are very sure of the magic reaction just now, and they clearly feel it. To the power of that magic. Just when the magicians wanted to find out, an orange sparkle suddenly appeared in the holy place. Chapter 7 Magic. The magicians of Camartage are no strangers to the orange sparkle circle, because this is one of the basic magic they must master as magicians, the space gate. A figure wearing a yellow linen monk robe and a hood walked out of it. The magician in the holy place in New York suddenly looked surprised and unanimously bowed to show respect, and said in a respectful tone. Supreme Magician. A soft voice sounded under the hood. Make a note of this magical fluctuation, and treat it as if you haven't seen anything in the future. This. The magicians of Holy Place in New York looked at each other, not understanding why the Supreme Magician gave such instructions. He won't destroy the world, and what he wants to do is not something you can stop, and rash contact is very dangerous for you. The Supreme Magician is not a dictator. I explained the reason for a little bit, but did not say more, because she was worried about causing panic. She couldn't say that she used the eye of Agamotto, which was passed down from generation to generation, to peep into the future, but was finally caught up in the future. That person came over and talked to her along the long river of time. Every magician heard the words respectfully. Yes. They also know that Supreme Magician hides a lot of key information, but they also know that Supreme Magician must have their own reasons, and they will never harm them. Hell's Kitchen, on the rooftop of Marvel Entertainment Company, Balo has already lifted the magic and is doing eye exercises. This is the first time he has used such high-level magic. The core of the technique is in the eyes, even though it is innate in memory. The instinct was the same, but there was a small mistake when it was actually used, and it was actually a little bit off, but Bailu was not going to do it again. Although Bailu would surely blow up the satellite again, he felt too lost. It was a bit like a cannon to beat mosquitoes with the Dragon King's sigh. I hope your satellite will be so smooth next time. Balo's face is like a smile, but Nick Fury, who is already underworld and can no longer be black, said so. After speaking, regardless of Nick Fury's expression, he turned to Harpy and Papo Pets. If you don't worry about Tony Stark, I can show you how he is. Bailu didn't think that Tony Stark would fall into the hands of a group of terrorists. After all, he was a person cursed by knowledge. This was no worse than the Son of Destiny and the protagonist of Luck, and it was even worse in some respects. As for doing more, then we have to offer a price. Friendship belongs to friendship, business belongs to business. Don't you see that even the 6 pure Buddhas in Journey to the West have to clearly mark the price to reflect the preciousness of the scriptures? The root is that human beings always do not value and cherish the things that are easily available. But if you want to see Tony, you have to give me some Tony's hair, nails, or a personal item that he often uses. Papo Pets and Harpy looked at each other. They didn't know what Balo wanted those things for, but they all had a familiar feeling. It seemed that the necromancers in fairy tales would use things when they perform witchcraft. Before Balo had various visions, they had good reason to suspect that Balo was actually a necromancer. It seems reasonable to think so. After all, necromancers can use crystal balls to fortune the future. Can you give us some time to go back and get Tony's things? Papo Pets pleaded that when she and Harpy came, they didn't even know the situation very well. They were just a desperate attempt, so they didn't make any preparations, let alone the personal belongings that Tony needed to find Tony. Bailu readily agreed. No problem. Actually, I am very free. You can come to me at any time. Thanks. Papo Pets and Harpy quickly left after thanking them. They don't want to delay a minute and a second. Bailu watched the two leave, turned to look at Phil Coulson and Melinda, who were still holding the video call phone behind him, raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Aren't you leaving yet? Phil Coulson said awkwardly. We also want to know about Tony Stark. You shouldn't mind 2 more people. To put it bluntly, they want to rub Happy's favor. 2 people are watching, and 4 people are watching. I really don't care. Bailu stretched. His sense of Phil Coulson was not bad. From the beginning to the end, Phil Coulson's speaking and doing things are very gentle. Even when he is strong, he will not feel domineering and disgusting. Although there is some scheming, it is strange that the agent has no scheming. It is also darker than that, black-skinned, and for the one-eyed marinated director who always thinks about pitfalls like a sieve, he is simply a good old man. When passing by Melinda May, who was holding her nose, she said very gentlemanly, Does Miss Melinda need treatment? Phil Coulson looked at Melinda with a cold look, fearing that Melinda would say something to irritate Bailu, and quickly smiled bitterly. It would be great to have 2 toilet papers and iodine. Brother, let your imagination go to me. Using toilet paper, iodine, or something doesn't go well with me. Bailu said with a smile and raised his hand close to Melinda's face, his palm covered with light green fluorescence. Just as Melinda was about to avoid it, she clearly felt that the pain was lessening and her injury was recovering. After Bailu took her hand away, she felt the blood that had accumulated in her nasal cavity disappeared. Melinda let go of her nose and touched the smooth and straight bridge of her nose. She couldn't help showing a little surprise. Although she had seen Bailu's magic methods before, the feeling she experienced was different. Phil Coulson curiously said, "What is this again?" "Magic, treatment and cleaning, very convenient, right?" Bailu pointed to the teapot, and the teapot floated up, and then automatically filled the teacups in front of the 3 with new tea, expressing with the intention of showing off. "Control objects, very convenient little magic." Phil Coulson smiled and nodded. He found that Bailu was not that difficult to get along with. This is a person who is as willful and childish as Tony Stark, who likes to show his uniqueness, and doesn't mind swaying what he has in ability. Just like Tony Stark making friends doesn't care if the other party has money or not. Anyway, he doesn't have money on his own. It feels interesting and talkative. It doesn't matter if you give a few million in funding. If you come into contact with someone with a very innocent personality, you can't have strange thoughts. Once discovered, the consequences will be very bad. Maybe from the beginning. There won't be so many unpleasant twists and turns when facing frankly. Phil Coulson thought of it silently in his heart, and at the same time asked directly, "Are you a magician?" In fact, Phil Coulson has not seen the existence of such anomalies as magicians, but he is not surprised by the existence of magicians. He has seen too many strange anomalies in these years. It should be said that there are no various legends and legends on the earth. The magician who is widely circulated in novels and film and television works feels strange to him. I don't know. In fact, I am amnesia. When I first woke up, I didn't know anything except the name. Although I constantly thought of all kinds of ability and magic knowledge every day as time went on, it was just pure knowledge. Still don't know who I am. Bailu also had a headache when talking about her identity. She clicked on her temple and turned to Phil Coulson and said, "By the way, you have investigated me, is there any useful news? If so, I don't mind sharing some of your knowledge or props made with knowledge." Chapter 8 Magic Book. When Phil Coulson heard Bailu talk about investigating his problem, he showed a little embarrassment, but he didn't try to avoid the topic, but said calmly, Due to time issues, we only investigated that you appeared on a ferry boat." Melinda asked without failing. "Why don't you have a foreseeing ability in the future?" Bailu didn't hide anything when he heard the words, and said calmly, "Healers don't heal themselves. Foreseeing the future, this kind of ability, is useless on oneself, and this ability is not as magical as you think. The so-called foreseeing the future can only see the most likely one among the many goals. And it seems that someone is making a ghost. I use ability to look back to the past, but I can't see what happened before I woke up." At the end, Bailu raised his eyebrows. He was able to accept that the ability that predicted the future was flawed, but he couldn't accept that someone would cheat him. At the same time, a certain golden figure in the unknown space shuddered suddenly, and the fuzzy facial features showed a helpless look. "Forget it, just tell me if you have any news in the future." Bailu shook his head, with a very casual attitude. Obviously, he didn't expect much from the investigation of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. At this moment, Harpy and Papo Pets, who had just left for a short time, returned and attracted the attention of Phil Coulson and Melinda. "So fast?" Seeing the curious expressions of Phil Coulson and Melinda, Happy probably guessed what the two of them were thinking. He raised the Phillips screwdriver in his hand and said to Lu. I don't know when he stayed in the car, but he must have used it for a long time, and only he has used it. Tony Stark is not the kind of scientist who can only do theoretical research. His manual capability is also very strong, or assembling his own design by himself is one of his few hobbies. The screwdriver left in the car is likely to be one time I overplayed it. I suddenly remembered what activities I wanted to participate in, so I hurriedly took it into the car. As for why you didn't bring it back afterwards, please don't understand those local tyrants who are beyond your imagination in the usual way. Can. Lu nodded, stretched out his hand, and translucent golden ripples appeared in the air. A file size and thickness were almost the same as a dictionary. A book with a brown cover and black writing fell out of the ripples and fell into Lu's hand. What is this again? Phil Coulson exerted the spirit of asking if he didn't understand. He had no sense of Lu's character before, and at the same time he secretly noted Lu's spatial storage capacity. Lu didn't have any appetite either, or that he deliberately tried to hang the appetite when he took out the magic book. He overturned the books in his hand and explained to Phil Coulson and others, especially a certain one-eyed marinated egg with burning eyes. The magic book is written with the will and magic power of the writer. It records the magic knowledge and experience of the writer. It can automatically absorb the surrounding energy and release the spells recorded in it, even if the holder does not understand anything. Ordinary people can use the magic freely. Phil Coulson's first thought was not to take this book as his own, but to think of the spread of this kind of book. Especially the influence of falling into the hands of dangerous people. This is really a dangerous prop. The magic book is just a prop to record knowledge and experience to pass on. Lu snorted unhappily because he wrote these magical books by himself after recalling the relevant memories. Then he looked at Nick Fury on the phone screen with a smile, raised an eyebrow and smiled. But Phil Coulson is right. It's really dangerous for people who don't have talents or those who don't have enough talents. Most people will cause mental pollution if they look at it casually, even if they are across the screen. Nick Fury's face turned dark. He felt that Bela was deliberately teasing him. First, he lifted his interest and made his heart move, and then poured a basin of cold water. Phil Coulson closed his eyes without saying a word. He has now learned how to deal with Belu. The others closed their eyes and turned their heads after a few beats. Nick Fury turned off the video call even more, not seeing and not bothering. An Xin, the author of me has absolute control over the magic book and will not affect you, and the magic book can make it easier and faster to launch some more troublesome magic. It is not a matter of finding someone across half the earth. Easy things. Lu said, no matter how many people reacted. He opened the page he wanted, and then put Tony Stark's screwdriver on the opened magic book. Under the huge magic power provided by Lu, the magic book instantly starts surgery. The three-dimensional technique composed of various runes and geometric figures pops up from the pages of the book, rotates, and finally turns into a flat light curtain with a diameter of about 1 meter. What is shown in the light curtain is a dimly lit cave with two people in the cave. One is an old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, grey hair and beard, but a well-groomed beard, wearing thin-rimmed glasses, and an elegant temperament, looking like a university professor or researcher. The other is lush, slightly curly hair, no trimmings, a blue circle under his chest, a cold-looking man. Even if he is down, he also reveals a confidence and strength. Who else can be besides Tony Stark? Whether they are scholars or super rich, the two men are like coolies at the moment, sweating and cooperating with each other to beat and forge a hot red iron plate. Lu's long legs curled up, and Erlang's legs swayed and swayed. There was no positive shape, and he spit out. Oh hey, stuffing the reactor in my chest? The rich people play really nicely. Papo Pets, who worries about Tony more than his fear of magic, can't help but feel sore in his nose when he sees Tony's encounter. He hears Bailu's ridicule, his eyes are reddish, and he looks at Bailu with flood of water, making a silent condemnation. Mr. Bailu. Sorry, you have to know how bad this guy is, male envy and jealousy. Bailu twitched the corners of her mouth awkwardly, and it was indeed a bit unnatural for him to gloat when others suffered, although that guy was really enviable and jealous at ordinary times. Bailu also envied Tony Stark, but not the wealth of Tony Stark or the fact that he and the models and celebrities got out of the bed every other time, but the fun and joy of Tony Stark's life. But you can see that he is already building his own armor, and the progress is pretty good. Let's look at it a little more happily. Bailu comforted Papo Pets a little, and felt that it had no effect, so he decided to change the subject and set up a new light curtain to show another scene. Chapter 9 Test and Exchange. In a tent, several terrorists are sitting in front of a monitor with a few drawings with only some parts, watching the movements of Tony Stark, and making gestures to compare them, unaware that the drawings in their hands are actually it's not a missile drawing at all. Bailu said astonished. Tisk tisk, this group of terrorists didn't realize that Tony Stark built a missile with the blueprints, not only illiterate but also blind, knowledge can't change their destiny. After Bailu said so, the atmosphere suddenly became a lot easier. The corner of Harpy's eyes twitched. He also filmed this scene when he directed Iron Man. At the time, he thought that even if the terrorists were not educated, they would not be blind, but in order to highlight the protagonist's advantage, they still portray the terrorists stupidly. Unexpectedly, the terrorist is really stupid than he thought. But Papo Pates still looked worried. She had watched Iron Man, so she knew what was on Tony's chest, and she remembered that Tony's plan was discovered by terrorists at the last minute, if not another companion, Dr. Ethan desperately to help. The movie is another ending. Moreover, a movie is a movie, and reality is reality. Papo Pets can't bet that reality will follow the script. Mr. Bailu, what do we need to do? Are you willing to ensure the safety of Tony and Dr. Ethan? Bailu said in surprise. Hey? Dr. Ethan, are you sure you want to save him? His fate is death. Bailu didn't mention how Tony was. Even if there was an accident, he had to erase the accident and let the reality follow the script. Otherwise, the protagonist of Iron Man died in reality. Doesn't it mean that his prediction of the future is not reliable? He really wanted to see the unknown changes, but that was on the premise that he was on the sidelines. Now, he had pretended to be fierce in front of everyone before, coughing cough, not too cool, how could he let himself lose face? Happy opened his brain. Would you like to remake the end of a paragraph and change it to happy end where Dr. Ethan is also alive? Bailu rolled her eyes and said angrily. You really think of reality as a videotape that you edit randomly? You can do it whatever you want. Always give it a try, first tell us what we have to pay. Papo Pets didn't want to give up, she didn't want Tony to regret it. How about one life for another? Use another person's life for Dr. Ethan's life. Bailu still had a smile on her face, but she didn't have the slightest temperature, and said her condition indifferently. Papo Pets fell into silence, frowning. Capital is cruel, especially the capital that started from arms like Stark Industries. As Tony Stark's life assistant, Papo Pets is not just Tony Stark's housekeeper, but the wayward Tony Stark even manages his own company. Throw it to Papo Pets, so Papo Pets is not a naive little girl. Apart from other things, since the newly developed weapons have many hidden problems and are likely to cause casualties, Stark Industries signed a batch of testers with expensive funeral expenses. But this is a deal you wish and it is very fair, and every weapon of Stark Industries has been scientifically and rigorously inspected from design to production, so the probability of accidents is actually very low, and the probability of causing casualties is even less than 1,000th. Those who need such a large amount of money to buy life testers are actually capitalists who have made a fortune in the pharmaceutical industry. In order to save costs, what those capitalists do will make people realize the cruelty of real capital. The reason for Papopets's silence is obviously not that he is worried about not having enough money or that no one is willing to sell his life. In fact, not too much. Belu also said before that, no matter who, there are desperate people in the world who want to sell their lives for money, such as death row prisoners and suffering, terminally ill people and so on. What she worries about is Belu's attitude. As a life assistant, she is best at observing a person's mood and attitude changes. She is keenly aware of Belu's changes. Happy, Phil Coulson, and Melinda did not speak either, and handed over the choice to Papopets. In fact, everyone knows that Belu doesn't care about fate at all. If he really cares about fate, he won't do things like making the future into a movie on the grounds of being interesting and wanting to see interesting changes. The key to Belu's condition is not whether he really needs one life to exchange for another life, but that he wants to see Papopets' choice. After careful consideration, Papopets decided to try not to make Tony feel regretful, and replied, "Are death row prisoners and terminally ill patients okay?" Belu's indifferent attitude suddenly dissipated, she curled her lips and smiled lightly. "All men are created equal." Papopets breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that he was right. Happy said in a puzzled way, "What if Pets says no?" Everyone pricked their ears, and they also had the same doubts as Happy. Belu did not answer face to face, just said, "The fact is that she chose yes, and the assumption is meaningless." Belu knows that most groups like Stark Industries have signed a group of dead men. As Tony Stark's closest person, it is impossible for Papopets to know that if he refuses one life for one life here, the conditions can only show that Papopets is acting kindly to Belu, hypocrisy and deceit. It sounds cruel to sell your life with money, but there are desperate people in the world who are willing to sell their lives. In fact, they are only exchanging the benefits they need. In Belu's view, it is normal. There is nothing in the world that cannot be exchanged. If there is, it is just that the gain is not proportional to the effort. It's just that most people's exchanges are pursuing the benefits of money, while some people are pursuing fame, power, and even faith. Everyone in the world says that capital is cruel, but it is capitalists who are truly cruel, and it is human nature. Belu didn't intend to be a philosopher, and he didn't need to talk too much to the people he just met. He waved his hand and hurried away. "Okay, your goal has been achieved, now what should you do if you have nothing to do? Don't squeeze in me." Phil Coulson smiled awkwardly. "It's not that I don't trust Mr. Belu, but I feel more at ease watching it with my own eyes." Belu's eyes stared, and said angrily, "Then you still want to eat rice with me?" Phil Coulson smiled embarrassedly. "If Mr. Belu doesn't mind." Belu refused very decisively. "I mind, very much." "Then let's make a deal. We want to buy the page where there is a search for ability. As a reward, we will block all the troubles from other countries and organizations for you." Chapter 10 The Holy Grail and God. "Mr. Belu, you should understand that there are many smart people in this world. Sooner or later, they will discover what is special about you. Just foreseeing the future is enough for those good or bad organizations to make your mind. Definitely, I know, maybe they can't cause you any trouble, and you don't care about the weak, even as fun in your free time. But too many flies can be annoying sometimes, isn't it?" Phil Coulson systematically analyzed Belu's future situation, holding Belu without a trace between the words, and assumed that he was standing on Belu's side and considering Belu's side. After asking the question, Phil Coulson smiled confidently after a slight pause. "It just so happens that the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support has the ability to resist the pressure from various parties on behalf of Mr. Belu, and Mr. Belu only needs to pay a page with a special role. Mr. Belu shouldn't be stingy with the knowledge written by hand, right? Although you said it nicely, I still refuse." Belu shook his head. He had a good sense of Phil Coulson, so he explained patiently. The magic of being able to search all over the world and real-time monitoring is not just a page of knowledge. What I open is only the key page. In fact, most of the knowledge of the book is being mobilized. Just like a search engine, users seem to get their own answers just by writing key information in the search box and hitting the enter key. In fact, there are huge servers and complex search engine programs out of sight. Acting. And I have said that talented people peek at the fate of this knowledge, and there is no difference between a page of knowledge and a book of knowledge. Bai Lu paused after speaking, and the smile on her face became teased, and she said to the phone on the table that had a black screen. Nick Fury, I know you are listening, even Phil Coulson's behavior is instructed by you. If you really want to get the knowledge of the mysterious side, how about playing a game? As long as you win, don't say one page, one book can be given to you. In the end, Bai Lu's tone was full of temptation. Although everyone knew that Bai Lu had no good intentions, he still couldn't help but be moved. The phone with a black screen turned on automatically, and Nick Fury's expressionless black face appeared in front of Bai Lu. He did not impulsively agree to Bai Lu, but said calmly, "What if I lose?" "Do not know." Bai Lu looked at Nick Fury with a smile, and said, "If I play with you, you will think of me cheating or something. So I don't participate or interfere with the process and results of the game. I just make the rules of the game, and then randomly invite others to participate in the game with you. What happens if you lose is also the winner's decision. What about the game rule?" Nick Fury didn't ask Bai Lu what guarantee he made. This was an opportunity. Although it might be a trap, he would not give up. Bai Lu expected Nick Fury's choice even without predicting the future. He didn't answer directly, but asked with a smile. "Before this, I want to ask, have you heard of the Holy Grail?" Phil Coulson and others looked at each other when they heard the words. They didn't know what the Holy Grail had to do with the game rule. In the end, Papo Pets guessed. "You mean the Holy Grail in church legend?" "It has something to do with that, but not much." Bai Lu stretched out her hand as she spoke, and there were cash-colored ripples in the air again, and a golden open wine glass fell on Bai Lu's hand from the ripples, and Bai Lu continued. "The Holy Grail I am talking about is based on the miracle created by the third method of soul materialization. The magic power accumulated over the years of New York will urge the Holy Grail, and it will form a force that can be realized immediately regardless of any wish, that is, the omnipotent wishing machine. I will link the Holy Grail with the grounds of New York to create the Great Holy Grail system, and the Great Holy Grail system will randomly select 7 people as the contestants, that is, the Master. The 7 Masters need to prepare the holy relics to summon the past, present, and future according to the rituals provided by the Holy Grail, and even the sacred spirits of heroes, both heroic spirits and servants. For the 7 groups of Master and Servant, only the final winner can have the power to make a wish to the Great Holy Grail. As for the more detailed rules, you will know it after you get the Master qualification." Bai Lu said, shook the gold cup in his hand, and said with a smile, "So, do you want to try? What can I do if I win?" Nick Fury. Phil Coulson is Nick Fury's confidant, and he can care about his boss's meaning without looking in his eyes, so he proactively said, "I have a question, why doesn't Mr. Bai Lu make a wish directly? What do you think this thing means to me?" Bai Lu said that he recruited a gold wine jar and a few ordinary gold wine glasses inlaid with diamonds. After unsealing, the rich and sweet aroma of the wine instantly covered the roof. This is due to the blockade of the roof, otherwise half of the people in New York can smell it. The viscous liquor is like liquid amber, and it slips smoothly from the jar into the glass. Phil Coulson was not good at drinking but was swallowed by the intoxicating aroma. He was not sure if he was greedy or stunned. He said in a bit of a tongue, "Drink, drink. Yes, you guys have a good taste." Bai Lu waved his hand and the 4 wine glasses floated in front of Phil Coulson and the others, just 1 drink per person. The good thing is that you have to share to have fun. What's more, Balo likes tea and doesn't feel much about wine. But this is also because he is in a good mood now, and has some friendship with Harpy, and has a good sense of Phil Coulson, and the gentleman's demeanor keeps Bailu from neglecting the other two ladies. Then the omnipotent wishing machine you mentioned is not credible at all. Harpy didn't have any thoughts, he only felt that Belle was more proud than Tony, he couldn't help but spit out, and then took a sip while holding the wine glass, suddenly all over his body, his eyes lit up. Happy recovered, and said to Bailu in a bitter voice. How do you make me drink other wines in the future? He likes wine, but drinking the current wine makes him feel that what he used to drink was the bitter fermented grape juice. Then stop chanting. Drinking tea is more fun, refreshing and antipyretic, and can also clear fat and lose weight. Bailu smiled unscrupulously, drank the wine in the Holy Grail at random, shook the Holy Grail and said, It is indeed impossible for this thing to satisfy any wish, but it is no problem to satisfy the wishes of most people. From beauty salons, plastic surgery and slimming, medium to overnight wealth, becoming Superman, to conquering the world, immortality, etc., even all kinds of knowledge can be obtained. For ordinary people, it is not a problem to say that it is a universal wishing machine. Nick Fury's face was solemn, even though he was across the screen, one-eyed still stared at Bailu with scorching eyes. Who are you? I said I forgot. Bailu twitched the corners of her mouth, revealing a helpless smile, but the next moment she tilted her head and smiled. Maybe it's God. Chapter 11 Assessment. There is no language in the world that is as broad and profound as Hyuxia. In language systems other than Hyuxia, a word often has many meanings. God has multiple meanings of God and God. Nick Fury feels that the God referred to by Balo is neither a god nor a god, but omnipotent. Washington, Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Service, Trident Headquarters. After Phil Coulson and Melinda left the Hell's Kitchen, they went straight to the headquarters and entered Nick Fury's office. The seemingly unobstructed way all the way, they were actually scanned and verified by the instruments in every corner. Nick Fury reached out and operated on the computer after Phil Coulson and Melinda entered the door, blocking all the shooting and recording devices in the office, and completely muting the room to the outside. After carefully doing all the anti-leakage measures, he looked at Phil Coulson. And Melinda said, Tell me what you think of the God in New York. Phil Coulson and Melinda looked at each other. Phil Coulson smiled and nodded slightly, indicating that the lady is first. Melinda was also welcome, and said with a straight face, Mystery, whether it is identity or ability, there are too many unknowns, but it is stronger than the anomalous existence I have ever contacted and understood. Personality is more complicated than Tony Stark, moody, likes pranks, and extremely egoistic. Everything depends on personal preference. The behavior is similar to Quill. Once stimulated, he will launch a fierce counterattack without hesitation. It seems to be extremely aggressive, but in fact, he has a strong sense of self-protection. Perhaps it has something to do with the memory loss, unable to find one's social level position, and instinctively explores. Nick Fury agrees with this. In fact, what Melinda said is obvious. For example, Quill's behavior is the same as that of Phil Coulson and Melinda. He was teased when he reported false identities. He was almost destroyed by satellite monitoring. Events such as satellites can be seen. However, Nick Fury's expression did not change. He did not nod or shake his head. He seemed to be noncommittal about Melinda's report. After Melinda finished speaking, he turned his attention to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson's face was faint, and he nodded. I agree with Melinda's judgment, but I personally think that the goal is not difficult to get along with, as long as the most basic sincerity can be good contact. That is, when talking, you cannot say what you don't want to say but you can't lie. Some requests may be disapproved directly, but there will be no good results with the thought of using them. Nick Fury nodded, did not say his own opinion, just said, "The file for this operation is temporarily set to level 10. Yes." Phil Coulson and Melinda responded solemnly at the same time. They had expected it a long time ago and both knew the importance of this action. The 10th level archive is the highest level secret of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau. Only the director in the world has the authority to view and modify. Although Phil Coulson and Melinda are high-level agents, if they are not the parties, they even know no qualifications for this matter. In other words, Nick Fury wanted the two to shut up. In fact, if it weren't for Phil Coulson and Melinda, they were originally a rare high-level agent. And there was no doubt about their loyalty to the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and the Logistics Security Bureau. Nick Fury doesn't even mind the use of physical seals. For example, the destruction of humanity. The Bureau of National Land Strategy Defense, Attack, and Logistics has a lofty philosophy and shoulders important responsibilities. Therefore, there is no room for laxity and omission. In order to implement the concept and achieve the goal, it is ruthless and ruthless. True colors. How bright there is on the surface, there is darkness behind the back. Nick Fury looked at the closed door, leaned against the office chair behind him after a while, rubbed the red ring mark on the back of his right hand with his left hand, closing his eyes and thinking. The imprint is very abstract, but the three components can be clearly seen. This is the qualification certificate that Nick Fury got after agreeing to participate in the game. According to the information brought when the mark appeared, Nick Fury knew that the real name of the mark was Lingshu, which was not only a proof of qualification, but also a tool used to restrain the heroic spirits summoned after the competition. It has all kinds of incredible magical effects. But it can only be used 3 times, and part of the spell will disappear every time it is used. After all the spells disappear, he will lose the qualification to compete and lose the restraint on the heroic spirits. If the heroes are recruited, it's okay. If they are unscrupulous villains, maybe there will be anti-killing of the former master. Nick Fury doesn't regret his adventures. In his opinion, many things are enough to do as long as there is a 30% possibility. Although there are great risks in participating in the Holy Grail War, he has many advantages that other people do not have. The biggest is the resource advantage. As the director of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, he can use more financial, human, military, and intelligence resources than most people in the world. On the other side, when Phil Coulson and Melinda left Nick Fury's office and were about to take the elevator to leave, it happened that an agent with a bright head and black-rimmed glasses walked out from the corner holding a document. "Oh, long time no see, Phil Coulson, Agent May." The bald agent first smiled and greeted Roar with the two, and then ridiculed Phil Coulson. "Phil Coulson, I'm glad you are still alive. How are you doing?" Between the agents, especially the field agents of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, they deal with most of the weird things. If you are lucky, you will have a false alarm. If you are not lucky, there will be no bones left. They say to each other, "You are still alive." There is no other meaning, just the literal meaning. But obviously the relationship between the bald agent and Phil Coulson is good, otherwise they wouldn't make such unlucky jokes. "Long time no see, Heatwell." Melinda and the bald agent are not familiar with each other, so he nodded and counted as a response. Phil Coulson smiled and spread his hands, and said with a slightly self-deprecating humor, "There are no defective parts, so you are lucky." "Haha, that's right." Heatwell was amused by Phil Coulson's self-deprecating remarks. Seeing the elevator doors open, he said, "Let's talk next time when I have time." "See you." Phil Coulson nodded, stepped into the elevator with Melinda and pressed the close button. They didn't talk about each other's tasks in the small chat, this is their rule. The three passed by. Phil Coulson and Melinda didn't think much about it. Heatwell turned blankly and went straight to the office of the previous director, current advisor, and Security Council member, Alexander Pierce,
put the file on his desk, and said, "Sir, let me ask for your instructions. General Ross wants S.H.I.E.L.D. to help find Hulk. Should we agree?" Chapter 12 Hydra. Behind the desk, Alexander Pierce, with grey hair but in good spirits, said calmly, "Tell General Ross and let them do it by themselves. We are responsible for handling abnormal affairs but not for wiping the military. Many anomalous affairs in the world are not entirely non-human. The recent Hulk incident that has never stopped was caused by the military's own super soldier plan. Since the super soldier program successfully cultivated the Captain America in the World War II, the American military and many institutions and organizations have wanted to replicate the success of the super soldier program, but years of experiments, death, have proved that they did not host the super soldier in the first place. The brains of the doctors of the soldier project cannot succeed at all by relying on the defective potion formula. At best, they can only cultivate some deformed monsters that are useless. There are more things to be handled by the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, and it is impossible to spend too much energy on man-made abnormal accidents. Therefore, the role of the consultant is to reduce the workload of the director, and be responsible for the Security Council and others. Institution wrangling. Yes sir, I know how to reply to General Rose. Heatwell replied easily. In fact, this is not the first time he has reported a similar incident. This incident is just a pretense that he has come to the consultant's office with integrity. However, General Ross is America's real power hawk. It is not at all that Heatwell, a sixth-level agent, can make decisions. It is reasonable to ask his superiors and advisors to be definitely, so it is very persuasive to use General Ross's guise. Alexander Pierce also knew the doors and ways. After finishing the program formulaically, he said directly, "What's your business?" Phil Coulson and Melinda met with Nick Fury back to the headquarters. According to our people, they were struck by lightning without even seeing the target during this operation, and it was all field operations, presumably the ability of the target. This is not in the style of Nick Fury, so I think this thing is unusual. Heatwell reported calmly. In fact, he had already received the news through people in New York. The previous encounter with Phil Coulson was not a coincidence. On the surface, he is the sixth-level agent of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. The level is not high but it can be called an elite, but the real identity is Hydra, which was supposed to be eliminated by the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau during World War II. Member of the high level, and his boss, in all senses, is Alexander Pierce. Some people, on the surface, are the current advisors of the former Director General, but secretly they are the snakeheads of hostile forces. Alexander Pierce also found it unusual. He didn't remember that Nick Fury was a person who was willing to suffer. He thought for a while and said, "Nick Fury's confidant, Phil Coulson? I remember he was in charge of the missing Playboy Tony Stark case." Heatwell affirmed. "Yes, interesting." Alexander Pierce stretched out his hand to operate on the computer. Although he was a former director, he is now a member of the Security Council and a consultant in the Bureau, so the authority is still there. But the result of the query was beyond his expectation. The action of Phil Coulson not long ago, it is actually a 10th level of authority. It's not that he can't watch it, but it's definitely disturbing Nick Fury if he watched it. It's a little troublesome. After reading the files with the 10th level of authority, you can't explain it with curiosity, even if he is the former director and current advisor. Alexander Pierce thought for a while and ordered, "You arrange for someone to test it out. It is not easy to make Nick suffer. Be cautious. Let the peripheral forces. Forget it, first induce other forces or other branches to take action. No matter what the result is, you will report to me as soon as possible." "Yes." Heatwell saluted and left with the bag of papers. Nick Fury, who was thinking about the upcoming Holy Grail War,
didn't know that his self-conceited tight news blockade was actually rotten like a sieve from the beginning. Strong fortresses are often breached from within. Institutions such as the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau are no exception, and the degree of penetration actually far exceeds Nick Fury's expectations, and Nick Fury did not notice it. Balo has long known what the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau looks like, so from the beginning he did not agree to Phil Coulson or Nick Fury's conditions in exchange for the magic book. On the one hand, it is true that Nick Fury's conditions are not worth enough. On the other hand, the biggest trouble comes from the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, or another force that almost hollowed out the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Balo didn't tell Nick Fury the truth, even if he knew that the power would find him a lot of things in the future, because Balo saw that it was not troublesome. At most it was entertainment in his leisure time, which happened to be used as a spice in ordinary life. A week passed, the rumor is missing, and the super-rich Tony Stark, who hasn't shown up for a long time, broke a piece of news that stunned everyone. Stark Industries closes weapons production department. After all walks of life in America heard the news, all kinds of speeches were clamoring, but they all have a common point of understanding, that is, Tony Stark, a playboy, has swelled to his head. Subsequently, Stark Industry broke out the scandal of the group veteran, vice president, Tony Stark's uncle, and Obadiah Stine, who misappropriated company funds and was charged and sent to prison. The stock price of Stark Industry plummeted in just 2 days, and the downward trend has not diminished. Among them, the behind-the-scenes push of the capital predators who have made plans for Stark Industry is definitely inevitable. However, it is an undoubted fact that Stark Industry has suffered heavy losses. It seems that all people are singing bad news about Stark Industries. America's few super-rich, genius scientists, and playboys, Tony Stark turned a blind eye to the fact that his company's market value was evaporating on a large scale, and didn't care at all. Although the closure of the arms production department will make Stark Industry lose its major customer, the American military, and will have a significant impact on Stark Industries' revenue and network resources. But from the perspective of profitability, let alone the technical reserves and patents he has accumulated before income, his current arc core as an efficient and clean new energy is enough to make Stark Industry the world's most profitable company, and he can become the new world's richest man. At the moment, America's current hot topic, Tony Stark, the center of various whirlpools, returned to New York for 2 days after his thrilling experience. Instead of dealing with the company's affairs, he came to New York, which has always been rejected and feared by the general public. Clint District, Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 13 Tony, I was shown off. The perfect combination of mechanics and aesthetics, smooth lines, and the roar of the elegantly painted roadster engine, under the indifferent or malicious gaze from all directions, unscrupulously shuttled through the streets of Hell's Kitchen, and finally at Marvel Entertainment on 39th Street the company's office building stopped, and at the same time, the gaze from everywhere eased to several levels, as if a big bad wolf was waiting for an opportunity to become a harmless little white rabbit. Tony Stark felt the atmosphere of change before he got out of the car. He raised his eyebrows under his wide sunglasses, pushed the door and got out of the car, took off his sunglasses, and looked up at the office building that was obviously built at the end of the last century and he would never bother to dismiss it. Sitting in the elevator, Tony Stark finally couldn't hold back the desire to complain, and teased the fellow harpy with a smile. God lives in a place like this? Hey P, you should suggest that he buy the latest lottery now, and then use the bonus to buy the shares of Stark Industries on a large scale. Ding! The elevator door opened, but no one heard it. Mr. Tony Stark. Bai Lu sat behind her desk with the grey-brown striped Wacheo tabby cat in her hand. She looked at Tony Stark, who complained and tried to test herself as soon as he entered the door, and smiled faintly. In fact, if I want money, I don't need to buy the big lottery, let alone the stock of Stark Industries, just a little knowledge in my mind is enough. Oh, you are the Balo who claims to be God? Tony Stark teased with interest. He was not hostile to this person who had just met and helped him to some extent, but he was a little unhappy after all. He was proud of his huge wealth and super-minded since birth. It makes it difficult for him to accept that someone sees through his future, or even makes his future into a movie, while the other party's original intention is only because of fun. Yes, knowledge is wealth. You brought up a topic that we can talk about. By the way, your office is good, but unfortunately it's not tall enough. Tony Stark's tone is not provocative, but the look and micro-expressions in his eyes naturally reveal the superiority of the super-rich and super-genius. Harpy looked at Balo with an apologetic look. Before coming, Miss Papo-Pates asked Tony Stark to converge a little. He also persuaded Tony Stark on the way to come, but apparently it didn't have the desired effect. If you think about it, it is totally unexpected. Tony Stark has never been a well-behaved and obedient person, at least he would not accept the opinions of others until he tried and made his own judgment. Well, I think you probably didn't fully understand what I said. Bailu didn't hate Tony Stark's superiority, on the contrary, he felt eager to try, counterattacking with practical actions, casually turning the substance of a pen on the table into gold with magic, and said provocatively, "How does Mr. Stark feel about applying a little knowledge? 100% pure gold." Tony Stark was not stage fright either, picked up the golden signature pen and checked it with his portable gadget, showing a little surprise. In theory, it is impossible to have pure gold in reality, at least not currently possible with technology. Thinking of Happy and Papo pets, as well as the description of Bailu. The short agent Phil Coulson of the National Security Agency's high hairline, said with interest. Which magic is this? Tony Stark was also unsure whether this was the mysterious magic of real material transformation or the blind acrobatic magic. Bailu smiled at the corner of her mouth, and asked instead. What do you think? I think you are more likely to have hypnotic ability, unless you can show me more examples. Tony Stark said so, not that he was messing around, but that he really thought he might be hypnotic ability, and he was still using some small means to self-test and wake up when he spoke. Then, the land is trained. Bailu did not pay attention to Tony Stark's small movements, with a teasing smile on his face, stretched out his hand and pressed his palm downwards. A complex structure that even Tony Stark felt dizzy at first glance appeared, and it was too fast. The momentum of covering one's ears expands. With the expansion of the law formation, there is also Balo's office. Previously, the uneven, disorderly and orderly green plants created the atmosphere of a flower room in the office, giving people a refreshing feeling. Thanks to the reasonable layout, the office space is not crowded. It's not spacious, but now it makes Tony Stark and Happy feel empty. There is no change in the green part of the flower room, but the distance between the surrounding office and the ceiling is unknown. Bailu stunned Tony Stark with a chuckle. Is my office tall enough now? Tony Stark did not answer immediately. Less than a second later, the built-in headset in his ears rang the voice of the artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S written by himself. Sir, according to the infrasonic scan, the distance between the surrounding walls and ceiling and you has indeed been extended. Now the space on this floor is equivalent to the file size of a standard football field. Human visual senses are easily deceived by the environment, but machines cannot. Well, this is amazing knowledge. Tony Stark had to admit that he was shown the superiority of his face, a little depressed. As the proud boy of heaven, Tony Stark quickly adjusted his emotions and said to Bailu earnestly. Anyway, thank you for your help to Pets and Harpy. I originally intended to give you some shares of Stark Industries, but now it doesn't seem to be suitable for you. Tony Stark paused, showing some helpless expressions, although his communication with people does not depend on the amount of money given, but if he wants to return it, it seems that all he can get is money. Even if the stock price of Stark Industries has plunged recently, he is still the Tony Poor and only money Stark. Bai Lu joked with a chuckle. Happy is the only major director in this company, and talents are always given preferential treatment. Harpy smiled helplessly when he heard the words. After knowing the truth about Iron Man, he didn't think he was really good. It is true that his director is very important, but the wonderful and hard-working script from his own boss is the core of Iron Man sales. Harpy was not too embarrassed to mention his own affairs, and changed the subject. How did your cat change? Where is that orange cat? Bai Lu blinked, put her hand across the tabby cat's armpit and raised it up, so that the cat's face was aimed at Harpy, with a serious expression on her face. No, this is its original color. Don't you think it's a little thin? I heard that orange cats are easy to gain weight, so I dyed it orange some time ago, but it didn't work, so I washed it off again. Tony Stark and Happy are both speechless. They can't think that the person opposite is so boring, and the brain circuit is quite weird. Chapter 14 The Proud Man. The relationship between people is sometimes very metaphysical. Some people get bored as soon as they meet, and some people just meet each other. Even if every sentence is over the neck, it doesn't affect them to have a happy conversation. Tony Stark and Balo belong to the latter. Tony Stark, who has always been the only one to show others but was shown, is definitely unwilling, and he is very curious about the unknown mysterious knowledge magic, so he discussed with Balo through academic exchanges. Using scientific knowledge to explore mysterious knowledge, the two different systems always have something to think about. Tony Stark has a very clear mind and did not intend to be fat with one bite. At first, he just thought about the collision of two different knowledge systems, maybe get some useful ideas or inspiration. However, what surprised Tony Stark is that Balo's scientific knowledge is equally profound. Both traditional physical and chemical biology and modern network information knowledge are involved, and the level is not low, which can be called omnipotent. In particular, the mechanical knowledge of physics or the knowledge of network data has given him a lot of inspiration. He is confident that he will develop his new generation of Mark armor half a month in advance. Although the purpose of understanding the mysterious side was not achieved, Tony was still very satisfied. I don't know how long we talked. Bai Lu suddenly changed the subject and said. By the way, are you not curious about your future? Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief, and the high-speed brain slowed down. In fact, people with high IQ are very troublesome to talk about high-tech topics, and if they continue to talk, he may not be able to keep up with Balo's rhythm. Realizing his shortcomings, Tony Stark frowned. He couldn't accept that he was lagging behind in what he was best at, but he also had to admit that Balo's knowledge was really incredible. Omniscient and almighty. Is there really a god in the world? Tony Stark slandered himself secretly. Instead of believing that Balo is a god, he prefers Balo to be a genius, and he is stronger than him, and is an all-rounder who knows science and mystery. The future I created is my future. No matter how similar, everything else is just a movie. Tony Stark adjusted a more comfortable posture on the sofa, saying that, both his eyes and his tone of voice revealed strong confidence and disdain for the so-called foreseeing the future. Tony Stark doesn't know others, but if he knows his future ahead of time, even if that future is very advantageous, he will still choose to make changes. Changing the future will also change the future, so Tony Stark is curious about his future. But he doesn't care, his future can only be created by himself, not by anyone. This is Tony Stark's self-confidence and pride as a super rich and super genius. Bai Lu supported his chin with one hand and smiled lazily. Ah la la, Tony Stark, you are really funny. The same to you. Tony Stark nodded solemnly. At first, he only regarded Balo as a magic stick with some special ability, but after talking with him, he discovered that Balo was a strange person who could fit with him regardless of his knowledge or personality. Seriously, Bai Lu, how about joining Stark Industries? I can give you 15% of the shares. Stark Industries has the most advanced experimental equipment and the most talented scientists. Our cooperation will definitely change the world. Your talents should not be wasted in places like Hell's Kitchen to make movies or act like gods. Tony Stark showed a serious expression on his face that was not formal throughout the year, his eyes revealed a rare sincerity, and he extended an invitation to Bailu. 15% of Stark Industries showed his sincerity. 15% does not sound like a lot, but this number is used to measure the shares of Stark Industries. Even if the market value of Stark Industries has depreciated and the stock price has plunged, it is still an astronomical wealth. And these shares happen to be all the shares Tony Stark reclaimed from his former chairman of Stark Industries, who is not a real uncle better than a real uncle. Tony, I am not interested in changing the world. Bailu shook his head and directly refused Tony Stark's invitation. The science and technology theory he showed Tony was only a trivial part of the endless knowledge he possessed. Artificial solar technology, space expansion technology, information transformation material technology, etc., among these endless knowledge, he did not say a little bit higher level. These technologies that are not worth mentioning to him are cross-cutting to the world and Tony. After several generations of things, speaking out not only can't Tony understand, but it will put Tony in a dead end. This can be regarded as one of the flaws of smart people. Bailu said to Nick Fury that he was a god is not a joke. As time went on, he recalled that he had more and more knowledge. All the things that ordinary humans demand and are not available to him are at his fingertips, and they are becoming more and more important to the world. Feeling bored? Bailu somewhat understands why those so-called gods ignore the beliefs of human beings, because there is no meaning, just like human beings don't care about their position among ants. Changing the world is impossible. To change the world, you can only do something you like, or just do something to have fun. But you are right, I might go to experience it outside of Hell's Kitchen. Bailu said this thoughtfully. After he came into this world, he hasn't been to a place outside of the Hell's Kitchen. Therefore, it is boring to say that omniscience is very boring. When he first came, he abused various perception abilities. He knew what New York was like without leaving the house, so naturally he didn't have the thought of going out to hang out. Well, I respect your choice. Tony Stark was a little disappointed, but he didn't say anything. It is most forbidden to talk shallowly when interacting with people, so he changed the topic. Papo originally wanted to thank you personally, but the company has been a bit busy lately. You are always welcome to visit Stark Mansion and my house. I think you know where my house is, right? Definitely. Bailu smiled and nodded, feeling a little sympathetic to Papo. After all, Papo Pets's recent busyness and Tony Stark's arrogant behavior cannot be separated. After Tony Stark got Bailu's affirmative reply, he got up and left with satisfaction. On the way back to the company, Happy suddenly remembered something and said in a puzzled way, "Tony, you don't seem to be interested in magic and magic." Tony Stark shook his head helplessly. "No. I'm very interested, but Happy, you have to know that even a genius like me can't split my head in half." Chapter 15 Provocation and the CEO Butler. People are self-knowledge. Tony Stark is someone who has a clear understanding of himself. He knows what he is good at and what he should do. Any kind of systematic knowledge is easy to understand and difficult to understand. Tony considers himself to be the world's top genius, but there is still no end in science along the way. The more he understands, the more doubts he has. His energy is not enough on the scientific side. Where can he have the time and energy to study magic? And Tony believes that knowledge has no distinction between superior and inferior, and science is not inferior to magic. Harpy nodded without understanding. He is not a scholar. He is actually very interested in magic and the Holy Grail War, but the Holy Grail War is too dangerous, and his desire to be a director has been realized, and he is also very interested in the Holy Grail. There was no demand, so Bailu did not request a place. The peculiar engine roar of a large number of sports cars suddenly sounded, and from far and near, several sports cars of different styles drifted coolly at the corner of the street at a speed that shocked ordinary people into a cold sweat, and quickly caught up and overtook them. Tony Stark's sports car. However, this is the Hell's Kitchen. Except for the hapless people who were scared and yelled at the street, the other residents were all whistling and enjoying roar. Oh! What is this? Is it a special event in Hell's Kitchen? Tony Stark was aroused by the team roar passing by. He snorted frivolously, stepped on the accelerator, and the limited edition top sports car sat down to speed up instantly, rushing out like a bull in heat. Happy is obviously very familiar with Tony Stark's crazy character. He had expected one hand to hold the fixed handle tightly, and the other hand to fasten himself with a seat belt, and set hard against the wind at the same time. It should not be, at least no one dares to do such crazy things in the 3 streets ruled by Belu. The performance of the top sports car is unquestionable, let alone Tony Stark's sports car. With one foot on the accelerator, the speed exceeds 100 km per second, and it can catch up with the last paint-style abstract sports car in 3 or 2 seconds. The driver of the sports car was a white man wearing a black leather vest and tattooed on his arm. He felt provoked when he saw that he was being chased by an inexplicable guy. The depression that had fallen in the last place exploded, and he was provocative of Tony. He raised his middle finger and pressed the red button in the center of the steering wheel hard. Boom! The engine roar of the abstract-style sports car turned into thunder, the tail exhaust pipe spewed out a half-meter-long light blue tail inflammation, the speed skyrocketed, and the sports car in front continued to surpass the sports car in front, abruptly ranked second. Other sports cars seemed to have received some signal, or it might be irritation. They followed suit, and the overall speed increased. In a blink of an eye, Tony Stark was thrown off a lot, and he rushed to the end of the street. The tires wiped out blue smoke on the ground. The lingering black tire marks disappeared into the sight of the residents of 39th Street, Tony Stark, and Happy in the harsh friction sound. What? I'm sure their car is illegally modified. Tony Stark was dumbfounded, slowed down, and patted the steering wheel indignantly. No man doesn't like sports cars, likes cool looks, and pursues thrilling speed. Tony Stark is no exception. Otherwise, the underground garage of his Ocean View villa would not park more than 2 top sports cars. When he was young, Tony Stark even used his genius brain to modify his own car, so he knows which modifications are legal and which modifications are illegal. Tony Stark was overjoyed and quickly calmed down, recalling what Harpy had said, showing a teasing smile, and said playfully, "It seems that our god friend has been challenged." Bailu also felt that he was being challenged. Although he did not expressly prohibit drag racing on the 3 streets he occupied, doing such things at the door of his company was Hong Kuokuo's provocation. Bailu pressed the idea of using perception, mind reading, and other super ability or magic. It would be boring to ignore the process and get the result directly, and he was quite interested in such things as drag racing. "Thompson, let some directors come to the company for a meeting." "Yes, sir." Thompson used to be a rookie on Wall Street, but it is a pity that Mushu will be destroyed by the forest wind. He was ruined by a mistake, and finally had to hide in Hell's Kitchen, a self-contained and degenerate place. He was exposed 3 months ago. The call was dug out to be responsible for the formation of Marvel Entertainment. It's not easy to run an entertainment company in a place like Hell's Kitchen. The political and social positions of Hell's Kitchen are embarrassing. Not to mention that shareholders and directors are New York underground bosses, but it's also easy. America is a way of money. Whereas, shareholders and directors are all paying money and people, but they don't care about things. Therefore, Thompson formed the company very smoothly, and running the company did not need to consider various internal benefit distributions and investors' opinions. Instead, he just withstood political pressure and public opinion from the outside world, with an explosion of word-of-mouth Iron Man. Under the guise of Bailu, he borrowed resources from the Hell's Kitchen gang to gain a firm foothold in New York's business and entertainment circles. In fact, the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen are not fools. They can tolerate Thompson's borrowing of resources under the guise of bailue. On the one hand, they are indeed forced by bailue's deterrent, and on the other hand, they are indeed profitable. Their black money can be spent just around here, paying taxes, and spending it openly. With this alone, even if they lose a little bit, the gangs in Hell's Kitchen are happy to invest in Marvel Entertainment, not to mention that Iron Man is very popular. At first, the theater in New York was dominated by money and the gang's personal connections. Later, when the theaters in other states in America saw a profit, they took the initiative to invite the gangsters. In 3 months, the gangsters not only recovered their principal, and it made a small profit, and subsequent profits will come from constantly. Thompson was very grateful to Bailu, who pulled himself out of the quagmire and gave him a chance to stand up. He admired Bailu's talent for taking out classic scripts like Iron Man. He also saw the gangsters and underground in Hell's Kitchen. The Emperor's well-behaved side in front of Bailu. Kind, powerful, and talented. This is Thompson's cognition of Bailu. He is very clear that everything he has now is given by Bailu, so he has no complaints about Bailu's running errands when he let himself be a secretary, and he even feels honored. Compared with the identity of the company's president, he is more willing to consider himself as Bailu's butler. In other words, what is your job as a part-time secretary for me as a president? Bailu felt a bit wrong. He was very satisfied with Thompson's attitude, but aren't the secretaries or life assistants around America's upper class, Tony Stark, all beautiful girls? How come he is a man with a height of 1.9 meters and strong hair? Isn't a chairman like me supposed to have a secretary, or a secretary? Find me a beautiful life assistant with a sweet voice and a bulging head. Yes, sir. Thompson should be serious. His face showed a smile that a man understands. Chapter 16 Underworld Giants and the Board of Directors. The Marvel Entertainment Company is an old building, but the meeting room on the 5th floor is not small at all. The layout of the meeting room on the 5th floor is not small. 20 chairs are not full. New York says it's not big and it's not small, but there are only a handful of gangsters, and more than half of them sit in the meeting room of Marvel Entertainment. Underground Emperor Jin Bin, Hodge selling fakes, Eric selling marijuana, Will Kurt selling stolen goods, Nightclub King Laurie, Old Bustard Salome, Arms Dealer Leonid. There are definitely more than these real gangsters, but those who do business in the population have been killed by Bailu regardless of file size. The same family has lost their humanity. As for the business of white powder, Bailu can't talk about likes or dislikes. After all, white powder. The key to harm lies in sucking white powder, who can't restrain their desires to blame. More than 1 or 2 people have succeeded in compulsory detoxification. Except for Jinhee and Leonid, the others are not really gangsters at all. At best, they are a group of armed forces doing grey business, but there are so many armed forces that even the police dare not provoke them. Salome even took in a group of poor women without craftsmanship. While doing skin and meat business, she also paid money to the gang in the street where she was. Definitely, what really allowed her to bring a group of street girls to gain a foothold in the illegal place was the intelligence transaction. Men who can't control their lower body often can't control their broken mouth. Although Eric buys marijuana, it is not illegal to buy marijuana in America, but Eric does not have legal procedures for buying marijuana, and the channels for marijuana are not formal. However, this guy has an illegally armed brother who has become the biggest in New York. Of illegal marijuana suppliers, the most damn thing is the gold tie. This guy's main business is smuggling, selling fans, and collecting protection fees from other gangs. In fact, it used to be an all-powerful thing. Drugs, human trade, and arms are all involved, but it's just entering the 21st century. After the rapid development of science and technology, the government's control over all classes of society has also increased. Jin unwisely abandon or sell most of the unobtrusive businesses with low profit ratios. Companies with development potential invest and occasionally be charitable. Jin he told all the gangsters what the real successful gangsters should be. Going out in luxury cars, in suits and shoes, chatting and laughing with luxury businessmen and politicians at banquets. Good deeds will surely be photographed by reporters, and bad deeds will surely be photographed by reporters. Now Jin is not only the underground emperor of New York, but also a well-known angel investor and philanthropist in New York. Therefore, it is not surprising that Jin he is the underground emperor. This guy is very cunning, and the level of play is not the same level as other gangs. However, no matter how cunning, Ren Jin he could fight, no matter how strong his subordinates were, he was still a weak chicken who couldn't resist even a kick in front of Bai Lu. Bailu didn't leave the gold for anything else, but didn't want Hell's Kitchen to become a mess, so that he would not be happy living in Hell's Kitchen. In fact, it's not just Golden Union. Except for Salome, everyone else didn't want to see Bailu. Although Bailu didn't cause them any losses, they even formed a company to make a small profit, but they met for the first time. The process is very unpleasant. The way anyone meets for the first time is to be beaten to the ground with a younger brother. It must be very unpleasant. Why are you not so happy? Bai Lu walked into the meeting room and saw the stern faces, feeling that the atmosphere was quite depressed, and she asked knowingly with a teasing smile. The faces of the gangsters were even more ugly, with the exception of Salome. Salome is naturally happy. Thanks to Bailu, she has had a good time recently, especially since Marvel Entertainment has hired some street girls to lighten her burden. She was not a good person, but the bad was not thorough enough. She brought a group of women who had nowhere to stay and couldn't survive in a group to keep warm in a dangerous place like Hell's Kitchen. Bailu is not a saint. In a place like Hell's Kitchen, it's rare to see people and things that don't pollute the eyes. It doesn't take much effort to help him. As for the others, he just cleans up the 3 streets nearby. Why not settle elsewhere in New York? The place in New York is weird, but it is 3 points more disgusting than Hell's Kitchen, especially the place called Wall Street. How could they be unhappy, but they are not used to sitting together so quietly. The sexy and mature beauty Salome chuckled, her lazy voice broke the deadlock and gave the fidgeting gangsters a step, and she gave Bailu a wink while she was talking. Although she knew it was impossible, she just forbeared it. Can't help but tease. Several gangsters secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Jun, who was sitting in the first chair on the side, did not change his face, and said stiffly, "What are you looking for us?" Several other gangs are also straight. The gangs in Hell's Kitchen are like this. They are bad, but also very tough, especially Jin Bin. Even if facing Bai Lu, a monster that can easily kill all of them, they will not show their timidity. In a mixed place like Hell's Kitchen, the brain is very important, but more important than the brain is strength, and more important than strength is spine. Those who can be a big boss, once humbled and embarrassed, but now they are the position can be hypocritical and snakes, but the predecessors and the posters are not allowed to bow their heads and bend over. In the Hell's Kitchen, they are more terrifying than death. Bai Lu knew that although he knew that these were not good products, he still admired their spine and didn't care about it. He beckoned to Thompson outside the door and said straightforwardly, "Let's talk about the company first, Thompson." "Okay, sir." Thompson walked into the meeting room calmly. Hypnotic ability ignored the aura pressure of the underworld giants in the meeting room, took a deep breath, turned on the projection, and released the materials that had been prepared. Next, the company is going to shoot a new movie and launch a business called webcasting. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but when it comes to his professional field, Thompson became confident, invested in it, and showed his ability to fudge on Wall Street and explained it in an orderly manner. The auras of several gangsters including Jin Bin gradually relaxed, and their faces softened. Although they knew a little about Thompson's explanation, at least this representative Belo looked at them squarely, instead of treating them as a fool. Make them feel comfortable. Thompson knows how to control his measures, and ended his speech before the gangs felt impatient, and solemnly said, "The above is the company's plan for the next 3 to 6 months. Do you have any suggestions or comments from the directors?" Jinbin and Salome looked at each other. They only knew how to fight, kill, and do grey business, but they didn't understand anything other than their own business. They just listened to a flowery, substantive sentence. Didn't understand. In the end, he could only turn his attention to the real boss. MDZZ. Jinbin deeply felt that he was not worthy of fighting for business with similar goods before, and said calmly on the surface, "No problem." Several gangsters nodded pretendingly. "Then we are fine." Salome thoughtfully said, "I need to learn more about the webcast later. Then I will leave first." Thompson was not surprised by this result, turned off the projection, and walked out of the conference room with a confident smile. Chapter 17 Trivia and Rules. Then let's talk about things outside the company. Bai Lu lay back, folded her feet on the desk, folded her arms on her chest, and said lightly, "Who is racing in Hell's Kitchen every night?" Bai Lu didn't need to read his mind and knew that it wasn't the gang in Hell's Kitchen. He believed that these guys didn't have the guts to play tricks under his nose. The gangsters in the conference room were silent, and Salome looked puzzled. Her identity was not good enough to say that she was the old bastard. The news channels in New York were also well versed, but it was useless outside of New York. A Mexican drug dealer, Braga, organized a speed car race. On the surface, it is actually using the speed car party to deliver goods. With a gold chain hanging around his neck, he still looks like a nouveau-riche black man in a suit. The marijuana dealer Eric replied that Hell's Kitchen is more of their territory. They shouldn't have sat and watched an outsider arrogantly, but found the Mexican drug dealer. It was aimed at Belu, and they pretended not to see it. Even if they knew that the Mexican drug dealer couldn't fight Belu, it felt good to add some blockage to Belu. At this time, Bai Lu was brought up, and several people were a little weak. They didn't expect Bai Lu to react so quickly. Bai Lu immediately understood the careful thoughts of these people, but he was too lazy to care, and looked directly at Jinbin and said, "Hey? I remember that 60% of the white business in New York goes to you, and 40% to the old Asian woman. When did you talk so well? The largest suppliers of the powder business in New York are Jin Ning and an old woman named Mrs. Gao. It is needless to say who Jin Ning is. The old woman is not a simple thing. In short, neither of them is willing to share. It is really abnormal for foreign drug dealers to do things. The white suit is bulging, looks like a fat man, but more than 90% of his body is muscled. The scalp is shiny and reflective, and his face is majestic and golden. Because their goal is not us. I will understand if you say that. On the surface, there is nothing wrong with it. It is nothing more than 3 clean streets in Hell's Kitchen, and then some people think there is an opportunity to take advantage of it, so they want to occupy the market. But as long as you are not an idiot, you can see that there is a problem with the safe zone in Hell's Kitchen, and the gangsters formed a tacit understanding overnight? That's just farting. So, the Mexican drug dealer's intrusion into Hell's Kitchen would be a hell without a push. Bai Lu touched her chin, and said thoughtfully, "How about making Hell's Kitchen lively? What are you going to do?" One of the people present at the scene is wary of what people say and what they say. If they say it is lively, at least a dozen people will be killed. Monsters who are more fierce than them say lively. I'm afraid it is not. To lift the Hell's Kitchen. Bai Lu did not pay attention to the emotional changes of the gang leaders, with a playful smile on his face, and said to himself, "I think drag racing is quite interesting. Isn't that Mexican drug dealer willing to find someone to play with? Then ask the mayor or councillor to approve a note, draw a track in the Hell's Kitchen, play on the track, or hit dead man in front of my door. It's ugly. Belo doesn't care at all about the truth about the Mexican drug dealer's provocation. It's like people don't care how mosquitoes fly. Anyway, they just slap when they get annoyed. It's good to be able to use waste before getting annoyed. Suddenly, there was a flash of inspiration. There are just a lot of live content, presumably the people of New York with a boring life should like this kind of exciting game. Several gang leaders did not expect that Bailu's handling method completely exceeded their expectations, and Salome said in surprise. You agree to sell drugs on these 3 streets? Bailu asked in surprise, too. Did I say? The gang leaders knew that they did not do anything less about this. They fooled others to plant trees and picked the fruits themselves when they were in a good mood. They left half their lives for the tree planters when they were in a good mood. Although Belo's treatment was shameless, they all felt that the gap between Belo and Belo wasn't that big. His body was thin, and his brand name products were actually his own A products. Hodge, who specializes in fakes, pretended to raise his doubts. Why should you go to the mayor or councillor to go through the formalities? That's very troublesome. It's no wonder that you people are not gold and half bad, but you are so miserable. It's so pitiful. Bailu said, covering her face and turning her head, with a sad look that could not bear to look straight, and a few tears were squeezed out of her eyes. It's not the first time that several gangsters have seen Belo's contrived appearance, but they still can't accept it. Jinbin's eyes flickered with fierce light, and it hurts to hurt others. There are several meanings to compare him. Is he a supervillain who doesn't want face? Bang! The grumpy Leonid couldn't help but gasped and punched and stood up on the conference table, glaring at Bailu. We know you are great, but you can't insult us casually. Leonid is more than 2 meters tall, his whole body is as sharp as a rock, and his muscles are sharp and angular. Because there are outlets in Russia and New York, the arms business is very prosperous. However, on the night when he appeared in the stable area, without using the same card, he almost burst the intracranial blood vessel, which was still played by Bailu. Idiot! Bailu instantly got away from the state of play, screamed, a gust of wind blew from his fingertips and beat Leonid to his head, and said in an angry tone. Do you know what is called a society under the rule of law? Do you know what is called courtesy before soldiers? Things that can be known should be done in the sun, and things that cannot be known should be done in the dark. What you say should be done in the evening or early morning when you cannot see clearly. It's so mysterious. To put it bluntly, if the procedures are complete, you are not afraid of trouble. In America, as long as there are no problems with the procedures and not deliberately suppressed by the capitalists, no one will make trouble. As for the trouble in the dark, the gangs in Hell's Kitchen are the biggest trouble in the dark in New York. Leonid had a dazed face, but the others were thoughtful and could achieve the ultimate in their respective gray areas. There is no one who is stupid, and the brains are not enough to sink into the port of Hell's Kitchen for a long time. Bailu is not afraid of trouble, but he hates trouble. In order to minimize trouble and not affect his happy mood of having fun, he doesn't mind to follow the rules specified by this world secular country. Chapter 18. Ba. Boom. The harsh friction sounded, and the cool or ordinary painted sports cars rubbed black tire marks on the street corners, passing the corners at terrifying speed and thrilling angles, and the smell of burning rubber instantly spread with the wind. Go. 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 Number 5. Number 5. Number 5. Trash. Speed up. The deafening engine roar and the sound of racing cars tearing the air through the high-speed movement sounded on the streets of Hell's Kitchen. The windows of the residential buildings on both sides of the road, the rooftops, and the spectators in the alleys blocked by barbed wire raised their hands and roared. Roaring, roaring, and insulting the car numbers and drivers that you like or bet on, all kinds of noises roared into the sky. Good job. We can see that number 5 exploded the number 3 chrysanthemum with a boulder operation, and now leads the audience. That's right, but number 3 is chasing hard, clinging to it, and less than half a parking space behind. With the advantage of no 3 straight sprint speed, it is possible to turn the next corner without making a mistake. This is a really heart-wrenching and enviable couple. In contrast, the performance of number 2, who led the game at the beginning, is somewhat unsatisfactory, and there seems to be a little problem. Well, don't be surprised. The car is just like a woman. There are always 1 or 2 days a month. Above the buildings, a small helicopter was chasing several cars. One side was the photographer with half of his body stretched out, and the other side was the 2 commentators with seat belts and headsets on his body. Speaking is like a talk show, and I don't forget to add all kinds of spit and bad jokes at the same time, which drew live audiences and live broadcast audiences to laugh. Unlike the previous random drag racing where drug dealers hired people to bring goods, now the drag racing in Hell's Kitchen has become a regular event. When money is clear and black and white takes everything, there is nothing impossible in America. The big guys in Hell's Kitchen completed all the formalities for the race qualification and venue in only 3 days. The officials of the New York City government don't know what the scums in Hell's Kitchen are going crazy, and they are willing to act according to the rules, but anyway, this is a good phenomenon. At least New York has an extra tax, and they also made a small amount of money. One stroke, everyone is happy, no one is uninterested in coming out to do things. Mexican drug dealer Braga also suspected that the gang in Hell's Kitchen was cheating him at first, but after seeing the gang in Hell's Kitchen turning street racing into a regular race, he felt the sincerity of the gang in Hell's Kitchen and also felt puzzled. Can't remember how the New York gangsters are so easy to talk. The suspicious Braga temporarily stopped the delivery to New York, allowing his 2 first-class drivers to mix into the racing team and enter the Hell's Kitchen to investigate the situation. Everyone knew Braga's little actions well, but no one said anything, waiting to see Braga's jokes. In the case of intrigue between the organizer and the investors, the drag racing competition in Hell's Kitchen was held vigorously. Hell's Kitchen is as crazy as ever, and the type of racing is divided into 2 types, regular competition and fighting competition. Bela proposed the fighting competition. He thought it was too boring than speed. So he proposed that the car can be equipped with a variety of non-thermal weapons and defensive or offensive equipment. The racers have signed the status of life and death, and there is no track. The finish line, so the winner is not the first to run to the finish line, but the last one to be scrapped. Regular competitions are not routine at all outside of the Hell's Kitchen. It also requires the racers to be arrogant. Except that they cannot be equipped with weapons and must be normal in appearance, the car can be modified without restrictions. As long as the racer has the resources, the engine is replaced. Rocket thrusters are fine. The 2 games are held once a week. The champion of the fighting game is $100,000, and the champion of the regular season is $50,000. If Hell's Kitchen is an extra-legal place that New York gangs yearn for, then the Hell's Kitchen drag racing competition is an extra-legal place that all mechanics and racers who like to modify their cars illegally aspire to. Both the competition rule and the prize money are deeply attracted. Those drivers who are crazy about cars or desperate for money. The first event held after a week of brewing caused an extraordinary response. Although there were not many people who really dared to eat crabs, they came to Hell's Kitchen to observe the situation, and a small number of people who came to seek excitement, and Hell's Kitchen originally, people also like excitement. With the flow of people, it naturally stimulates the consumption of Hell's Kitchen and the development of the tertiary industry. Outsiders have a rigid demand for accommodation and food, and the arrival of racers has increased the allocation of car repair factories and parts. Demand, in addition to the open market for racers, is also a very profitable business. Although there is no profit at the beginning, and foreign drivers and tourists live in the safe area, the gang leaders have already seen the potential for development and found a new way to make money. After all, the space on the 3 streets of Belo is limited, and there are many local residents. After at most 2 events, it will be overcrowded. How much money each can earn afterwards depends on how well prepared it is. So the gang leaders have exerted their influence, rectified the site, and waited for the cake to be divided. In contrast, their initial plan to wipe Braga off was nothing. Marvel Entertainment is also one of the beneficiaries of this time. They are not the organizer, but they have exclusive live broadcast rights. They are not cooperating with a certain TV station or social networking site. Instead, they have innovated the media method of webcasting and used stimulating drag racing. The competition opened up the market among young people in one fell swoop. Thomson looked at the data continuously fed back from various departments, clenched his fists excitedly, and once again admired Bailou's talent. Bailou sat in the pavilion at the corner of the roof, watching the game enthusiastically. Although it was not as wild and violent as yesterday's fighting competition, it was purer in terms of speed and passion, and the competition was more skillful and enjoyable. This is a unique special class seat, which can have a clear view of most of the track. This was calculated when the track was designed. In order not to affect the view, part of the building was demolished. The phone ringing suddenly rang. Bailou watched and put it to her ears. "Hello." Tony Stark's unique frivolous tone sounded. "Oh, Bailou, your side is very lively. It's nice to pass the time." Bailou chuckled, and suddenly remembered Tony's anger and drag racing on 39th Street with the speeding party not long ago, teasing. "I remember you have a lot of luxury cars, do you want to try it?" "No, your track will only make scrap iron." Tony Stark is very venomous. He still pays more attention to Bailou. He also watched the first car racing competition in Hell's Kitchen yesterday. It was not so much a car racing competition as a car accident manufacturing scene. It was so tragic that I could not bear to witness it. But to be honest, it was really exciting and made him feel excited. As for drivers who are either dead or disabled, Tony Stark selectively ignored them. Chapter 19 Technology and Mystery. It is not Tony Stark's cold-blooded, but any speed-type competition is very dangerous. The car casualty rate is particularly prominent. Even in a very formal racing competition, there will be accidental deaths of drivers, not to mention this kind of illegal modified car competitions that are not formal except for the formal procedures, and the Hell's Kitchen competition is purely voluntary. Participants are clear. Rules and consequences. In order to stimulate the crazy drivers who are willing to kill their lives, this kind of people less than two can be considered as a contribution to society. Tony Stark didn't talk much about the drag racing competition, instead he smashed his appetite, and said mysteriously, "Would you like something more exciting? The speed and passion that a real man deserves." "Oh who? Has your Mark II already made it?" Bailou did not eat Tony Stark's set. He did not foresee the future. Instead, he saw an Iron Man with red and gold color matching and fire-breathing hands and feet quickly approaching from downtown New York. Tony Stark said, depressed and annoyed. "Oh, don't be such a young man, opening the candy box in advance will make your life lose the surprise. Damn it." While talking, Tony Stark, wearing a battle suit, came to Bailou's head, circling smoothly, adjusting the angle and landing heavily on the rooftop. Bailou looked at the steel battle suit with a sense of science and technology in front of him, and explained with a slight spit. "It's not that I foresee the future, but your color scheme is too sassy, with the fire-breathing one, and it's too conspicuous at night." Click. Tony Stark lifted the mask, with a smug smile on his face that made people unable to resist a punch, automatically misinterpreted Bailou's complaints, and said narcissistically, "Well, I heard someone say I'm handsome. Frankly speaking, it's really dazzling." Bailou nodded solemnly, and in the next second he gave Tony Stark a sap in a very vicious way. "It's the chirping look of the maiden that shattered my illusion of iron and steel armor. I suggest you change to an artist or stylist." WHTF. Tony Stark's eyes twitched, jumping to stare at Bailou. "Don't you understand that this is the most aerodynamic design?" "Bailou. Who cares about your science?" Being handsome is a lifetime thing. Straightforward.jpg. Tony Stark said no fact can be said in various senses. To some extent, his pursuit of Bailu is the same, otherwise he would not change the spray paint to conspicuous red and gold colors. However, the science is rigorous. His steel battle suit shape is not designed casually, but makes full use of aerodynamics to reduce the resistance during flight and overload damage to the human body. At the same time, it also fits the internal shock absorption structure to the greatest extent. Ensure the flexibility of joints and other parts. Tony Stark's eyes were burning, and he looked at Bai Lu with high morale and said, I want to fight you. Give you an arc core and the same resources. You design your own battle suit. I don't think it will be difficult for you, right? The premise is that you can't cheat with magic. It's just an aesthetic difference, you don't need to go online like this. Bai Lu scratched his face and made a steel battle suit without difficulty. As long as he was willing to be able to rub the steel battle suit with his hands. But even if he wanted to do it, he would not make Tony's small steel battle suit that could only fit one person. His aesthetic view of iron and steel creation is that big is beautiful, and strong is good. But looking at Tony Stark's expression and the fighting spirit in his eyes, Bailu knew that Tony Stark's drunkenness wasn't about drinking, and it was not because of aesthetic differences that he wanted to fight with himself, but a super genius. Be competitive. Well, I promise you. Bai Lu smiled and sighed. He was not so resistant to this kind of competition. At present, the humans he encountered were among them, and his talents could be recognized by him, and only Tony Stark was interested in taking it seriously. Now, other people are not on the same level at all. The rich among ordinary people can show off their wealth to those who are not as rich as themselves, while the knowledgeable people cannot show off their knowledge to the knowledge poor, because the two have different ways of understanding the world, and the greater the gap gets deeper. Tony's cynicism, acting like a SY in public, apart from character influence, the main reason is that he can't talk to other people in the scientific field he is proud of. Bai Lu suddenly had an idea and said with a smile. It takes a while to make a battle suit. How about a small contest between technology and mystery before that? Tony Stark nodded confidently, looking curious. No problem, I just happened to see if magic is as magical as in the legend. Haha. Do you know, Tony, I wanted to sit on it a long time ago, but unfortunately there has been no suitable audience. Bai Lu laughed loudly, and golden ripples appeared under her feet. A boat made up of gold and emeralds, luxurious to the extreme but not vulgar, revealed glory, dignity, solemnity and domineering flying boats floating up from the ripples. What is this? Tony was stunned. He was almost drooling when he saw Fiashu admiringly. He didn't care about the gold and emeralds that make up Fiashu. What he cared about was the cool shape of Fiashu. Such a car would surely attract everyone's attention when driving out, completely satisfying his liking for the limelight. Hobby. Bai Lu sat on the only golden throne in the center of the flying boat, tilted Erlang's legs, and enjoyed Tony Stark's envious eyes, and said proudly. Ship of Radiance Vimana. Artificial Intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S instantly obtained relevant information through the internet and explained it to Tony Stark. Sir, the glory boat Vimana, from the Indian mythology Ramayana and Mahabharata, is the throne of the king in mythology, and it is made of gold and emeralds that can soar in the sky. The shining boat. The energy of the radiant ship Vimana is driven by solar energy generated by the solar crystal fueled by Mercury, which can carry out high-speed flight regardless of the physical law. It has a powerful offensive power, and according to the classic description, it is equipped with a weapon equivalent to a nuclear bomb. What? Tony Stark was shocked after hearing the origins of Vimana, let alone the unscientific energy conversion of mercury as fuel, even nuclear bombs. Tony Stark couldn't help but confirm to Bai Lu. Is this really the one in Indian mythology? Bai Lu nodded slightly with a seemingly reserved smile. Yes. The corner of Tony Stark's eyes twitched. He often shows others like this. It's uncomfortable to be shown like this. Let's say it first, we only fight for speed, and we are not allowed to attack each other. Chapter 20 Illegal Racing in the Sky of New York. Mother-in-law will get it anytime. Lu rolled her eyes in an angry manner, took out a gold coin and pressed it on the curved thumb, and formulated the rule neatly. The landing of the gold coins is a signal. Start from here, to the Stark building, and then to your sea view villa. First come, first win, how about? Belu does not intend to race between floors with Tony Stark. Whether it is a steel battlesuit or Vimana, it is easy to sprint at supersonic speed, and the wind pressure brought up will cause great damage to the buildings along the way, at least the glass can't keep it anymore. Good. Tony Stark nodded heavily, took a deep breath, and jabbed J.A.R.V.I.S to provide data support. The gold coin flipped and soared after Tony nodded, and fell quickly after passing the highest point, unable to support it. Ding! Boom! The moment the gold coin landed, the sound did not come out completely, and a powerful roar sounded. Tony Stark's steel battlesuit catapulted instantly and rose from the ground, like a humanoid missile, continuously accelerating and breaking through in just a few seconds. The speed of sound. Lu is certain that Tony Stark cheated with J.A.R.V.I.S, because humans simply can't react so quickly, but J.A.R.V.I.S is also a technological creation and is beyond blame. You can't beat Vimana with this cleverness, Tony. Lu chuckled and tapped his fingers on the large, cold gold handrails. Vimana floated very smoothly for a certain distance. The emerald wings on both sides contracted slightly, and the overall lines of the flying boat became smoother, and the extreme quietness instantly turned into extreme movement. The afterimages left by the high-speed movement of the flying boat are connected together, and the emerald wings with magical power inside drag out a bright and elegant light band. The strange thing is that the speed is faster than the sound without breaking the sound barrier, let alone the phenomenon. The slightest noise is completely contrary to the physical phenomenon. Vimana arrived first, and caught up with Tony Stark, who was like a humanoid missile, before reaching the transit point Stark building. Tony, are you going all out? When Tony was trying to seize the opportunity for himself and feel good about himself, it seemed that the sound in his ears made him excited, and then a flying boat of gold and emeralds appeared from the corner of his sight little by little, and finally saw it. The figure with the big horse golden sword sitting on the throne. Tony looked at the smart panel projected in the mask. There was nothing on the radar. He let the J.A.R.V.I.S system self-check, scanning with electromagnetic, infrasonic, infrared, and optical multiple methods, and there was no trace of Vimana. He couldn't help but said, "Damn it, why are you not moving at all? Why can't the radar scan you? It doesn't matter if electromagnetic, infrasound, and infrared scanning can't be done. What the hell is that optical scanning can't?" He saw such a dazzling flying boat right in front of him, and he couldn't capture it with a mechanical lens that was more reliable than the naked eye? And can you explain why sitting in the open air can keep your hairstyle intact at this speed? Lu smiled triumphantly. This is the magic of magic. He would not tell Tony Stark that Vimala can be invisible because he added related magic. Deliberately giving Tony Stark a surprise, and said that the contest between magic and technology, he did not fight against Vimala. Make changes to your own flight technique, otherwise, let's find out about the space jump. Tony Stark twitched the corner of his mouth. He saw the tip of the magic iceberg. It was also magical effects to keep his hairstyle intact and send sound directly to his ears at this speed. I'll take a step first, the night is still long, don't worry. Lu seemed to be kind enough to leave a sentence, controlling the speed of Vimala to increase instantly, and quickly distanced himself from Tony Stark. Shiran left. Hey? I'm Tony Stark. Tony Stark is a very proud person, proud of his heart. How can he accept Lu's good intention, and immediately commanded. J.A.R.V.I.S. Use all energy for propulsion. Sir, this will cause irreversible damage to the propulsion system. J.A.R.V.I.S. sensibly explained the consequences to Tony Stark. As an artificial intelligence, it still cannot understand human sensual impulses. Even based on its analysis of the character and behavior of its creators, it is certain that Tony Stark will still do its own way if he knows the consequences, but it still has to do its own responsibilities. Tony Stark did not expect JARVIS. He gave his own answer without hesitation. It's okay. Tony Stark doesn't care about money. The cost of replacing several propellers is nothing to him. What he cares about is his dignity and his persistence and confidence in science. So, two very idle people started a flight game. You chased me over New York. Many New Yorkers saw two meteors flying in the sky at night, but the speed of the two meteors was too fast. So much so that most eyewitnesses thought they had an illusion. In the office of the director of the Trident building in Washington, the one-eyed marinated director's dark face was invisible, but his mood was quite unpleasant. He knew that the two of them would do something together. Phil Coulson of New York looked at the golden emerald flying boat and the painted steel battlesuit disappearing to the coast. After putting down the binoculars, he smiled helplessly and touched his hairline. He felt that he had to try to buy from Chinatown. Come to the old Huxia medicine prescription of Hua dynasty, otherwise one day you will be bald. Complaining belongs to complaining, and things are still to be done. Phil Coulson went downstairs and hurried to the Sea View Villa with his car Tony Stark. He felt it necessary to talk to these two wayward people. If possible, he would like to issue a ticket to them. The reason is, speeding. At the same time, Phil Coulson is also arranging people to deal with the impact of this incident. Fortunately, there should not be many witnesses. After all, the speed is low and ordinary photography equipment cannot capture it, let alone see it with the naked eye. So tomorrow, I will find the media to make up news about meteorites and meteors, and then pay attention to the recent online news. News: if someone spreads the relevant news, deal with it according to the situation. If you can hire the Navy to fool around with the rhythm, you will be fooled, and if you can't fool, you will send warmth along the network cable, find the IP address for door-to-door warning, seal, delete the post. Why is Phil Coulson so skilled? Phil Coulson, or the entire National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, is very experienced in handling abnormal events. Belo and Tony didn't expect them to have a flying boat and battlesuit at night on a whim, but they wouldn't care about it even if they knew their personalities. They just thought they had a good time tonight. Well, actually Tony is a little unhappy. Chapter 21 J.A.R.V.I.S. No, it can't be counted this time, you have the advantage of flying boat. Tony Stark seriously denied the fact that he had lost. Bailu chuckled and stretched out her hands pretending to be helpless. Okay, then treat it as a tie. In fact, it can't be considered a shame by Tony Stark. Although he does have the suspicion of shame, it takes about the same time as Tony, who is driving Vimana, to arrive at the Seaview Villa with Tony wearing a steel battlesuit. However, the flying boat is more than 10 meters long, so naturally he broke into the villa first. Range. Next time I will be faster than you. Tony Stark said swearingly, as he accepted Bailu's favor of taking a step back, and then said, "Since I'm here, I'll come in for a drink, and let you see my studio by the way." After speaking, Bailu didn't give Bailu any time to respond. For fear that Bailu would refuse, he walked quickly to the villa, and the lights in the villa had been automatically turned on. "Welcome home, sir." As soon as the two entered the door, a mechanically synthesized male voice rang out in the hall. "Welcome to be a guest, Mr. Bailu. I am Mr. Tony's assistant. Jarvis Roar can call me if you need it." Bailu looked around and nodded with interest. "Hello,
Mr. J.A.R.V.I.S. Mr. Bailu, as an electronic program, I am genderless, but I am still very happy for your respect. J.A.R.V.I.S. popularized Bailu from a very scientific point of view and corrected Bailu's cognition of herself. By the way, he complimented Bailu. Putting it in normal interpersonal communication, this kind of dialogue is fine, but an artificial intelligence with such logical thinking and language expression ability is very unusual. Bailu raised her eyebrows slightly unexpectedly. Tony Stark has been paying attention to the changes in Bailu's expression. He seemed indifferent when he saw what he saw, but his tone of voice was more and more quizzical. J.A.R.V.I.S. was created by myself and used for many years to perfect it. How does it feel until now? It's very spiritual, and maybe one day it can become an electronic life with its own will and soul. But J.A.R.V.I.S. is more gentlemanly than you, the creator, which surprised me a bit. Bailu gave an objective evaluation, and did not say that there are ways to create artificial intelligence in his knowledge, whether it is on the scientific side or the mysterious side. It doesn't matter if you complain in other ways, but it's a kind of elegant fun. Tony really didn't care about Bailu's complaints. The positive evaluation of his proud work made him feel happy. Facing Bailu's teasing, his smile did not change, but even worse. Only beautiful ladies match my gentlemanly demeanor. Tony's smile was smugly mixed with pomp, and it seemed that he was going to owe him too much. Bailu rolled her eyes, snorted softly, and stabbed Tony Stark's heart very unceremoniously. It's just pitiful Papo Pets. Anyone who knows a little about the relationship between Tony Stark and Papo Pets knows that they are in love with each other. Otherwise, whose life assistant would cry because of the disappearance of the employer? Who else will give the company and assets to the life assistant to take care of it? Those who don't know the situation thought it was a couple, and many couples can't achieve this level of property trust. Tony Stark's smile stagnated. He didn't know how he felt about Papo Pets. He certainly liked it, and he trusted Papo Pets very much, but he didn't know why he just didn't dare to go. He expressed his thoughts, and he believed that after confirming the relationship, he would definitely lose the opportunity for the cover model of Playboy to be candid and communicate in depth. If Bailu knew what Tony Stark at the moment was thinking, he would definitely point to Tony Stark's nose and curse, "BCH. Let's go, let you see the birthplace of Mark III." Tony turned around nonchalantly and walked towards the stairs leading to the underground garage, pretending to be indifferent, but he couldn't hide the complacency in his tone. Don't think about things that affect your mood, just think about what you are happy and good at. This is Tony Stark's consistent approach. The underground garage is on the negative floor, and the area is much larger than the superstructure, so it is very wide, and there is an arc-shaped passage that leads directly to the ground. A dozen luxury cars are located near the entrance and exit of the passage, and Tony's laboratory occupies the underground garage. 1/3 of the area in the depths. Tony's laboratory was remodeled and installed in the underground garage, and from the perspective of the layout and various messy tools, it should be more accurate to say that it should be a handmade workshop, dedicated to Tony's DIY workshop. The workshops of the super rich are actually similar to those of ordinary DIY players, except that they use better tools and more resources. It's messy like a doghouse. This is Bailu's evaluation of the handcrafted workshops of the super rich, completely ignoring the expensive value of the top tools scattered around. Can you still find your own tools? Bailu raised his foot across the dragged wires on the ground, and couldn't help but complain. He has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He can't see the mess in Tony's lab, but he doesn't move much. As a guest, if you don't have ulterior motives, then no matter how good the relationship is, no matter how right you think you are and how good for the other party, don't overpower the guests, especially if you just want to take care of the host. Do not mind the details. Tony waved his hand. He actually didn't like the appearance of messy things, but some time ago,
the steel battle suit was built for sleepless nights and food, and the test was also carried out here. At the beginning, the laboratory was messed up out of control, and he also no time to clean up. How is it? I can lend it to you here. Bielu nodded slightly non-committal, touched the robotic arm that looked dull, and asked. The same material, whatever I can make. As long as it is a battle suit. Tony Stark really wants to see the level of Bielu. He is willing to make Bielu his own battle suit for Bielu's venue and materials. It is not only because of aesthetic conflicts, but it is just a trivial excuse. His true purpose is to see Bielu level. Okay, let me think about it. Actually, my aesthetics for the war armor is always good and big, bad is handsome. You need to change my mind if you want me to be a gadget. Bielu touched his chin thoughtfully. He had a lot of technology side armor technologies in his mind, which were divided into 3 categories: pure machinery, pure biology, and a mixture of machinery and biology. But all of them were tens of meters in height and tens of tons in weight. A super large armor standing on the ground comparable to a building, and the materials provided by Tony can only be used as a purely mechanical armor. There is no battle armor with a file size similar to that of humans, but there is a lot of puppet mechanism technology. But it doesn't get in the way, and the 2 phases prove that innovation is not a difficult task. Chapter 22 The Boss Armor. To design a battle suit, even Bielu who has some knowledge about his head can't finish it with a slap of his head. He is very interested in battle suits and mechas, so he will take it seriously even if it is a game. The design and manufacture of battle suits cannot be done by the laboratory in the underground garage. At least the laboratory does not have the equipment to make alloy parts. Tony is usually handed over to his own factory for production. Bielu rejected Tony's kindness. The manufacturing process can be mysterious. Its side strength, so he doesn't need to borrow Tony's laboratory, processing factory, and even the materials of the battle suit can be made with alchemy. Therefore, after visiting the laboratory in the underground garage, the 2 went to the 2nd floor to face the sea. The best viewing balcony to drink and chat. Naturally, they would not be stingy to take out their collection of fine wines and Tony Stark. Share. Good wine, it's no wonder Harpy can't forget it. Tony Stark leaned on the sofa, squinted his eyes and exclaimed very pleasantly. The hand holding the wine glass swayed gracefully, and the amber wine hovered along the wall of the glass. Bielu smiled without saying a word. It is definitely a good wine. If his memory is not a problem, the prototype of these wines is the first in the world. The wine gods who did not leave their real names or legends brewed them by themselves, but according to his knowing, the god of this world is a little different from what he remembered. So Bielu must have something wrong with him. After a while, Tony Stark opened his eyes and said bluntly. How much do you have? How about sharing my altar? Tony is not particularly a person who likes to drink, but the wine in his hand is just enough for the taste and smell to be enjoyed by him. What's more, such a wine has a relaxing effect on the body and mind, and then Jarvis tested it. It also proved that it was not his illusion, and it was called a panacea. Let's have a drink, I'm not a winemaker. Bielu casually raised an unopened golden jug from the treasure of the king and placed it on the small table in front of him. As I said before, these wines were originally not prototypes, and the recipes of the prototypes were analyzed and rebrewed, except for the lack of time to settle, and they are no different from the prototypes. By now, Bielu is too lazy to care about why he knows that his wine is not a prototype, knows the taste of the prototype, knows the recipe. There are too many things he knows but can't explain, and he can't get the answer by force. Why bother? In fact, Bielu, the wine formula, doesn't mind sending it out. Unfortunately, many of the tricks involved in the mysterious side are given to Tony Stark for nothing. Brothers. Tony Stark smiled and poured himself another glass. Facing the sea, the wine enters the throat, and the body and mind are refreshed. It is supplemented by the sparkling sea under the bright moon, the fresh and cool sea breeze, and the natural sound of the waves. Just as the two were lying on the sofa and blowing the sea breeze, the unique electronic sound of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded on the ceiling. "Sir, Phil Coulson agent is outside the villa. He wants to see you and Mr. Bailu." Tony Stark opened his half-squinted eyes. "Tell him I'm in the company." A few seconds later, J.A.R.V.I.S voice sounded again. "Sir. He said that if you don't see him, forgive him for not asking him to come in." Tony said suddenly indifferently. "Tell him that even if it is an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, he will lose money if he smashes the door." Bailu moved her ears, knowing in her heart that S.H.I.E.L.D is the name formed by the abbreviation of the full English name of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Sir, I temporarily lost control of the gate," he came in. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded again. Although it was talking about serious matters, the synthesized electronic sound did not change any mood, making people less nervous and serious. "What?" Tony Stark was surprised when he heard the words. He was completely deprived of alcohol. He immediately sat upright and said with awe-inspiring eyes, "How did he get in?" Phil Coulson happened to walk through the hall and the living room to the balcony. Hearing Tony Stark's question, he shook something like a keychain in his hand. The gentle smile made people subconsciously put off guard, and he explained softly, "Because of work needs, I habitually bring some useful gadgets with me." The security technology of Tony Stark's door is no different from the automatic doors on the market. The real difference is Jarvis, which replaces the simple program, but there is no difference in essence. As long as you interfere with Jarvis's control of the door, anyone can easily pass through. Tony Stark's ingenuity figured it out in an instant. Anyway, his home was invaded, so his face was very ugly. Yin and Yang hummed weirdly. "You guys really have a good habit of being an agent." It seems that Phil Coulson is carrying tools with him, but it is actually accusing Phil Coulson of breaking in. Phil Coulson smiled unchanged, and said straightforwardly, "Do you have anything you want to say about tonight?" Phil Coulson understood Tony's character, and it was indeed his fault to break in, so he ignored Tony's ridicule and directly stated his own purpose. Saying that Phil Coulson put the tablet he was carrying with him in front of the two of them, and opened a video. Although it was vague, it did not affect the recognition. Tony and Bailu could see at a glance that it was they who were fighting suit and fighting in the sky tonight. "Video of Fee is who?" Tony Stark said in an angry tone. S.H.I.E.L.D still overspeed. Phil Coulson shook his head, ignoring Tony Stark's bad attitude, and said seriously, "Tony, please don't shy away from the point. If the matter of your flying in the sky tonight is photographed and uploaded to the internet, it will definitely cause commotion in the society and even attract the attention of the military and the government. These troubles will be solved by us. With S.H.I.E.L.D's energy, it's easy to block and guide public opinion. The real trouble is America's powerful departments, such as the military and FBI. S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters in the United States is actually an international department. It sounds like a high-powered one, but there is no need to justify it. Have no right to interfere in any military or administrative affairs or power within other countries. What's more, S.H.I.E.L.D manages too much. The power to handle many affairs overlaps or conflicts with the military and spy agencies of various countries, and the resources occupied every year are also eye-catching. As a result, S.H.I.E.L.D is both domineering and hateful. Tony Stark disagrees. His wealth can solve most of the troubles in America, including the military and FBI, but the international S.H.I.E.L.D makes him helpless. Bailu chuckles. "It's okay, Phil Coulson, it's just a pure game, similar to a drag racing on the ground. But the consequences are different. It's nothing different. Aside from my flying boat, you can treat Tony as a body armor with a flight function. Although the applied technology is relatively high-end, it is indeed a pure scientific product, and it is not abnormal. Tony Stark's expression is distorted and weird. The cost of materials alone exceeds 10 million. The crystallization of the world's cutting-edge technology that is comparable to half of an aircraft carrier is sold to the outside world. By Bailou's words, it has become the same bargain as a roadside stall. But in a sense Bailou described it so accurately and appropriately that Tony didn't know what kind of expression he should use. P.S. The update of new books is slow. On the one hand, it is about saving manuscripts, and on the other hand, it is the end of old books. Book lovers who want to raise a period of time can read my old book Kaleidoscope Open. Chapter 23 Phil Coulson's Helplessness. Phil Coulson's goal in Tony's villa is not Tony, but Bailou, reminding Bailou not to be too unscrupulous. In America, a capital country, nothing is unbalanced by dollar bills. If there is, it can only be said that the money paid is not enough. For a big capitalist like Tony Stark whose important decision can affect the economic situation, there are no taboos except treason and besieged by several capitalists of the same size. As for Bailou, he hardly showed his power outside of Hell's Kitchen, and he was just an unknown person in New York. S.H.I.E.L.D. understands Bailou and has a wealth of experience in handling abnormal events. Facing Bailou, which is difficult to contain and has no anti-human tendencies, they generally adopt a strict monitoring, non-interference and non-disturbing attitude. But other organizations or institutions are different. The most troublesome institution in America is undoubtedly America's military. America's military has always been strong and powerful international organization SHIELD compared with the military. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the difference between adopted and biological. This has also led to the fact that the powerful Hawks generals do things even more lawless. Caught toad and urinate, he would rather not let it go. As long as there are enough benefits, it doesn't matter if you sleep with a nuclear bomb. These two sentences are simply appropriate to describe the Hawks of America's military. The Hulk incident some time ago is the best example. If the American military knew about the existence of Bailou, the ability who knew Bailou would be more excited, and at all costs, could not wait to catch Bailou back for anatomy and experiment. S.H.I.E.L.D., who often clashed with the American military, obviously knows the military's urination and Bailou's character. In order to avoid the American military's heavy casualties and cause a sensation in the world, S.H.I.E.L.D. can only cover Bailou as much as possible. But Bailou doesn't care at all, and doesn't appreciate it. Army? Is it great? Bailou made no secret of his disdain. He wanted to destroy the world by more than one method. What's more, the American army was nothing more than a stronger ant. Well, Phil Coulson, don't talk about these boring topics. Bailou poured a glass of wine to Phil Coulson, interrupted Phil Coulson's words, and asked with a mocking smile. How is your preparation for the holy relic of the director of your house? The Holy Grail War will officially begin in 1 month. Phil Coulson's expression remained unchanged and calmly replied. That's not a secret that I can know. Spiced corned egg. Tony is more concerned about the strange words in Bailou's mouth, and the Holy Grail War he has heard Harpy say. He doesn't think that a wine glass that can be used to drink will have the power to become an all-purpose wishing machine. After Tony raised the question, J.A.R.V.I.S. also explained the meaning of marinated eggs to Tony very intimately. Bailou waited for J.A.R.V.I.S. to finish speaking before waving his hand to condense Nick Fury's portrait with magic power, and said to Tony. You may not have seen it before. I look more like a pirate than an agent. Your description is very strong. Tony Stark smiled teasingly and admitted that Bailou's metaphor and description of Nick Fury were very vivid. Phil Coulson watched the two change the subject in a few words. And the wine could not make him happy, his smile gradually became helpless, and he shook his head slightly. "Gentlemen, will you say this to my boss like this in front of me?" Tony Stark raised his chin, smiled awkwardly, and said in a frivolous tone. "Oh, Phil Coulson, America is the freest country in the world, including freedom of speech." Phil Coulson was speechless. In fact, if Belu's teasing smile and tone of voice were not taken into consideration, there is nothing to blame for the bitter egg metaphor and subsequent description. "Then I will leave first." Phil Coulson put down his empty wine glass, behaved decently, and got up and left gracefully and naturally. He has said what should be said, what should be conveyed, he has conveyed what should be shown, and he has shown the favors that should be shown. Phil Coulson is very clear about the character of Tony and Belu. No matter how much he says, he will not change their minds. It made people impatient, so he left altogether. After all, he was also very busy. Tony Stark looked at the back of Phil Coulson leaving, and said strangely, "How does an agent develop such a personable noble attitude?" Belu shook the glass and chuckled softly. "Are you envious?" Tony suddenly put on a proud expression when he heard the words. "You're joking, it's only for others to envy me." Belu raised her eyebrows, and said heartbrokenly, "There are still dislikes." Tony said without thinking, "Very narcissistic." "That is, they are jealous." Belu said that Tony's words made sense, and he was speechless. After drinking the last drop of wine, put down the wine glass, Belu released the boat of glory and sat on it. "Have fun today, I'm going back." Tony Stark remembered the news revealed in Phil Coulson's words, and knew the virtues of the American military. Tony Stark said seriously, "If you need anything, just speak up." "Ha, who do you think I am?" "As a friend, just share my pleasure, ha ha ha." Belu's eyebrows leaked madly, like a king who is lofty, staring at the world, and his eyebrows are full of disdain. These disdains are not aimed at Tony Stark, but are troublesome for the future. Belu snapped his fingers as he spoke, and the shining boat turned into a stream of light and broke through the air, leaving only the sound of wild laughter reverberating between heaven and earth. Tony Stark stared blankly at the diamond-encrusted gold wine glass on the table, suddenly smiled frivolously, raised an eyebrow and said to himself, "This guy, I won't let you show up." Obviously, Belu and Tony ignored Phil Coulson's advice. In the eyes of Phil Coulson, it is a troublesome thing. In Belu's eyes, it is at best used to pass the boring time, to move the bones and the head for entertainment. And Tony Stark is even more fearless. If the top toys created by him cannot be used to show off, it will be meaningless. After encountering Belu, it has aroused the desire to compete, even if it is showing off. "I want to fight." As for the consequences and troubles, Tony doesn't care. There is no trouble he can't solve in America. Phil Coulson looked at the golden and green rainbow road in the night sky. Although he was prepared in his heart, he still felt full of helplessness when he confirmed it with his own eyes. He didn't know that since then, the world has undergone dazzling changes. 1 year later, he recalled how easy it was to find that the helplessness of at the moment was only today. Chapter 24, Accept the Hidden Rule? Thompson is very concerned about choosing a life assistant for Belu. Although it is difficult to recruit an excellent life secretary based on the comprehensive conditions of Marvel Entertainment, he still selects according to extremely high standards. Both appearance, figure, talent, and knowledge have extremely high requirements. He even made preparations for failing several recruitments and was unwilling to leave. It's not that Thompson's requirements are too strict, but the importance of life assistants cannot be ignored by Thompson. The position of life assistant can be big or small, and it is entirely determined by the person that the assistant serves. If the target is a boss who works hard to govern, then the life assistant is a little taller than the nanny. If the service object is the shopkeeper, then the life assistant can be called a combination of nanny, housekeeper, and secretary. Papo Pets belongs to the latter of the life assistants. With Tony as the shopkeeper, she can handle most of the regular affairs of the Stark Group, especially when the president of the Stark Group is vacant. An obscure president. Thompson can be sure that with his boss's style of throwing his hands off the shopkeeper, the boss's life assistant's status in Marvel Entertainment is equivalent to that of Papo Pets in the Stark Group. The difference is that the Stark Group does not have a president, so there is no power conflict. The CEO of Marvel Entertainment is Thompson, and there must be some overlap of power between him and the life assistant. Thompson's loyalty to Bai-Lu is unquestionable, but he doesn't want his efforts to be messed up, so he would rather find Bai-Lu a good life assistant to compete with him for power, rather than an idiot to make trouble. So after half a month of selection, Thompson interviewed 9 people from hundreds of resumes through the headhunting company. It was one of 100. Through the interview, only 2 people were able to see Bai-Lu for the final assessment. Natalie Northman. The crisp and soft female voice responded to Bai-Lu. "It's me." The owner with a nice voice is standing on the left side of Bai-Lu's desk, with long brown wavy hair draped over her shoulders. Her facial features are soft, and the most attractive are those eyes, bright and charming, as if they can speak. Even Bai-Lu can't help much. Glanced twice. Petite but perfect in proportions, the white t-shirt and black flared pants perfectly set off Natalie Norseman's figure. Natalie Norseman is not only a sweet voice, but also quite capable, proficient in French, Italian, Russian, Latin, and other languages, has been a photo model in Tokyo, once worked in the law department in Los Angeles, and many resumes that are not dazzling, let alone mention it. In short, this is a talent. In her profile, she claimed to have offended the local gang in Los Angeles in a lawsuit and came to New York to take refuge. After several rounds, she finally chose to hide in the safe area of Hell's Kitchen. Next to Natalie Norseman was one of the only people who passed the interview. Giselle. Yes. Giselle is tall and sexy, with long hair tied into a ponytail behind his head, heroism between his eyebrows, healthy wheat-colored skin, small black suit, looks very capable, and his voice is magnetic. This is a beautiful, sexy, handsome, and charming perfection. Combined woman. In fact, Giselle has more than 3 years of military experience, and even once went to the battlefield. He does not have as much work experience as Natalie, but the knowledgeable and serious Ivy University graduated 800 students, claiming to come to Hell's Kitchen because of retired. After that, I didn't get used to living among ordinary people, and it seemed that there was no problem. Snapped. Bai-Lu casually threw the resumes of the 2 people into the trash can, and he knew that the resumes were fake without using mind-reading skills. Why can't the real talents get mixed up, but come to the quagmire of Hell's Kitchen? Offended the gangster. Don't be funny. In a place like America where the law is supreme except money, people who work in the legal department are afraid of gangsters? Isn't that slap America in the face? Veterans are not used to living with ordinary people? This is even more nonsense. America relies on its strong boats and cannons and maintains GO/SHE all over the world. Every year, the number of disabled and veteran soldiers is close to or even more than triple digits. Why don't you see other people running to the Hell's Kitchen? Definitely, except for those who go to the Hell's Kitchen to do things. For example, in the Hell's Kitchen recently, I always give gold and I'm not happy to find it. I don't know how many transactions I have smashed gold. The very elite special forces are discharged, otherwise it won't be so long in the Hell's Kitchen at ease. They have made money and have been very annoyed recently. Therefore, without even thinking about it, the resume before Bai-Lu was fake, and he reluctantly fooled Thompson, who had a poor intelligence channel. But Bai-Lu doesn't care whether the resumes of Natalie and Giselle are true or not, nor do they care about the organization of the 2 girls. Facing such sugar-coated cannonballs, he has a good tooth and appetite. He has always been sugar-coated. Swallow the shells together. Bai-Lu crossed her hands on her chest, lay back half of her back, her legs folded on her desk, with a bohemian look, looking at the 2 wonderfully chosen one in front of him, and said playfully, There is only one question: do you accept the hidden rule? Natalie and Giselle never expected that the last question they would face was such a tricky question, but women are natural dramatists. No matter what they think in their hearts, their faces show embarrassment and shame. The look became more charming. You are ex-harassment. In the end, it was Natalie who spoke first. Although she wanted to jump over the table and perform all the fighting skills she had learned on the BD opposite, she knew clearly that she couldn't beat it, and she had to bear it for the task. Natalie's pretty face is blushing, her eyelashes are trembling slightly, but she is embarrassed but desperate but has to agree. The aggrieved appearance of wanting to refuse is really uncontrollable. The acting is very superb. If she doesn't know it, she will be overwhelmed. BCH. Giselle cursed inwardly. She didn't know that Natalie and herself were peers in a certain sense, but now Natalie agreed that she couldn't get better. Agree, look shameless, disagree, her goal will not be achieved. Giselle suddenly smiled, fists with both hands on his chest. He heard the click of his finger bones with a slight force, cast a winking eye at Bai Lu, his red lips slightly opened. And he said in a handsome and charming voice, "Okay, if you are better than me." When the voice fell, Natalie and Giselle looked at each other, and both saw the hostility and ridicule in each other's eyes. BCH. Good. Bai Lu grinned, revealing 2 rows of shiny white teeth, like a big bad wolf staring at a rabbit. You two have been admitted, and you will start moving to the company tomorrow, and you will be on standby for 24 hours. Are there any questions? No. Although the results were somewhat unexpected, the 2 women still accepted it. Chapter 25 Fanwhy, Balo who first entered Marvel. Scattered stars flickered in the night, and on the dark sea, amidst the roar of waves and old engine asthma, a broken fishing boat sailed towards the brightly lit city not far away. In the bright daylight of the captain's room, the handsome, and silver-haired, red-eyed Asian young man put his elbows on the table, crossed his fingers with his hands in front of his eyes, and assumed the posture of a meditator. Who am I? For ordinary people, this is a very profound philosophical question, but for Bailu, who has forgotten everything except his name, it is a very practical question. Dong dong dong. The cautious knock on the door awakened Bai Lu. Come in. Squeak. Amid the troubling sound of metal-bearing friction, the door of the lack of maintenance was slowly pushed open, and the sloppy and thin Malaysian sailor behind the door made Bai Lu frown slightly. A Malaysian sailor with a fierce shoehorn face was keenly aware of the subtle changes in the expression of the owner of the room. His face turned pale, his legs softened and he almost knelt down, and the bloody incident of the evening is still vivid. Upon seeing this, Bai Lu said coldly, "Say." The Malaysian sailor's eyes revealed the fear of Asian youths and cringed. "Big, my lord," the old captain said. "We're going to shore, about half an hour." Bai Lu had no expression on his face. "I see, go out." After hearing the words, the Malaysian sailors escaped the cabin by crawling around, as if the young man inside was a demon with long horns on his head and bat wings on his back that could spit out hellfire. In fact, for the sailors on this ship, Bailu is more terrifying than the devil, because the devil is a legend, and Bailu is real. The ship's surface is a dilapidated fishing boat, but it's actually a smuggling boat. The owner of the boat is a smuggling snakehead who travels from Nanyang to New York, but it's actually a population trader with the Hell's Kitchen gang in New York. Dealer. After the fishing boat had survived a storm in the morning, he found Bailu soaked in the sea and in a coma. The boss of the boat took Bailu on the boat with the idea of making money and not making money. 3 hours later, he found Bailu. But regretful intestines are all green. After Bai Lu woke up, he was too lazy to deal with the scumbags like the boss of the ship. On the one hand, he didn't remember anything except his name. He also used strange abilities such as mind reading and perception, which allowed him to quickly understand what environment he was in. It made his head a little messy. On the other hand, he was the boss of the boat who got on the boat anyway, even though the boss of the boat had bad intentions, it could not change the fact that others saved him. But, there is a sailor on the boat who is a gay guy, this is actually no problem, personal hobby. Unfortunately, he put his attention on the white dew with a flourishing beauty. Bela couldn't bear it decisively. Under rage, he used some kind of ability of awakening, which was inexplicable, to kill the BD who was thinking about himself. The process was light and simple, and the ending was very beautiful in the dark garrote style. Well, the specific description is that Bailu waved his hand and looked at his prosperous beauty and wanted to do something indescribable. The sailor exploded, with a bang, like a blooming mandala flower. Covered by blood, bone meal, and minced meat, the red mandala covered the deck and the outer wall of the cabin. It could not be washed off afterwards. The ship boss and sailor who had witnessed everything scared their pants on the spot, and one was scared to death and the other was scared to death. Shocked. The stowaways who were locked up in the fish hold under the deck were fortunate enough to see nothing. So Bela took over the fishing boat, but he wasn't interested in being a smuggler or human trafficker. He just didn't bother to use ability to go to New York and give himself more time to think about what's going on. It's just useless. After a few hours, Bailu still couldn't think of a single thing about her identity. In the end, she could only draw a conclusion that equals nothing. I am not an ordinary person. Boom. The rubber gasket, which was not severely weathered, was used as a buffer, and the old fishing boat crashed into a solid concrete dock with inertia and stopped. The Malaysian sailor rushed out of the cabin, with a weeping smile on his pale face, and shouted to the ship who was standing on the bow with an unusually ugly face. "Boss, boss, that demon is gone." Boom. Another red mandala blooms. The ship's boss and the other surviving sailors were agitated, shuddering, and scolded Malaysian sailors as idiots. They knew the devil's methods and dared to be so stupid. They just watched the devil leave. Who knows how the devil is instantaneous? Appeared on the land from the cabin and left. After a long while, under the guise of the sea breeze, a sailor looked at the ship boss with a bitter expression. "Boss, what shall we do now?" The boss of the boat took a sharp breath and turned his head with a grumpy roar. "Do you still want to ask? Let those people disembark, let's leave as soon as possible." But AI in the sailor period, they negotiated the price with a gang here before they came, and they can make a lot of money. If they don't notify the gang to let these smugglers leave by themselves, the gang will not let them go if they have no money. If you want money, you have to spend your life. As for those gangsters... The boss of the ship paused, looking at the city area where the street lights outside the pier were half lit. Roar let out a breath. "Then let them live." Bailu, who had already entered the city, didn't pay attention to the ship boss, and the sailor exploded purely because he hadn't gone far, and his brows had been frowning since he entered the city. The city is not as brightly lit as when you see it on the sea. The street lights that have been in disrepair are half bright. The whole street is under dim light. You can vaguely see the old buildings on both sides of the wall. The weird graffiti, if you look carefully, you can even see scattered bullet holes. There are very few pedestrians on the road and most of them walk in a hurry, and those who can walk leisurely on the street, all wearing lip studs, ear studs, shirtless tattoos, scornful, fierce, and fancy gangsters. The dim light drooped feebly against the mosquitoes that attracted the noise, and under the street lamp there were brightly dressed women swallowing clouds and fog with inferior cigarettes in their mouths. Several rags huddled in the corners of unfinished buildings, and the trash burned in the waste oil drums smelled sour, providing them with cheap heat. This is the Clint district of New York. Nicknamed Hell's Kitchen. This is a place that God hates. Lawlessness is synonymous with it. All things that are referred to as criminal law in America law can be found here, such as various illegal transactions. There are many gangs here. Rushing is commonplace. Not to mention those gang members, the street girls on the roadside and the homeless people in the corner all wear anti-personnel weapons to defend themselves or do other things. Badly dressed but with a handsome face, Belu, who looks like a nobleman, walks on the streets of Xiakan as eye-catching as the moonlight in the dark night, but none of them is kind, and the best is just indifference without any emotions. The swarms, either undisguised, or vaguely malicious, made Bai Lu frown deeply. For this reason, he even had to stop his mind-reading ability to avoid those filthy thoughts. Pollution. This also made Bai Lu understand that mind-reading is not an ability that can be used unscrupulously. Several gangsters who patrolled the streets looked at each other a few times, and finally couldn't hold back when Bai Lu was about to walk out of the block, and stepped forward. With scorn and malice, the leading black man deliberately or unintentionally lifted the corner of his leather jacket, revealing his waist. The handle of the pistol, with an arrogant expression. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, do you know where this is? If you don't want to get hurt, hand over all your money." Yellow-skinned monkey. Bai Lu's forehead blew veins violently, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This is the second time he has been insulted, and the last one that made him feel insulted has become a mural on the deck of a fishing boat. "No, calm down, be calm, it's very troublesome to do things here." Bai Lu closed his eyes and sucked deeply in roar, trying to calm himself down. If this NR is killed here, he will definitely provoke revenge from the gang that he belongs to. He is not afraid of trouble, but hates trouble. But this matter can't just be counted. NS. Ha ha ha, look at this guy, he closed his eyes in shock. Yellow-skinned monkeys are so timid. The black man, who didn't know he had escaped, laughed and mocked his surrounding gang members. The other gangsters also showed abusive and sarcasm smiles, but they also knew that they were just talking in private. There are a large number of New York underground Emperor Jin who is not willing to provoke lightly on Daxia Street. Yo, it scares me to death. Bai Lu suddenly opened her eyes, her red eyes gleaming in the light. Her face was wretched enough to make people feel like a punch. One foot was lifted, the calf to the toe turned into a substantial golden light even overshadowed the street lights of the block. Have you ever been kicked by the light? W. Boom. The gangsters and everyone on the street noticed the changes on the feet of the silver-haired Asians. Hearing Bailu's words, everyone outside the gangs saw the golden light repeatedly refracted among the gangs. The blacks only spit out half a syllable, instantly, and several gangster companions disappeared in place, and there was a loud noise, and several holes appeared in the surrounding high-rise buildings of unfinished buildings. There is an answer to where the disappeared gang has gone. The stunned passers-by, the street girl, and the tramp all have their eyes flashed, each with its own careful thoughts. Bai Lu stood where the last gang member was before, exhaling a long breath, twisting her neck, rubbing her cheeks with her hands, frowning thoughtfully. When the black man said that the yellow-skinned monkey, he suddenly had it. A kind of ability that can be turned into light. Intuition tells him that the ability of the light is actually imitating a person with a wretched expression, so when using ability, he unconsciously imitates that person's wretched expression. Yellow ape? Sparkling fruit? Bai Lu shook his head. As a result, he still couldn't think of anything useful. He glanced at the people around him. Even if he didn't need to read the mind-reading ability, he knew that these people are a bit crooked now, but he is not interested in caring. It's more important to solve the trouble quickly. He doesn't want to get troubled by gangsters all the time, so it's best to get it right once and for all before the trouble comes to your door. Bailu, who had made the decision, acted immediately. Her whole body turned into a golden light, and she instantly disappeared in place. After a while, I don't know who took the lead. The passers-by, street girls, and tramp all moved, rushing into a few unfinished buildings with holes in the surrounding area frantically, and finally watching a few deaths. The miserable gang took a cold breath, and all had a foreboding that the Hell's Kitchen was about to usher in a big upheaval. In fact, these people's premonitions are right or wrong. The Hell's Kitchen is turbulent, but it is not very big. It just occupied 39, 40, and 41. The gangs in the 3 streets have disappeared, and some of them have been withdrawn overnight. Gone, the other part disappeared completely. From that night, all the bottom gangs in Hell's Kitchen received warnings from their bosses: stay away from those 3 streets, absolutely forbid fighting, drug trafficking, collecting protection fees, and buying and selling people on those 3 streets. All daring to cross that line, all the gangs disappeared without a trace, so the Hell's Kitchen has 3 more streets of pure land. No gangs will come here to fight, collect protection fees, conduct human trade and drug trade. It is also dubbed the safe area by the people in Hell's Kitchen, and it is gradually becoming more lively than other neighborhoods. It seems that the big guys of Hell's Kitchen have reached an agreement to change the Hell's Kitchen, but many people know that the real reason for the change of 3 streets is the new owner of 3 streets, the chairman of Marvel Entertainment, Bailu. No one knows what Bailu comes from, even the underground Emperor Jin in New York doesn't know, but the gangsters in Hell's Kitchen, including Jin He, know that Bailu is a monster, who can provoke all of Hell's Kitchen overnight. Gangsters, monsters who took their lives. P.S. In order to advance quickly, I cut this part at the beginning. Some people say that it feels like the shortcomings at the beginning, and now make up for it. As for the plot to subdue the gang, I will post it again if anyone wants to watch it. Chapter 27 Spy. After leaving the Marvel Entertainment Company, Natalie and Giselle left in 2 directions in a tacit understanding. Bailu sat in the gazebo on the roof and watched everything, and his smile was full of joy and indescribable meaning. With the holding of the Hell's Kitchen drag racing competition, the first industries that became popular in Hell's Kitchen were car shops and parts wholesalers that repair and modify sports cars. Geyser went out of the company and did not immediately leave the Hell's Kitchen. He walked into a residential building. When he left the back door of the residential building, he was dressed in a disguise and changed into an outfit, leather jacket, and his heroic aura made the street gangsters ashamed of themselves. Giselle didn't care about the gangsters' gazes. She was used to it. She walked straight to the heavy motorcycle launched in the compartment, put on a helmet, and walked away amid the deafening roar of motivation, crossing a few streets, and entering a room. An eye-catching car repair shop. The working or idle mechanics looked up and saw the scene of the heavy locomotive and the beauty taking off the helmet and long hair falling. Their eyes were bright and they couldn't help blowing a whistle. Most of the whistle is for locomotives. In their line of business, car loves more than anything, there is eye power. You can see the extraordinary of heavy locomotives at a glance. Giselle hung his helmet on the handlebar, stepped aside, and said expertly, "Fill up my car and take care of it." The auto mechanic in the shop hurriedly took the tools and walked over to perform maintenance. Giselle casually walked to the only dark green American muscle car under maintenance, glanced at the busy mechanics around him, and seemed to pass the time to chat with the owner of the muscle car. The car owner, full of tattoos, well-defined muscles, brown skin, and a fierce face that looks more like a thug, whispered, "Have you passed the interview?" Giselle said calmly, "Passed. How about the new emperor of the New York underground world?" The writer was very curious. The nameless new emperor of the New York underground world was very mysterious. His employer paid a lot of money and did not get the news he wanted. He only knew that he was a very rare Asian with silver hair and red eyes. Not sure. Giselle thought of the manners and expressions of a man with unruly words and deeds sitting behind his desk during the interview in the afternoon, and Lou frowned slightly. Have you ever seen a man with 2 beautiful women standing in front of them, talking about subscribing to the rule, but without desire in their eyes? Giselle is very confident about her appearance and figure, so she is familiar with what most men look like in their eyes and expressions, just like the writer next to her, no matter how well hidden, that disgusting possession desire and desire for mating can't hide her feelings. The driver looked surprised. Really? There is nothing wrong with him, right? As he spoke, his eyes took 2 vigorous glances at Giselle's full upper circle. He didn't believe that a man would be indifferent to a woman like Giselle. He was also one of the people who was eager to move, but he had self-knowledge, he was very knowing how strong Giselle's strength is. Who knows? Geyser smiled indifferently, and saw that his locomotive was overhauled, turned, and left. The driver said loudly. Contact frequently. It depends on the mood. Giselle paid the bill. Without looking back, the engine car slid out of the garage, screwed up the throttle and left with a rumble. The driver's face was not so good at once. The auto mechanic, who had been idle again when he saw this, thought that the driver could not reach out to him, and he gloated. Man, don't be discouraged, such a hot girl is really hard to chase. The driver ignored it. Only he and Giselle knew that the so-called frequent contact was not to strike up a conversation, but to ask Giselle to pass on information frequently. However, Giselle did not agree, but instead meant to refuse. This is also the reason definitely. The treatment and benefits for Belu as a life assistant are not ordinary. 1 million annual salary, 5 social insurance and 1 housing fund, food and housing, and more importantly, Wu Yu who is alive is carefree. Although there is a risk of being hidden by the rule, no matter how you look at it, it is better. It's more promising to follow a Mexican drug dealer. Giselle doesn't worry about exposing the truth to her ex-boss in anger. The information she filled out when applying for the job was all real materials. In America, job hopping is a very normal thing. If the former boss Braga really the exposing of her happened to help her clear the suspicion. In a secret room at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York without any surveillance and eavesdropping equipment, Phil Coulson sat in front of the computer and had a video call with Nick Fury. Phil Coulson looked complicated and said, "Although Natasha Romanoff has become Belu's life assistant now, I don't think she has successfully sneaked in. No one can hide anything from Belu." In Phil Coulson's opinion, letting an outstanding high-level agent perform a task that is doomed to fail is a waste of resources and is likely to anger the moody god. Nick Fury looked calm when he heard the words, and said blankly, "I know, Phil Coulson, but what do you think about Natasha Romanoff's success?" Phil Coulson thoughtfully said, "He doesn't care at all." Yes, he doesn't care at all. To be precise, he did it deliberately. In the future, he will even leak some news deliberately, and then watch us with magic or other methods, sitting in the special seats and watching the good play that he is leading with relish. Nick Fury obviously has a very deep understanding of Belu's character. After all, as the world's largest intelligence leader, he occasionally uses the same technique to do similar things in order to achieve his goals, but he is to get enough from it. Good, and that God is purely for entertainment. But in any case, this kind of self-delivery to others for fun feels very bad, especially for the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. who is used to standing on the strong side. Therefore, Nick Fury's feeling is also quite bad, although as the king of agents, he has already fed his face and self-esteem to the dog. Nick Fury said blankly, "We also don't care, as long as the information we get is useful." Phil Coulson was silent. Agent is such a arduous and cruel profession. It is not as cool as ordinary people imagine. Some are just tasks that can be accomplished by risking their lives and violating their inner choices. Neither of them mentioned Giselle. Using S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence system, when Thompson and the headhunting company conducted the first round of screening of candidates, they already knew the information of all candidates well, and even took the initiative to give it away. The headhunting company will remove a large part of the problematic ones. Giselle was not lucky to be left, it was simply that Nick Fury and Phil Coulson did not take him to heart, as long as they were willing to let the Mexican drug dealer, his accomplices, and all his subordinates evaporate at any time. Is a spy without an organization called a spy? Chapter 28 I Am Iron Man. Nothing is unachievable. Iron Man was released for more than a month, and after the film source was also opened on the internet, finally a thoughtful person discovered the connection between the film and reality. I don't know which netizen first spoke and said himself on Twitter. The speculation quickly caused an uproar, and some people echoed it, while others actually confirmed it. Thanks to this, Iron Man has been on fire again. Anyone who has studied the experience of Iron Man and Tony Stark found that the two are surprisingly similar. Is it a prediction or a coincidence? Or is it a conspiracy? Netizens have many strange brains, and they can even write a few novels with a length of 1 million words. But not many people really think that Iron Man is about predicting the future. People still believe in science before there are more facts that subvert science. But there are also good people who went to the Stark Building and Marvel Entertainment to find Tony Stark and Balo to verify. Among them, the reporters who do everything for hot topics are the most. Even the notoriety of Hell's Kitchen can't stop them from wanting to make one. The mind of big news. For those reporters who have no morals, all for hot spots and money, and even professional ethics and ethics are ignored, the truth of the matter does not matter. They only need topics, performance, and fame. Tony's banknote ability was also a little weak in the face of those difficult reporters like Brown Sugar, so he held a press conference. Tony Stark walked onto the speaking stage in full view, looked at the large group of reporters below and fell silent for a while, and suddenly laughed humorously. "Oh, I haven't shown up for a while, and I'm a bit unskilled, so just read it according to the manuscript." Ha ha! The reporters in the audience roared with laughter and didn't take Tony Stark's words seriously. Everyone knew that the playboy was as good as his genius. Tony Stark smiled, rare to be more serious. "Some people speculate that Iron Man is a movie that predicts my future, but no matter how coincidental, only I can decide my future. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. Can you explain the people and things that are exactly the same in the plot and reality? Including your friend, Colonel Rod. And how do you explain this picture?" The front row was very close to Tony's position. A young and beautiful, blonde, long-legged female reporter raised her hand and showed a sly smile like a fox. She pointed and stood not far behind Tony. She was thin, wearing an Air Force dress of the black colonel, and took out a photo and held it above his head. The pixels of the photo are blurry, and the humanoid objects in gold and red and the flying boats in gold and green are very conspicuous in the background of the night sky. Anyone who has watched Iron Man can recognize the golden and red humanoid object at a glance as Iron Man. Standing in an inconspicuous corner, Phil Coulson showed a helpless look. It turns out that their S.H.I.E.L.D. is not omnipotent. Tony Stark glanced at the situation and knew what was going on. He had expected it a long time ago, and he complained about the unreliability of Phil Coulson and SHIELD. At the same time, he said to the female reporter without changing his face, "Well, the pixels in this photo are really bad. If you want to take a picture, it's better to use a professional one. This is not the point." The female reporter looked a little helpless. She bought this photo from someone else. She wasn't even sure if it was processed by PS, but it doesn't matter whether it's true or false. It doesn't matter if there is a topic. If it weren't for today's press conference, she would take this photo. The photo was placed on the headline of my newspaper. Tony Stark shrugged and said casually, "Well, I know that your reporter likes to question any official statement, but you should speculate no matter what, and treat me as a superhero for no reason." "I didn't say you were a superhero." "No. That's good, it's so absurd and outrageous. I'm not a hero. Obviously, I have too many personality defects, have done too many wrong things, and have a bad influence." Tony Stark is very self-conscious about who he is. He has never been a hero. He closed the weapons department for self-comfort. Fighting against terrorists in the Middle East is for venting anger. It has nothing to do with justice. It is all for self-satisfaction. Seeing Tony Stark talked more and more, Rod stepped forward and reminded him in a low voice, "Just read the manuscript." "Okay, yeah." Tony Stark also responded in a low voice, ensuring that there was no problem, and picked up the speech. In fact, Tony Stark paused for 2 seconds, just when Rod and Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief. The reporters were greatly disappointed, and everyone agreed that he would follow the script. Tony Stark put down the speech, said with an energetic and arrogant smile on his face, "I am Iron Man." Boom! The reporters in the lobby immediately exploded. All the reporters couldn't hold back. They raised their cameras or microphones with excitement and surrounded Tony Stark, and at the same time asked various normal or abnormal questions. Rod and Phil Coulson showed helpless expressions in different positions. They shouldn't have any expectation that Tony Stark will follow the script. Bielu looked at Tony Stark's arrogant face on the first page of the New York Times, smiled and flipped through it. His company often squatted downstairs with a group of reporters and paparazzi, but he didn't bother to pay attention. He is not bored lately, his interest in drag racing has not waned, and the Holy Grail War is about to begin. He has to build a battle suit to compete with Tony Stark himself, so he has no interest in competing with Tony Stark. Natalie, with a small black suit, a short skirt and a professional OL dress, looked at the message on the tablet in her hand, smiled, and said softly to Bielu, "Boss, it's 10 minutes after 15. Director Salome, who has made an appointment to discuss matters with you, is being hosted by Geyser in the small guest room on the 5th floor." "Understood." Bielu responded and put down the newspaper. The life assistant is not only used to seize the eyes and take care of daily life, but also equivalent to a memorandum, part of external interpersonal communication, business management and entertainment for Bielu, a shopkeeper. In the small reception room on the 5th floor, Bielu opened the door and smiled heartily. "Hi, Salome, how are you doing?" If it is a general gangster Bielu, it will not give a good face, but Salome is obviously an exception. Beautiful women always have to be treated preferentially. In addition, Salome is not mixed in nature, but the nature of the work is not visible. In a long red silk dress with long hair behind her head, her makeup was elegant but just right, and she wanted to exude the charm of mature women. The elegant and cheerful smile of Salome turned into an expression of self-pity and self-pity. "You know, my sister can't compare to you, just taking the sisters to earn a hard work." Chapter 29 Dragon's Evil Taste. Do you still hire other assistants or secretaries? Although they are not as good as the 2 life assistants you have carefully selected, there are several talented sisters under your sister. Salome glanced at Giselle next to Bielu and Natalie behind Bielu, enthusiastically selling, and said that she cast a slightly resentful eyebrow at Bielu, charming Tiancheng with her every move, with the charm of a mature woman. While talking there is no sense of disobedience in his facial expressions and emotional changes. The performance of Salome's expressions and emotions freely changed. Natalie and Giselle, both women, were taken aback. They had to admit that even if they knew that Salome was acting, they still had a kind of betrayal. The feeling of moving. And it was obvious that Salome meant to rob them of their jobs, but it also made the 2 girls less hostile. "Well, I don't need it. The company is indeed a bit out of proportion between men and women. You really have a suitable candidate. You can talk to Thompson." Bielu watched Salome perform with a smile. He felt that it was not wrong to describe this woman as a vixen, but he was completely unmoved. He was able to pull a group of women to play in the underground world of New York, relying on intelligence. The woman whose business occupies a place in the Hell's Kitchen is not a weak woman even though she is not cruel to other gangsters. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What are you talking about? Bilu's straightforward way. Are you looking for me today to recommend talents to me? No, I want to talk to you about the company's webcast business. Speaking of business affairs, Salome also changed the posture of a strong woman. It is said that the skill of changing face is changing face, which really makes people doubt whether this woman has a split personality. Salome was able to organize a group of street girls from the early years of desolate women to collect intelligence by using her own advantages and become the largest intelligence dealer in the underground world of New York. She has all the capital, but it is her keen mind and delicate mind that makes her successful. Although computers were almost universal in America in 2000, the use and development of the Internet was obviously insufficient. Twitter was almost the only social media on the Internet. In addition, it was used to play games and listen to music, and entertainment was quite scarce. For non-technical personnel is such a tool. BILU suggested that the webcast software planned and perfected by Thomson's employees is undoubtedly an emerging form of entertainment and social media on the Internet, and the super user and popularity gained by broadcasting the Hell's Kitchen contest also proves the success of the webcast. Since hearing Thomson's explanation on the webcast on the board of directors, Salome thought it was an opportunity to do something, and kept paying attention until she saw a few bold people broadcast Hell's Kitchen adventures and the drag racing contest. After gaining a large number of fans and rewarding money, she has some clear ideas. Although America has always been open to people, most people are unwilling to exchange their bodies for money when they have a choice. Salome has a foresight and delicate mind. She saw the opportunity to get some sisters out of the sea of suffering. Even if this opportunity is unprecedented, she is willing to try it. And there should be no person in the world who knows the webcast better than BILU's proponent. This opportunity was created by BILU. Thomson was only the executor, so Salome directly made an appointment with BILU. Facts have proved that Salome's choice is correct. BILU's memory contains a lot of information about webcasting. There are not too many ways to shape Internet celebrities. There is a little advantage of current webcasting that there are no messy plugins such as beauty, facelifting, voice change, etc., to the greatest extent ensure the authenticity of Internet celebrities and the purity of the live broadcast circle. Routines and SAO operations are just a convenient start. If you really want to keep fans, you still need to look at the anchor's ability. But the women who can support the largest underground intelligence network in New York must know how to keep people's hearts, especially the little boys who are ignorant of puberty. Sister, thank you for your sisters, and you are always welcome when you need it. Salome got what she wanted, leaving a meaningful expression of gratitude and charming eyes, twisting her enchanting waist, and leaving with a satisfied smile. BILU shook his head and laughed, and left the reception room, but did not return to the office on the 6th floor, but the private territory on the 7th floor. He walked a few times in the attic and on the roof, choosing a suitable location for the entrance of the magic workshop. BILU has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he will do everything he wants to do perfectly. Although Marvel Entertainment has many rooms that can be used as a laboratory, DIY workshop, he does not plan to divide a compartment in the underground garage like Tony. So casual, he doesn't want his hobbies of making crafts to be disturbed by anyone. There is no laboratory that satisfies BILU more than Magic Workshop. The Magic Workshop is the base camp of every magician. It can also be regarded as a private space for practice and research, as well as a battle position and a turret for assisting spell casting. Depending on the style of the builder, it may be biased towards defense, attack, and counterattack. Trap, the level, and effect of the Magic Workshop are also proportional to the ability of the builder. In short, every magician should have his own Magic Workshop. Under normal circumstances, a magician will set his habitual residence as a Magic Workshop, or the Magic Workshop as his habitual residence. BILU did not build Marvel Entertainment Company or the 7th story loft into a Magic Workshop. Before, he had no plans to build a Magic Workshop, but now he has no plans to build the company and residence into a solid foundation. In the Brave game, the brave needs to break into the castle to challenge the devil. BILU believes that she is not a demon, at best it can be regarded as a dragon who guards many treasures and likes to nap. Dragon may destroy the world by turning over, but being in a lair is too boring, so we need to have fun. The poor performances of fools who peek at the treasure are the things that make Dragon feel the most joyful. If Dragon is satisfied with the fool's performance, he doesn't mind giving the fool 2 gold coins as a reward. Therefore, BILU will not only fix his company and room as impeccable, but also deliberately does not lock the door, open the window, or even cut 2 holes in the wall for the convenience of the fools. What he is willing to give is what others can take away, and if he doesn't give it, no one can take away a single trace. Well, that's it. Just when Giselle and Natalie were puzzled by Bailu's behavior, they suddenly heard Bailu standing in front of the attic door and touching his chin. Chapter 30 Magic Workshop. Giselle said straightforwardly. What? No matter what you see next, don't bother me. Bailu didn't explain, her hand was on the doorknob. In the surprised eyes of Giselle and Natalie, the bright red lines that were horizontal and vertical like the circuit board were crisscrossed in all directions with the position of Bailu's palm as the center. In the blink of an eye, they spread across the entire door, from the overall image. Look at the keyhole that looks like a rectangle. However, the red lines did not stop there, they expanded outwards at an unabated speed, spreading all over the office building along the walls, but they were much sparser than the lines on the door. What? Giselle and Natalie suddenly felt a strong burning sensation on the back of their right hand at the same time, and they were shocked. Roar raised his hand and found that red marks appeared on the back of the hand and gradually improved. After a few roars sucked in, they took shape. The marks on the backs of the 2 women's hands are not the same. Natalie's is a simple but hideous 8-legged spider with a long waist and thin legs. And Giselle's is a streamlined and cool wheel. The magic circuit appeared and disappeared quickly, but it still made many people notice the anomaly, especially the employees in the company. Don't panic, this is the company's testing of newly installed hidden wall lights. After Thompson calmed the restless people in the company, he stroked the red wolf head imprint that suddenly appeared on the back of his right hand, a few outlines but without losing the fierce red wolf head. While pondering the information that appeared with the imprint, he went to the elevator. Go. Click. After the operation on the door was completed, there was a pause for a few seconds before Bailu pressed the doorknob to push the door open. There seems to be no change in the room, but Bailu knows that this is no longer the original room, and everything that at the moment sees is a projection of the real room. Bailu heard the footsteps of the elevator opening and approaching Thompson, and said without looking back. You should understand how to use the key. If you can't find it, you can use the key to open the door. It can also be used outside the company but don't abuse it, otherwise it will be fatal. Everything else is business as usual. Yes, sir. Thompson bowed respectfully when he heard the words, without the slightest surprise. He was not surprised by Bailu's magic. On the night of establishing a stable zone in Hell's Kitchen, he had seen Bailu's more magical powers. It was such a power that he could only look up to the giant crocodiles in Hell's Kitchen. Falling into the dust, dead, bowed head down. Giselle rubbed the wheel-marked key on the back of his hand vigorously, and returned without success, looking at Bailu, his eyes unblinking, and said, "Is this a magic show?" If you are referring to acrobatic magic using optical illusions, the answer is no. Bailu smiled playfully and glanced at the surprised Gitzer and the surprised Natalie, went straight into the room, waved his hand, and everything except the room originally disappeared. In fact, this is not the original room, but used in the secondary space created by magic. Everything including the room is a projection of the outside world. Natalie and Giselle hesitated for a while outside, but they didn't see Bailu after pushing the door open. Thinking of Bailu's words before, they hurriedly walked out, and according to the method of using that came into their minds with the mark, they stretched out their hands and pressed the door. Superior. The red mark was shining, the magic circuit on the door flashed away, and the 2 women opened the door again and were surprised to find that the layout of the room was completely different from before. The area of the room is much larger than the real room, like a small warehouse. The layout is very simple. Open the door and you can see the bookshelf as big as the entire wall, but the books only fill most of the bookshelf. And there are no rules, some of them are next to each other, and some are left alone. The wall not next to the door was replaced with floor-to-ceiling windows. There was a seemingly ordinary table in front of the window. The tabby cat nestled in the corner of the table as a peasant and took a nap. In the center of the table was a golden metal cube with a missing corner. Bai Lu was sitting at the table, holding a golden metal block in one hand and a carving knife in the other. Bai Lu's expression is very concentrated, and even the two beautiful life assistants are ignored when they enter, and the work movements on their hands are extremely smooth, full of natural beauty, as if it should be so. Every time the knife falls, it is like cutting tofu. Easily leave a trace or simply separate a part from the hard metal block. The golden metal block is a gold titanium alloy provided by Tony Stark, an alloy made of 99% gold integrate and 1% titanium. It is hard and has good ductility, wear resistance, and durability, and it is expensive to comparable. A precious alloy of equal weight gold. Compared to using magic to shape or use molds to water parts, Bai Lu prefers the process of polishing and assembling works by himself. He is a manual technical control. Natalie and Giselle were very wise not to bother. They looked at each other as if looking for a sense of security. They both saw the shock in each other's eyes and then quickly staggered. Whether it is Natalie or Giselle, the reaction of the two women is not in disguise. Giselle, who knows nothing about Bailu, needless to say, although Natalie has already known the target code named God before coming. Ability, but hearing is worse than seeing, and there is always an unreal feeling before seeing it with my own eyes. Natalie feels unreal even now, so she took off her high heels, her little feet wrapped in black silk stepped on the smooth dark brown log floor, and she walked slowly while holding the wall with one hand, counting her steps while walking, and feeling against the wall at the same time. Contrast with visual observation. Giselle understood Natalie's movements, and he learned a lot. The two life assistants thought as they walked. As the saying goes, don't do bad things, don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. They all know their identities, and can't help thinking that Bai Lu is defenseless against their two strangers. What is the purpose of showing one's own ability? Walking along the wall to the other side of the room, for some reason, the scattered books on the shelves seem to have a different charm, attracting their eyes, and the two women can't help but invade them, and they can't help but reach out and want to touch them. Bump! Snapped! Wake up! Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal knocking on the table. A deep drink made Giselle and Natalie instantly sober and realize their previous abnormal behavior. The feeling that they knew what they were doing but couldn't restrain it was heart palpitating. The two women were shocked, cold sweat all over their bodies were frightened, and they took a step back unanimously, casting uncertain eyes on Bai Lu. Bai Lu pushed the gold titanium alloy block in front of him aside, crossed his chin with his hands and 10 fingers, and said inexplicably with a smile. Don't get close to the bookshelf, don't stare at the books on it. Don't even think about reading any book. Nothing is the best result. Chapter 31 Matt Murdock. Since you have given you the keys, you can come and go and visit the magic workshop at will, but be careful, not every time you are so lucky. Bai Lu's words seemed to be inducements, and at the same time they seemed to be warnings. With the attitude and tone of at the moment, Giselle and Natalie were not sure which one he preferred. Giselle couldn't hide the surprise in his heart, and said bluntly, "Are you the magician in a magical story?" Bai Lu smiled faintly. "I am not a magician, but magic is the knowledge I have." Natalie's reaction was much calmer than Giselle, half curious and half tentative. "So the magic book on the shelf. To be precise, it is a magic book, books and props that record magic knowledge with magic power." Bai Lu showed patience, almost always answering questions, unsuspecting. However, the calmer Bailu's reaction, the more suspicious and disturbed Natalie and Giselle. Giselle pretends to have no scheming way. "Are these books written by you? If you wrote them, is there any use in putting them here? Just as humans invented computers for more convenient and faster calculations, the magic guide is also a tool for magicians to reduce the burden of magic engineering." Bai Lu said so. In fact, it is correct. For the average magician, the magic book is indeed equivalent to the carrier of reducing the burden of props and imparting knowledge, but for him, it is completely unnecessary. He even has magic above magic. It can be easily displayed. With the increase of knowledge in the future, I am afraid that it can reach the level of one-thought magic, and the auxiliary role of the magic book is useless. Many bosses and leaders among ordinary people, regardless of file size, like to put a bookshelf in the office and study room, and put the bookshelves full, even though they have very few or never touched those books. However, ordinary people do this to pretend to be in front of outsiders, while Balo pretends to be to outsiders in front of outsiders. Dragon who occupies in the lair does not show the amazing wealth that he has. How can we make the peepers put into action? Little Spider-Man and Little Wheel, who were used as observation targets by the grinned dragon, didn't realize it at the moment, and were still confused by Bailu's behavior. Giesel rubbed the red mark on the back of his hand and said with a sly smile, "Don't you worry about us speaking out." Bailu's response with a smile, but a smile seemed to be a threat. "You can try it." Giesel and Natalie jumped in the same heart, although Bailu's words sounded threatening, but for some reason, they felt that they saw expectations in Bailu's eyes. Both women are confident in their ability to observe and observe their behavior, and don't think the previous feeling is an illusion. Humans have a very magical adaptability. Both materially and spiritually, they can quickly adapt to the sudden change of the environment. Natalie and Giesel are also the same, but they both suppressed their curiosity. No longer near the bookshelf. Just when Bailu was nestling in his magic workshop and honestly making a technical house, his influence on the outside world did not disappear. Hell's Kitchen is a mixed place. There are hopeless dregs and extraordinary characters. Matt Murdock is one of the latter. When Matt Murdock was a teenager, his eyes were destroyed by a chemical material containing radioactive elements. However, the unfortunate experience not only failed to knock him down, but gave him some unique abilities and worked hard to study. Eventually became a lawyer. When Marvel Entertainment was just established and many applicants were undecided, Matt Murdock joined the company despite the dissuasion of his friends from the firm. With the development of the company, his status has also risen and become a member of the company's lawyers. The group leader, and has an office of his own, makes many people envious. Although Marvel Entertainment is located in Hell's Kitchen and its shareholders are also bigwigs in the underground world, it still has to abide by America's capital rule if it wants to grow steadily. Try to use laws, funds, and contacts to solve problems. As the company continues to open up new businesses and gains a lot, there are always jealous hyenas who want to steal food, so Matt Murdock has gradually increased his work. After a busy morning, Matt Murdock put down the papers, picked up the water glass on the side and put it down to his mouth. Suddenly he felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand, as if there was something branded in the flesh, and at the same time there was a lot of information being stuffed. Entering his head, the cup in his hand slipped down. When the cup fell on the quiet office and made a loud noise, and the water spilled all over the floor, awakening the secretary who was sitting at the desk by the door holding a book sadly reading. "What's the matter, Attorney Murdock?" The lady secretary hurried forward and asked nervously, expressing her concern. She was originally an ordinary street girl in Hell's Kitchen. She dropped out of school due to changes in her family when she was in high school. Although she has almost returned to the teacher for several years in society, she is a cultural person among the sisters, so she is when Marvel Entertainment was short of people, it was arranged by Salomito to join the company and became Matt Murdock's secretary. The company only started when I first went to work. The lawyer team had nothing to do, so the secretary did not think there was anything. However, with the recent increase in the affairs of the lawyer team, the secretary also noticed her own shortcomings and did not want to go back to the old days, so the secretary I am also working hard to enrich myself and force myself to read those law books that make me dizzy when I look at it. I was a little anxious to drink water and didn't hold the cup firmly. Matt Murdock's face is a bit unnatural. He is not very good at lying. He put his hand under the table without leaving a trace, concealing the traces on the back of his hand, and responded with a gentle smile. He knew the identity of the secretary from the beginning, but he didn't feel anything wrong with the secretary. He knows Hell's Kitchen too well. This is a garbage dump in New York, but no one is born a sinner. The people here will become like this. One part has no choice, and the other part is created by the environment. Only a few are hopeless. Will look back. He still admires the secretary. The unbearable past is nothing. It is worthy of encouragement if he is willing to save himself. He also recommends the secretary to read books about lawyers. You should call me if you need it. Miss Secretary noticed the strangeness of blind lawyers. She had seen all kinds of men, and perhaps she hadn't learned anything else. But at least she had learned how to look at things, but she didn't reveal them, nor did she intend to explore them. Everyone has their own secrets, just saying. I'll get you another drink now, and I will clean up the office later. He said that he leaned over and picked up the cup at his feet and turned and left. Thanks. P.S. Recently there have been a lot of things, I will make up for the first 2 days. Chapter 32 Masters. At the same time that Matt Murdock was qualified as a master, the soldier who was well reserved in an ordinary house across the street opened his eyes with awe-inspiring murderous aura. No one can think of the recent fame in Hell's Kitchen, and the Punisher who caused a lot of losses to the file-size gangs is in the safe zone delineated by the new king of Hell's Kitchen, which is really unknown. Or, even if someone thinks of it, no one dared to enter the king's garden blatantly, let alone do it. The Punisher's real name is Frank Custer, a former member of the American Marine Corps. He has participated in many wars including the Vietnam War. He is a very good and powerful soldier. However, during a mission, his wife and son were brutally attacked by gangsters. For the murder, he could not get the murderer to be punished through legal channels and other formal channels, so he had to avenge himself in his own way. However, even if the murderer was sent to hell by himself, his wife and son could not be resurrected, nor could he calm his anger and dissatisfaction with this country. Therefore, unlike the heroes and righteous police who fight criminals on the streets of New York, the Punisher is not fighting criminals for justice. He is just pure venting and hating all criminals. When you raise your hand, you can see the simple but sharp red saber mark on the back of the hand. The universal wishing machine. In a very ordinary home in Queens, the pen in the hand of the teenager sitting in the room reviewing his homework slipped. Peter Parker looked at the red abstract cobweb imprints on the back of his hand in confusion. After a little hesitation, he pinched his leg hard, and then took a breath, and the intense pain told him that this was reality. How can it be? Peter Parker looked at the curse on the back of his hand in amazement. He grew up in New York and received a scientific education, but the unscientific fell upon him. However, Peter Parker soon became excited. For the 16 or 17-year-old, it was the age of second and curiosity. The magic in the story became a reality is obviously particularly attractive, not to mention the omnipotent wishing machine. The boy is already dreaming about what wishes he should make if he wins. Also in Queens, a middle-aged man with a big nose selling food on a street told his helping wife that he was a little uncomfortable with a smile. He hid his hands under the apron without a trace, and returned to the room, staring at his hands with bright and energetic eyes. With the double sticks on his back crossing the pattern in the abstract wreath for a moment, he sighed helplessly, put his hands down, and decided that nothing happened. When he was young, Uncle Cheng was the safflower nunchaku in New York's Chinatown. It can be said to be a rare rival in the underground world of New York. When in that position, Uncle Cheng saw many things that were unreasonable and even subvert the three views of ordinary people. He was very good at magic. Existence is not unexpected. In fact, when he is not in the golden basin to wash his hands at his current age, even though his physical fitness is not at its peak, he has rich experience and a better mentality to make up for it. Will the Rapids retreat bravely? Therefore, to live in peace and stability is his greatest wish. As for the so-called omnipotent wishing machine, Uncle Cheng is non-committal. Even if the heroic spirit is counted, only 14 people are fighting for things that can't be omnipotent. In other words, since omnipotence can realize everyone's wishes, why is it necessary? People fighting? What's more, many years of experience in the rivers and lakes have already made Cheng Shu understand a truth. Every time he seems lucky, he has already marked the price. In short, Uncle Cheng does not intend to get involved in a fight that he does not understand, even if the goal is the so-called omnipotent wishing machine. In the largest and brightest room in the German forest castle, Hydra Snakehead Baron Strucker, who was thinking about the international situation and next steps, changed his expression and directly photographed the red squares that seemed to be decorated next to the lamp. The harsh alarm sounded in the castle. The entire castle became turbulent inside and outside. Less than 10 seconds, the thick wooden door was smashed open, a group of heavily armed soldiers broke in. Although they did not see the enemy, they were still closely guarded to protect Baron Strucker. "Boss, where is the enemy?" Baron Strucker frowned and said thoughtfully. "I don't know, it should be 1 or 2 strangers with invisibility and psychic powers." Someone in the combat team immediately opened the suitcase they carried, took out 4 metal balls and placed them on the ground, and fiddled with them on the console a few times. The metal balls buzzed, and a fan-faced light curtain with a radius of about 2 meters popped out. It seems to be scattered, but there is a mysterious trajectory wandering around the room. After a while, the soldier manipulating the instrument said in confusion, "Report, no abnormalities." The captain of the combat team solemnly asked for instructions. "Chief, do you want to expand the scanning range?" "Internal investigation, no matter what the result ends here." After careful consideration, Baron Strucker decided not to pursue investigations. On the one hand, the intruder may have left his territory, and on the other hand, he showed too obvious hostility before confirming the identity of the other party, which would only cause himself to suffer losses. "Hail Hydra, Hydra hail!" The combat team quickly left after receiving the order. Baron Strucker looked down at the back of his hand, and said with an uncertain expression, "No matter what person or organization, if you tease me, you will definitely pay the price." Although he knew it might be a scam, he still couldn't resist the temptation of the universal wishing machine. In London, United Kingdom, Stephen Strange walked out of the world's top hospital in a desperate manner. His face was full of vicissitudes and decadence. Since an accidental car accident, his proud hands have lost the flexibility and stability of the past, and he himself has been removed from the world. The best surgical specialist on the world has become a loser who exhausted everything but got nothing, and his life fell into a trough. Raising his uncontrollable trembling right hand, the semicircular mark resembling a protractor is particularly conspicuous. A lot of information such as the Holy Grail War, the universal wishing machine, the spell, the heroic spirit, the summoning technique and so on appeared in his mind, as if he already knew this knowledge. In fact, he knew it, he didn't know it. Does magic really exist? Can the Holy Grail really come true? Received a scientific education from an early age, Stephen, who was once a top surgeon in surgery, felt a little absurd. However, at the moment, he has no choice but to sink and live as a cripple with the glory of the past, or take a gamble and win back to the top. It may be dangerous, or it may die, but losing his proud hands and becoming a useless person is not as good as death to the proud Stephen. Chapter 33 Supreme Magician, Ancient One. The environment is extremely harsh, and there is a temple in the Himalayas, where only people with magical powers can reach, Kamartaj. In the crisp sound of the metal fit, the emerald green light rendered in the room dissipated. The face of the Supreme Magician Ancient One showed a helpless look. If a person has a hammer in his hand, he can't help but think of knocking twice when solving a problem, and a magician has a treasure that can peek into the future, and he can't help but look at it every other time. If the magician is very responsible, the heart is also responsible for protecting the earth, so she has to watch and think more, and try her best to promote anything that affects the earth to the good side. However, when there is an existence that will affect the future of the earth without any external influence, the Asgardian of the earth will be difficult to manage. Ancient One feels very tricky now. Since the existence of Belu, who can't see the past or the future she originally observed has become more complex and diversified, making her look dazzling, but now, the game called the Holy Grail War even involved his scheduled disciple and future heir. The orange sparkle circle enlarges and directly connects to the rooftop of Hell's Kitchen Marvel Entertainment Company. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Marvel Entertainment Company is no different from other buildings, but in the eyes of Ancient One Magician, it is full of so many magic loops and runes that are heart-pounding. Countless magic circuits and runes are perfectly intertwined and interlocked, which finally constitutes a magnificent but incomparably exquisite magic technique, in which the circulating magic power far exceeds the trinity dimension of the source of Camartage magic power in terms of quality and quantity. Shandy is immeasurable. The most shocking thing about Ancient One is that the technique involves knowledge of all aspects of space, time, elements, etc. Even if you have lived for a long time, you can only understand a small part of the Ancient One, which includes magic knowledge of extraterrestrial and peaceful worlds. The core rune is that even at a glance, you will feel mental shock and dizzy. But thinking about seeing Belu's future with Eye of Agamotto a long time ago, I was talked about by the future Belu across time and space. Although the magic technique in front of me was shocking, it was not too outrageous. Knocking. Ancient One knocked on the door with his fingers, and the magic power on the back of the fingers was just right, which not only reminded the owner of the visit, but also did not inspire the magic workshop's counterattack. Natalie and Giselle, who were in the magic workshop, were startled when they heard the knock on the door. As far as they knew, the magic workshop was an independent space, and it was impossible for outside knocks to come in. Bielu was not surprised. He had known through the workshop technique in advance that a colleague had come to visit, stopped the act of serving the potted plants, patted the non-existent soil, and smiled faintly. Stunned, "Why don't you open the door soon after the guest comes?" "Okay." Natalie came back to her senses and reacted quickly. She opened the door and saw a simple yellow monk robe. His face was peaceful and indifferent, and his temperament was detached. It was difficult to distinguish the age of the monk. The person and the image she was thinking about were great. In order to be different, I was a little startled and looked at it without a trace. At the same time, he turned sideways to open the door and said, "Please come in." Ancient One didn't pay attention to Natalie's gaze. She had experienced many similar things in the long years, smiling at the corners of her mouth, nodding slightly, and raising her foot into the magic workshop. Natalie closed the door and turned around, but was surprised to find the big side of the workshop. The originally closed workshop turned into an open-air courtyard constructed of pure wood, and the columns of the corridor are full of ancient meaning. The charm is very chronological, as if it has existed for a long time. The four corners of the courtyard under the patio are each placed with a pot of green shrubs, and in the center is a long golden Nanmu table with short legs horizontally placed east and west. A pot of tea and 2 pots of tea have been placed on the table. Only cup. Natalie and Giselle were a little surprised by the sudden changes. After a period of adaptation, they had learned to classify any strange things that happened around Belu as magical magic. Natalie was also surprised by Bailu's solemn attitude. As soon as Ancient One entered the door, he saw Bailu standing on the north side of the table representing the owner in an off-white costume, and said apologetically, "Uninvited, excuse me. The visitor is a guest, please." Bailu stretched out her hand to give in. After sitting down, she picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for herself and Ancient One respectively, and asked with a smile, "Ancient One Magician, although I am sure this is the first time I have seen you, why is there always a sense of familiarity that I have already met?" Although he has never left New York, it does not prevent Bela from understanding the world. Knowing the affairs of the world without leaving home is the boast of ancient scholars in order to raise the status of cultural people, but Bela is a fact here. No matter where he is, his will and thoughts can easily cover the whole world, and he wanders in the stars between his thoughts, secretly or undisclosed. Few people or things can be hidden from his eyes. Kamar-Taj obviously does not have that ability. The supreme magician who holds the crystal of the time rule is no exception, not to mention the technique of wrapping the earth based on the 3 locations of New York, London, and Hong Kong is too conspicuous. Although it doesn't matter what price Kamar-Taj and Ancient One paid in order to protect the earth, it has nothing to do with Belu, but Belu's senses for these martyrs are still good, and the actual action is to make the meeting more ritual. Because it is indeed the first time for you, but we did have a long talk. Ancient One responded with a faint smile, but there was a little helplessness in the smile. The long conversation between her and Bai Lu was not pleasant at all, and through the long conversation, she knew that in the eyes of others, Bai Lu respected her hospitality at this moment. But in my heart, it is probably the garden owner's reward for excellent gardeners. However, she didn't want this kind of reward at all. She didn't feel humiliated. She knew what kind of power Bela had. It was the existence of the entire universe as a back garden. And the earth was just a small garden of flowers that Bela preferred. Ancient One just can't accept that they and Kamar-Taj and the magicians have been fighting for it all their lives, and they paid almost everything, which is not worth mentioning in the eyes of some, and the hardships they have experienced and the powerful enemies they faced in their lives. In the eyes of the other party, it is as small as a bug. So what is the significance of her sacrifice and dedication with the Kamar-Taj magicians? However, Ancient One did not feel confused or regretted, because it was meaningful. The earth was their homeland and the only place of freedom in the universe. This has nothing to do with other people's thoughts. Chapter 34 Ancient One Magician 2. I see. Bai Lu knew what he said. Peeking into the future is just the crystallization of the time rule, or the most superficial application of the time gem. Speaking of, Bela felt that gems had a fate with him when he first sensed time gem, not the fate taught in the West, but the fate of reason. Also predestined is a rule called tesseract or space gem. It was only his intuition that he hadn't recovered the gems yet. Bai Lu's intuition was not something vague, but skipped the process and told him the answer directly. After a pause, Bai Lu took a sip of tea and smiled lightly. I know, you came to me for your closed disciple. Yes, although the future is no longer observable, he is still the best person to inherit my position. Ancient One chose Stephen among 6 billion people for no reason. The key lies in the fit between Stephen and Time Gem. Even Ancient One, who has owned Time Gem for a long time, considers herself inferior. Therefore, it is not so much for Kamar-Taj's inheritance of protecting the earth chose Stephen, rather than choosing Stephen for Time Gem. Time Gem is the inheritance of Kamar-Taj, and it is the strongest defense and weapon of the Supreme Magician to guard the earth. Therefore, I ask you not to interfere with his destiny at least. Ancient One's posture is very low. There is no such thing as a Supreme Magician, and I dare not have it. If this scene is seen by the strong in the universe, the title of the Supreme Magician is not a boast of the Kamar-Taj magicians, but was born from the bloody wind and the bones of the strong. Odinson, the overlord of the world, is on Par, the top powerhouse on the side of Megatron. I have said first that I will not interfere in the Holy Grail War. Do you want me to break my promise and get fat? Bai Lu played with the teacup expressionlessly, raised his eyes and said faintly. He said to Nick Fury that he would never interfere if he did not interfere in the Holy Grail War. Even if he did interfere, Nick Fury wouldn't know about it, and he didn't care about Nick Fury at all, but Bela couldn't deceive himself, even to one what a mortal says can't be fulfilled, so what is his dignity and face? Although Bai Lu still didn't think of his origin, the endless knowledge in his mind made Bai Lu understand that he was not a casual person. He could be decadent, tyrannical, cynic, and casual, except that he could not lose his style. No one can make Bai Lu act contrary to his own words, at least Ancient One can't. Moreover, everything has unlimited possibilities. Becoming a supreme magician is only one of his possibilities. Don't you know if you can see the future? Fate is just a rhetoric. For Ancient One, a powerful person who originally had level Godfather's strength, it doesn't matter that fate is not destiny. Moreover, Ancient One can also use Time Gem to see the countless possibilities of any person or thing. Ancient One's so-called destiny for Stephen to become the supreme magician is nothing more than the possibility she promoted. When Ancient One heard this, not only was it not disappointed, but rather calmly said, "What if other people interfere?" When Bai Lu heard the words, he showed a non-smiling expression, and said lazily, "I don't interfere anyway." Ancient One nodded understandingly. "I see." Bai Lu didn't respond, but just raised the corners of his mouth to tell others that his mood at the moment was quite happy. The war in the Holy Grail does not prohibit contestants from introducing foreign aid, or outsiders actively participating. After all, Lingsha can be transferred. For example, the master qualification is only a qualification, and whether it can be held depends on the master's ability. He said that he would not interfere without interfering in the Holy Grail War. Before the appearance of Ancient One, among the 7 masters who participated in the war, Nick Fury was the most powerful. This has not changed after the addition of Ancient One, but Nick Fury's power advantage it was completely offset by the strength of Ancient One. After all, the Holy Grail War is only a small game with more than a dozen people participating in it and lasting only 7 days at most. If it weren't for the inhuman destructive power of the heroic spirits, it would not be the level of war. Looking for 7 masters in the vast sea of people is like finding a needle in a haystack, shield, nor is it omnipotent. Bai Lu didn't care what Ancient One planned to do, even if it was to destroy the Holy Grail War, it didn't matter. On the second day of the selection of the Master of the Holy Grail, America's popular online live broadcast platform Marvel Live updated an announcement about the Holy Grail War in a video with commentary on the homepage of the software, as well as a preview of the opening. "What do you want to do, Mr. Bailu?" Phil Coulson looked at Bailu helplessly. Since getting to know Bailu, his workload has been increasing, and his hairline seems to have moved up. Maybe it shouldn't have taken the case of Tony Stark's disappearance in the first place, Phil Coulson thought. But just to think about it, S.H.I.E.L.D is a well-structured and well-regulated agent organization. Even if he is the secretary's confidant, is there any room for bargaining? Magic, heroic spirits, these are not what ordinary people should know. Bai Lu twisted a grape into her mouth and dexterously sucked out the pulp, spit out the peel and seeds, and smiled casually. "Why shouldn't it?" Phil Coulson said without hesitation. "It will bring unpredictable consequences. If the audience believes it is true, at least it will be social unrest, and you will be noticed by more organizations and countries. The consequences are equally unpredictable." Yes, the consequences are unpredictable. However, Phil Coulson doesn't think Bailu will be harmed. He is worried about the organizations and countries that are fainted just by seeing interests. It doesn't matter if those weird organizations are not. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't like those weird ones. Organization, no matter good or bad, but some countries suffer heavy losses. I am afraid it will cause turbulence in the international situation and affect S.H.I.E.L.D. More importantly, if the fact that the world has extraordinary power is recognized by ordinary people, even if it is only a small part, they will be driven by curiosity to try and find all kinds of extraordinary powers. Worse, it is true that there are all kinds of extraordinary powers on the earth, and it is inevitable to cause social unrest, and it is inevitable to increase the workload for S.H.I.E.L.D. So, you have to work hard. Bai Lu did not feel pain in his legs while sitting and talking, and his teasing smile became playful, suggesting, "I said that I will not interfere in the Holy Grail War, but the premise is not to affect my interest, understand?" Phil Coulson felt a pain in his brain, and he knew it was like this. It was the same every time he dealt with Belo before. No matter how he negotiated, he couldn't change Belo's decision. If sometimes he got the result he wanted, it wasn't that Belo changed his mind, but Belo originally planned to do that. Chapter 35 Nick Fury. Did he say that? I know. Nick Fury's black face is hard to see the change in expression. After considering the pros and cons, Nick Fury did not continue to take action. If he is determined to prevent the spread of the Holy Grail war on the internet, the simplest and rude way is to use S.H.I.E.L.D. directly. The influence caused the radio and television to block Marvel's live broadcast platform. Nick Fury is not worried about Belo directly lifting the table. He has been analyzing Belo's personality from the beginning of contact. Although Belo's personality is very bad and he always goes his own way, he likes to be honest and obey the rules. Both the procedurally rationalized Speed Contest and Marvel Entertainment have proved Nick Fury's judgment. Although the essence of the Speed Contest is not very legal, and Marvel Entertainment also has small tax avoidance actions, these are all rules. So Nick Fury believes that he used the official energy of S.H.I.E.L.D. to reasonably ban Marvel Entertainment's platform, which upsets Belo at most, without causing Belo's backlash. But cautious and suspicious, like Nick Fury, he will never take his opinion as a fact. What's more, Belu has always been showing his own way of doing things. In addition, there is another reason why Nick Fury chose to do nothing. That is, if S.H.I.E.L.D. blocks the news about the Holy Grail War, wouldn't it be that there is no silver 300 taels here, which just proves the authenticity of the Holy Grail War. For the general public who don't know the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D., forget it. He doesn't believe that high-level people from all over the world will be indifferent to the universal wishing machine, and then the situation will really be out of control. In the final analysis, S.H.I.E.L.D. is internationally supported. Countries grant S.H.I.E.L.D. power to defend against foreign enemies and maintain social stability. If it really interferes with the interests of all countries, the first to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. is the former high-level gold master. After the test Belo fails, you can only take the second place, as if you didn't see it, don't care, don't deal with it. After a period of time, people who have received scientific education since childhood will naturally think that the Holy Grail War is just a magical real-life game. Has the identity of that ancient one magician been investigated? Nick Fury changed the topic. Recently, the information sent back by Natasha Romanoff made him take it seriously. It is already very troublesome to have a person in the world who can see that there will be unconstrained people in the future. Now there is another one, which is terrible. Old and unique? Magician? Time gem? See the future? When are there so many things on Earth that he doesn't know? Nick Fury's brows can't help but frown. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the world's largest agent organization and the first line of defense against foreign enemies and internal anomalies in the universe. He knows a lot of secrets, but recently he has been accidentally repeatedly. Fury has some dissatisfaction and doubts. Sorry, although there is nothing to be gained, but there is no substantial progress. Phil Coulson apologized and unzipped the file bag in his hand, and put a few photos of obviously different periods on the table together with a copy of the copy. At the same time, he said, "Sir, do you believe that there are people in the world who will not age for 50 years? Nick Fury did not answer immediately, but carefully read the photo and copy. After a while, his eyes were gloomy and said, "If it weren't for Natasha Romanoff's intelligence, and your investigation, I would have thought it was April Fool's Day. It's not that there are people who live long. There is no shortage of aliens among humans. People who live long lives are rare but not surprising, but if a person's appearance has remained unchanged for decades, then it can be explained by common sense." Phil Coulson suddenly remembered a sentence Belo had said in Natasha Romanoff's Intelligence. It felt very compatible with the current atmosphere, so he blurted out. "Reality is far more outrageous than humans think, sir." "I know," Nick Fury replied irritably. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he knows and has seen far more outrageous things than Phil Coulson, a 7-level agent. He doesn't care why a person does not grow old for decades. "What I care about is Magician, which is Time Gem. Any new news from Natasha Romanoff?" Phil Coulson said calmly. "Yes, according to Bailu, Ancient One leads a magician organization called Camartage, and leads these magicians to defend against enemies in the universe. They are the true first and last line of defense on Earth." "What?" Nick Fury said, unhappy after hearing this. "Then what are we?" It's unbelievable to say it, they will only block enemies that humans can't contend with, such as Mephisto from the Hell, Dormammu from the Dark Dimension." Phil Coulson shrugged. When he first received such information, his reaction was more intense than Nick Fury's, but that is the truth. Unless Natasha Romanoff betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. and passed false information, he would be the character of that man, I don't want to say no. Said that since he opened his mouth, he would never lie. Nick Fury sucked roar deeply to regulate his emotions, and then said. "Ghost Rider is there, it's reasonable for the Hell Lord to really exist, definitely. What is Dormammu?" Using scientific theories to explain, the universe is multidimensional, and the Dark Dimension is one of them. The Dark Dimension was broken a long time ago for some reason. Dormammu integrated a piece of the fragment, which is like a nebula, and a monster that likes to swallow the planet of life. Hell is also one of the Dark Dimensions, and it is a relatively large fragment. Is that what that person said? Nick Fury was silent for a moment, and he always felt something was wrong, just like no matter how much he trusts Phil Coulson, he will not know everything. A person will be honest with someone who has known him for less than a month? Nick Fury doesn't think Natasha Romanoff has such a great charm, especially Bailu is very likely to know the true identity of Natasha Romanoff. It was as if to tell them the answer through Natasha Romanoff's mouth. Right. Phil Coulson also finds it incredible, but it is the case. Nick Fury was even more puzzled. Why did he say it in such detail? Perhaps he doesn't care at all, who knows? Phil Coulson smiled helplessly. Based on his experience of contacting Bailu several times, he was sure that Bailu was deliberate, and even vaguely understood Bailu's intentions. But it's useless to say it. My boss may see it more thoroughly than him, and it's only because of unpleasantness to say it. This is a dignified conspiracy. Nick Fury sees it through and feels uncomfortable. He still can't get rid of it. Unless Nick Fury has no desire to control and doesn't care about those things, but if there is no desire to control, Nick Fury is not Nick Fury. Phil Coulson can only sigh helplessly. Sir, we never know what he is really thinking. Chapter 36 Little Spider-Man and Deadshot. The red blood that exudes the smell of rust infiltrates the mysterious runes and geometric hexagrams on the ground. The mercury added afterwards is completely integrated with the blood, making the blood emit a metallic texture. Peter Parker took a deep breath, squeezed the artificial gem in his hand, and looked around a little uneasy. In order to avoid people's eyes and ears, he deliberately chose the place of the summoning ceremony in an abandoned subway tunnel between the school and home. The brightness provided by the flashlight is limited, the environment is dark and humid, and the ground is strange. How do you see? It's not like a serious hero summoning ceremony, and the heroic spirits are not all good people and normal people. Will there be any demons summoned? Peter Parker had a broken heart to relieve his nervousness, and placed his hand holding the gem above the technique. The three materials required for the summoning technique, blood, mercury, and gems, are a bit difficult for Peter Parker, who is still in junior high school, and whose parents have died, who is boarding with the widow in Aunt's house. Especially gems, blood, and mercury are okay, even gems again are valuable. Although Aunt May treats Peter Parker as her own, the family conditions are not rich. and Peter Parker is vaguely aware of the danger of the Holy Grail War and does not want to involve Aunt May, who is like his mother. So Peter Parker had to find another way, using his frugal savings to buy a little artificial gem, waste. Although artificial gems are not real gems, their molecular structure is still the same. Peter Parker comforted himself silently. The magic spell on the back of his hand felt Peter Parker's wool, and it exuded a little magic power to turn the pitiful little artificial gem into liquid. Mixing in the magic, the radiant gem liquid slipped from Peter Parker's fingers and dripped into the procedure, causing the procedure to suddenly appear astonishing changes. The whole procedure emits a bright red light, as if alive. As I came here, I was walking along the surgical structure, fully shining the sights within a few meters of the surrounding area. Peter Parker was slightly lost when he saw this unscientific scene with his own eyes. Only then did he truly believe in the existence of magic, and then quickly recovered and chanted. Be full. Be full. Be full. Be full. Be full. Be full. Sterling silver and iron. The Duke who made a contract with the cornerstone. The surging wind is blocked by 4 walls. Close the gate of the 4 directions. Release from the crown and wander at the 3 forks leading to the kingdom. Your body is under my command, and my destiny rests on your sword. In response to the call of the Holy Grail, if you are willing to follow this principle, and respond to my call. Swear an oath here. I am a person who accomplishes all good deeds in the perpetual world. I am a man of all evil in the perpetual world. You are the 7 days of 3 great words. From the Wheel of Restraint, Asgardian of Libra. Under normal circumstances, if you want to summon the heroic spirit you like for a directional summoning, you must have its possessions or something related to its legend, that is, a holy relic. Holy relics sounds nice, but they are actually antiques, but there is nothing worthless about antiques. The more ancient and backed antiques are even more expensive. It's not that even the ceremonial gems are all artificial gems leftovers. Peter what Parker can have. Fortunately, the holy relic is not a necessity. No holy relic can be summoned. Although the summoned heroic spirit is full of uncertainty, at this time, in a sense, the master originally became a holy relic, so no matter what, the summoned heroic spirit is at least as good as the master's affinity is very high. In plain language, it means to come together and be easy to be friends. This is simply the best choice for Peter Parker, who is just an ordinary junior high school student. With the end of the chanting spell, the summoning technique sprayed out the red light particles formed by the concentration of strong magic power, and in a flash, it was gathered and condensed under the constraints of the technique. A young black man wearing a yellow prison uniform with shaved hair and a thick beard under his lips and chin appeared at the surgical center. The black young man opened his eyes and saw the white young man who was not as tall as his shoulders. He looked around and finally determined that there was no one else. He felt the magic flow between himself and the white young man. He scratched his head and said helplessly, "What? Is my lord actually a kid?" Peter Parker's expression of excitement was stagnant when he heard the words. He knew that he was young, but he felt very uncomfortable to be underestimated. He collapsed his small face, rolled his eyes, and muttered, "I thought the heroes were all ancient heroes or villains. I didn't expect to be a prisoner. It's really unfortunate. This guy is not really a fugitive from a prison in New York. If the heroic spirit is not deliberately concealing it, then the master can see the detailed data of his heroic spirit." Peter Parker already knows the name and title of the black youth, Deadshot, a name that sounds cool. Boy, I heard it all. Now it's Deadshot's turn to be full of black lines, although his skin tone makes it completely invisible. Deadshot definitely doesn't care about with a child, and is his master anyway. Although it looks weak and pitiful, he still wants to fight for the universal wishing machine. He also noticed that this little master is very sophisticated, and he can speak with a small mouth, and that those words are deliberately said to him. However, Deadshot decided to leave a deep first impression on his little master. "You are not wrong. In fact, when you called me, I was in jail. Although it is not a New York prison or a prison in this world, it cannot change the fact that you helped a criminal escape. By the way, my ideal is to be a super criminal. Deadshot licked his white teeth and smiled savagely. He threatened his little lord with a terrible face. However, Peter Parker's reaction was more intense than he thought. With the order of the curse, Peter Parker turned his head in horror and ran away. At the same time, the magic spell on the back of his hand was shining slightly. It was clearly in operation. As long as Peter Parker said the next order, then as long as it was not a long-term order or a vague order, even if it was a black man, youth suicide will be enforced immediately. Upon seeing this, Deadshot hurriedly said. And many more. Definitely, Peter Parker is a kind-hearted kid and didn't give such cruel orders. Hurry up and surrender yourself. Snapped. Deadshot's angry eyes jumped in a few big strides to catch up, slapped Peter Parker on the back of the head, and said furiously. Don't you know how important Ling Shu is? And I am not from this world, where to surrender. Chapter 37 Little Spider-Man and Deadshot 2. Even if you are not from this world, it is wrong to commit a crime. I can't help you escape from prison. Peter Parker heard the terrible news, but his focus was a little different from that of ordinary people. He was serious about sending Deadshot to prison. Ha, where are you, the righteous policeman? Or do you think you can return the goods when you shop in a convenience store? Deadshot looked astonished. He felt that the brain circuit of this little boy was very strange, and then he couldn't laugh or cry again. And do you know what a heroic spirit is? The so-called heroic spirit, regardless of the past, present, future, overhead, parallel world, other world, is actually a dead person. The me you call is not the body in Soul Castle, but the magical projection of a certain period of time. Peter Parker blinked and said stubbornly. This doesn't change the fact that you are a criminal. Have I denied it? Deadshot glanced at Peter Parker, his expression suddenly indifferent, but a sense of pride. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his status as a criminal. In fact, his dream was to become a supervillain who surpassed all criminals. Definitely, this does not mean that Deadshot is a heinous villain. Villains and villains are not the same. Some villains do all the bad things and die, but some villains just look like villains but actually have their own ideals. An appeal, just acting style is different from hero. What Deadshot wanted to do was the latter. Unfortunately, at this time, he was just a mercenary who ran around for money and was arrested by mistake. Peter Parker was surprised by Deadshot's reaction, startled, and said with a righteous expression. Now that you have realized why you didn't reform yourself? Wouldn't your relatives be sad? Smelly boy, I use you to teach. Deadshot snorted angrily. After speaking, his body quickly became transparent, and finally turned into a stream of red particles and dissipated. If there is a choice, who is willing to be a villain? When Peter Parker evoked all kinds of Deadshot emotions in his previous life, it was a bit bad, but it was not easy to get angry with Peter Parker, so he turned into a spirit body to hurt himself. Peter Parker didn't know how his 3 viewing words had affected Deadshot. He was panicked when he saw Deadshot suddenly disappeared into a stream of light. Why are you missing? Junior Floyd Lawton, are you still there? Don't leave me behind. Floyd Lawton Jr. is Deadshot's real name, and Peter Parker, as the Master, naturally knows it. Just when Peter Parker was a little panicked. Don't make a noise, don't you know that the follower can transform between the spirit body and the entity? And the spirit body saves more magic power. This is to reduce your burden. Also, don't just call out the real name and nickname of the follower, otherwise it will be easy for other masters and followers to discover the true identity, so as to find the flaws and weaknesses based on the follower's past. Deadshot felt a little troublesome. He found that his master was really an ordinary junior high school boy, and his physique was average, and he provided very little magic power. Fortunately, he was only slightly better than ordinary people in terms of physical fitness during his lifetime. The battle was completely reliant on firearms. All kinds of skills were obtained through thousands of years of tempering during his lifetime. No magic power was required to activate. The only treasure that transforms skills consumes magic power. Rare. If you usually act in the spirit state, and you can use some special methods to accumulate magic power, the magic problem is not a concern. The key point is that Peter Parker seems to be a novice of the Holy Grail War. He doesn't understand a lot of common sense knowledge. He only understands the Holy Grail War through the basic rule brought by the spell. Once the war starts, he has to be played by other masters. Moreover, as an ordinary person, he originally belonged to the weaker category as a hero. He knew that there were a number of strong and outrageous existences in Soul Castle, as well as characters in myths and legends. I hope no one can summon those monsters to be servants. In short, Deadshot is not at all optimistic about his own victory in this Holy Grail War. Peter Parker doesn't know a lot. He is very smart. After listening to Deadshot's purpose of hiding his real name and nickname, he understands the reason, so he said. Then what do I call you? Floyd? Lawton? A shooter? A Deadshot? Oh, kid, if you don't want to be so broken, it's still cute. Deadshot sighed helplessly, followed Peter Parker to the outside of the subway station, and said seriously. Little master, I don't hate you, so quit. Obviously there are only 14 people participating in the competition for the cup, but it is called a war. You should know the cruelty of it. This is not a multiplayer game you play in school, nor is it a friendship first game second game. The Holy Grail War will be dead man. You are chosen by the Holy Grail but don't know anything about the Holy Grail War. Unfortunately, it is even more dangerous for those who are more fortunate than lucky. Deadshot said something sincerely. He became a criminal for various reasons during his lifetime, but he was not a badass without a bottom line. He didn't want to watch a child with 3 wonders participate in a killing because of curiosity. Although Peter Parker felt the kindness of Deadshot, Peter Parker, who lived in a peaceful environment, did not realize the cruelty of the Holy Grail War. Therefore, after listening to Deadshot's advice, although I felt a little scared, I was not ready to shrink back, and said with a righteous expression, "That won't work. Since death will occur, then I have to stop it. Why do everyone have to fight each other? Since it is an all-purpose wishing machine, it should be able to satisfy everyone's wishes, so we just need to find the cup." The ignorant is really fearless. Deadshot twitched the corners of his mouth, and said angrily. It's up to you. In fact, there are more than one way to cancel the contract with Peter Parker, but he yearns for the Holy Grail, but he is not determined to win it. After all, he has received scientific education before his death, and it is difficult for him to believe in the reliability of the universal wishing machine. This kid is a bit interesting, it doesn't hurt to observe for a few more days. Deadshot thought this way. He didn't forcefully terminate the contract with Peter Parker not only out of good intentions. He didn't know if there was such a thing a long time ago. If you don't directly fight against other groups and appear in the sight of other masters and followers, I'm afraid no one would have thought that an ordinary child can become a master. For Deadshot, who is inherently weak, Peter Parker the original is also a good concealment. Peter Parker didn't know many thoughts in Deadshot's mind, and curiously said, "How did you quit when you said that you quit?" Chapter 38 Little Spider-Man and Deadshot 3. Lingshu is a qualification for the competition. Even if you quit it, if you consume it all or transfer it, there are special circumstances for definitely, such as your death or chopped hand. Deadshot's pretentious tone made Peter Parker shiver, put his hand in his pocket, and left the abandoned subway station and quickly bought a tattoo in a nearby convenience store to cover the traces of Lingshu. When Deadshot saw this, he nodded secretly. Although the master did not meet his expectations in all aspects, he was still a bit quick-witted. In order to avoid attracting the attention of passers-by, neither of them spoke again until Peter Parker returned home. The gray-haired middle-aged man sitting in the living room heard the footsteps, put down the newspaper and looked back to see Peter Parker with a faint smile and asked, "Peter, why is it so late today?" Peter Parker's eyes were erratic, and he said with some guilty conscience, "Sorry, Uncle Ben, I didn't expect to take a shortcut to come back a bit too far." Ben Parker knew too much about his nephew, and he knew that he didn't tell the truth at first glance, but he also knew that Peter Parker was a good boy with a kind heart and would never do bad things, so he didn't ask questions, but smiled cheerfully. "Well, it's a good thing for boys to be curious. But remember to report to your family before you go out on adventures." Peter Parker felt his uncle's trust, felt more guilty, and nodded obediently to be taught. "Well, I got it." The charming woman came out of the kitchen with dinner, heard the conversation between her husband and nephew, smiled and said nothing, and urged Peter Parker. "Well, let go of your school bag quickly, and then wash your hands and eat." "Okay, Aunt May." Peter Parker quickly left as he was released and returned to his room. Aunt May sighed with pity while placing tableware. "This kid is good at everything, but his personality is too weak. It's a good thing to play outside with friends for a while." "I know, just to make him pay attention to safety." Ben Parker nodded. Although Peter Parker is only their nephew, the couple has no heirs, and Peter Parker's parents are both dead and kind and sensible by nature, so he always regards Peter Parker as his own. Upstairs in Peter Parker's bedroom, Peter Parker put down his school bag and looked left and right. Upon seeing this, Deadshot gathered his figure directly in front of Peter Parker. "Looking for me?" "What?" Peter Parker was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Deadshot, and then he looked embarrassed. "Well, I'll go down for dinner first, and I'll take you out for dinner later, and get familiar with New York by the way." Deadshot felt comfortable when he heard the words, but on the surface he calmly said calmly, "No, eating is not necessary for the heroic spirits, as long as they have sufficient magic power, and magic power is a kind of human energy, so you can help me by eating more. As for getting to know this city, I can act alone faster than taking you." All right. If you encounter any situation, don't hesitation, just use Lingshu to summon me." Peter Parker looked surprised. "Does Lingshu have this ability? You really don't understand anything." Deadshot waved his hand helplessly, and sighed. "Forget it, you go down to eat first, and then I will teach you common sense of the Holy Grail War." "Oh." Peter Parker hurriedly went downstairs. His time in the room was indeed a bit longer, and he couldn't wait to understand the Holy Grail War more deeply. So Ben Parker and his wife discovered that their nephew was eating faster and more tonight, but they didn't pay much attention to it, just as tired of playing outside and more hungry than before. The spiritized heroic spirit is actually a ghost, which can be invisible and can penetrate walls, but the ability of physical interference is limited, and the others are no different from the actualized state. Deadshot didn't wander around after leaving Parker's house. Instead, he went to the roof of the apartment and looked down on the surrounding terrain from a high level. Then he went to learn more about the actual environment and the city. The reason why he didn't want to act with Peter Parker was not only because Peter Parker was too young to drag his feet, but more importantly, the way he understood the city, armed himself, and added magic power was in conflict with Peter Parker's three views. No matter what, he didn't want Peter Parker to contact him in the darkness of this world prematurely. Among the seven masters, with the exception of Peter Parker's underage summoning ritual, which was so shabby, the others have some family background. Even the most desolate Stephen Strange has almost prepared everything. A holy relic. A knight's gun that gives people a sense of age is placed in the same technique drawn by Peter Parker. It's really... Kristen looked at the summoning technique that seemed to have come alive and couldn't help showing a shocked expression, but soon he woke up and said to Stephen Strange with some anxiety, "Are you not thinking about it anymore?" She is Stephen's colleague and friend, and also a surgical trauma doctor. Ability is only inferior to Stephen's genius. The relationship with Stephen is full of friendship and love. There must be good feelings, otherwise you will not listen to Stephen. The nonsense, accompany Stephen to do some tricks. Especially when Stephen used his life savings to purchase a church collection that was said to have been used by the paladins. Although it will not add value as an antique collection, it is not a loss. Until the alteration of the technique, Christine believed that the so-called magic, the Holy Grail War, and the all-purpose wishing machine were all that Stephen had froze in order to restore his hands. He originally planned to accompany Stephen to go crazy once and let the cruel reality wake him up. However, she found that before reality awakens Stephen, she might have to rebuild the three views first. The three views established in science since childhood can't change the objective facts that the mixture of blood, mercury, and gem liquids undergoes wonderful changes. However, the technique that exudes a red metallic luster in front of me doesn't look like a serious technique in any way. Stephen Strange turned a deaf ear to Christine's words. His expression changed from initial surprise to fanaticism. No one knows the injuries of his hands better than Stephen, who is known as the God's gift to the surgery world as the world's best surgeon. Comminuted fracture of both hands, this kind of injury can be operated by many other famous surgical doctors in the world, but apart from Stephen himself, no one dares to say that he is 10% sure. Those doctors who rejected Stephen were not really unable to treat, but because the operation was too difficult, they were not sure of the absolute success, and they were worried that they would smash their own signs. Chapter 39 White Horse Night Plague. No need to think about it, Christine, this is my only chance. Stephen Strange stared at Yaya enthusiastically, and the dark red technique that rendered the underground garage, his tone was very firm. He didn't wait for Christine to continue to say anything, and sing solemnly. The summoning spell was played. Be full. Be full. Be full. Be full. Be full. Be full. A long series of unfamiliar and obscure spells ended, and the spells were radiated and quickly dimmed. The ancient Western-style spears placed in the spells had disappeared, and the masses seemed to be alive, slowly surging. The black mist replaces it. Kristen blinked sluggishly. She thought that the summoned might be ghosts, demons, etc., but never thought it would be such a cloud of fog without even the image, even though it looks very human. It is ominous, wanting to avoid it inexplicably. Strange's expression was also sluggish, and his face paled at a speed visible to the naked eye. In his imagination, the heroic spirit he had summoned should be a hero who is good at using guns, not a bunch of unidentified things. However, it was not the disappointment in his heart that made Strange pale, but the huge magic power consumed since the appearance of the black mist. Magic power is essentially the energy contained in the human body. Strange has no magic power, so the energy in his body is evacuated too much. It looks like an overindulgence, a sore waist, weak legs, and exhaustion. Mist seemed to perceive the embarrassment of the master of the rookie chicken, and there was a slight fluctuation on the surface, and he quickly dimmed to a semi-transparent state that almost disappeared, and floated to Strange and did not move. Stephen, how are you, how are you? Christine looked worried and looked at Strange worriedly, but he was afraid of black mist and dared not come close for a while. Strange shook his head weakly and responded. No problem, it should be due to a sudden exhaustion of physical strength, and the body did not react. Well, you rest for a while, and I will get you some food and water. Christine took another look at the black mist that was almost dissipating, and turned to leave. She believed Strange's judgment. It was his hand that was injured instead of his mind. A good doctor must know his physical condition best. Thanks. Strange said softly and absent-mindedly. At the moment's attention has been focused on his followers. No matter what, the Holy Grail War is his only hope to restore his hands, so even if the followers are unhappy, he will not stop there. Give up. However, looking at it as the master. Strange's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face twitched. When Christine returned to the underground garage with a bag of bread and a bottle of water, he was taken aback by the complicated expression on Strange's face. What happened again? Strange seemed agitated, sighed, regrettable, and annoyed, and said in a very complicated tone. Have you heard the legend of the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse? When I saw the Lamb unveil the first seal of the 7 seals, I heard one of the 4 living creatures with a thunderous voice saying, "Come on." I watched and saw a white horse riding on a horse. Bow, and a crown was given to him. He came out, winning again and again. When did you become interested in religion and memorized the original text of the White Horse Knight? Kristen asked with a bit of surprise. Her impression of Stephen's medical skills is very superb, and she is praised by many patients as God's gift to the surgical industry, and it has indeed been recognized by many top surgeons, but it is precisely this that comes from science. His superb medical skills made Stephen dismissive of any religion. That's why Christine knew that Stephen believed that there was magic in the world and thought Stephen was crazy. The 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, also known as the 4 horsemen of the Doomsday, are allusions from the New Testament of the Bible John Revelation. They are White Horse Night Conquer, Red Horse Night War, Dark Horse Night Famine, Green Horse Night Death. However, there is also a saying that the White Horse Night is the plague and death is the Grey Horse Night. The 4 horsemen of Apocalypse are not particularly obscure religious allusions, let alone Christian clergy and believers, religious scholars, even those who are slightly interested in Christianity have heard of it. Suddenly, Christine realized that Stephen Strange was not talking casually, and had a guess that she herself thought was absurd. His gaze shifted to the almost transparent black mist floating beside Stephen, and he was dumbfounded and said, "Could it be that? Yes, he is the White Horse Rider plague." Stephen nodded, affirming Christine's guess, and his expression became more complicated. "Are you sure the White Horse Rider is like this?" Kristen looked suspicious. In any case, she couldn't connect the black mist that was about to dissipate, as if it could be slapped away with a slap, with the Doomsday Knight who represented conquest or plague in the ancient classics. Stephen trembled uncontrollably, his complex expression turned into depression. The black mist is indeed the White Horse Knight among the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse, but it is not a conquest but a plague. As a White Horse Knight in the ancient classics, there is no doubt about his strength. Except for the muscle strength, which represents strength, is too weak, the other basic stats are all top-notch, and several skills and treasures are at the ceiling of X level. More importantly, the White Horse Rider does not have an independent personality or emotions. Although he cannot act independently or execute complex commands, he is very obedient and reliable. There is no need to worry about personality incompatibility and other issues. In some ways, he is more than a self-owning follower. Satisfied Stephen. However, it is the key. Whenever words like but and but appear, it represents an important turning point. However, Stephen is an ordinary person and has no magic power at all. If the White Horse Knight stays at the peak state, let alone fighting, it is very difficult to maintain the astralized existence, so that the White Horse Knight who just appeared on the stage will instinctively deteriorate greatly. Self-ability, lighten Stephen's burden. If the White Horse Knight materialized at the time of appearance is fuller, I am afraid that Stephen's physical strength and vitality can be drained in 1 minute. The comparison between the current White Horse Knight's data and the original data is simply horrible, which caused Stephen to be extremely depressed and heartbroken. I suddenly saw hope in a desperate situation, and this hope is very likely to be realized, but because of my own reasons. The prerequisites for realizing the hope have suddenly been greatly reduced. The ups and downs of this mood are more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Stephen felt that he hadn't collapsed yet, so he was supported by the obsession to restore his hands. Chapter 40 Non-Chief Who Smuggled Failed, Bloodline Hammer. I am 22. 33. A beautiful girl from another world, sought after by all. Kanban girl. You are our master. The light of the technique is generous, and the magic power has not yet condensed the entity. The two girls are cheerful and the other is calm, and roar responds to each other. They are refreshing when they are introduced to their ears, and the singing and the smooth opening speech are very superstar aura. As the saying goes, Krypton doesn't change your life if you don't save the wrong. It's a good word. Compared to Stephen Strange, who confirmed the European ancestry and summoned the top heroes but couldn't supply it, Nick Fury's summoning is undoubtedly a real hammer to the African descent who failed to smuggle. His skin is black. The heart is black, and even the blood is black. I like to mention the title of a true man on the outside. It is gratifying and gratifying. Nick Fury's big black face is expressionless, maybe there is, but no one can tell, and standing in front of him are two beautiful girls. The two beautiful girls have sweet looks and similar appearances and dresses. The girl on the left has long sea blue hair up to the waist and has a bright smile, giving people a lively feeling. The girl on the right has light blue short hair and a ponytail on the left. The face is expressionless but not sluggish, and it looks very quiet and elegant. Just like other masters can see all the data of their followers, in Nick Fury's master's perspective, there is a data about 22 and 33. Among the 6 basic data of muscle strength, durability, agility, magic power, luck, and treasures, the muscle strength, agility, and magic power related to combat attributes are all E, which is also the lowest level. The conversion result is equal to 4 points of a normal ordinary person. 1. In the true sense, there is no power to bind a chicken. However, the 3 items of durability, luck, and treasure have reached the ceiling X abnormally. The 6 basic attributes present 2 extremes, which is intriguing. By the way, measuring the level of attributes is dead, but it does not mean that the true strength and level of the heroic spirits are consistent. Just like SWIBA exam can take 102, because the total score is only 102, and you can take 102, because you really can only take 102. The same applies to heroic spirits and data to quantify their attributes, regardless of the upper limit or the lower limit. If you just look at the basic attribute data, Nick Fury can still accept it. Those who can become heroes must have their own uniqueness. There is no heroic spirit in the Holy Grail War, only the master of the dish. The key is to see that the master can do it. Make good use of the strengths and avoid weaknesses, and make perfect use of the advantages of the heroic spirits. The basic attributes of 2233 are very weird, but the stamina, luck, and treasures that reach the ceiling level are enough to make up for the lack of combat attributes. Especially for treasures, Nick Fury knows that treasures are the killer for heroic spirits, and X-class treasures are the ceiling of treasures. But then the reality taught Nick Fury a truth: it is never possible for a non-chief to smuggle. Look at the skill, it's either A or X. It looks very beautiful, but it's not a good thing. Look at the skill, charm, performance, shop, can sing and dance. The golden inherent law? What's the use of these skills even if they are all X? He, Nick Fury, is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The agent leader of the world's largest intelligence agency. Not the manager of the beautiful girl group. Look at the treasure again, 9.8 billion smiles. Level, anti-human treasure X. Range, 1 person. Maximum capture, 1 unlimited. Smile and pour into the city and then smile and pour into the country. How can a poor ghost who does not even have 9.8 billion worship the peerless beauty of the young lady? Give your strength and wallet to the goddess. The master invests 9.8 billion to activate, which is comparable to the absolute defense of Avalon. The master falls into a weak state during the expansion of the treasure and lasts infinitely. Relief condition, 2233 exits or the enemy master pays the same price. During the activation of the treasure, the master can ignore any damage. So what rank did the chief non-chief braised egg summon? Funny vamp. Puff, ha ha ha. Bale used magic to get a panoramic view of Nick Fury and the 2,233 twin heroes. After seeing the rank of 2,233, a sip of tea was sprayed out, regardless of the surprised eyes of Natalie and Giselle, laughed out loud, and even laughed out of the corners of her eyes. The tears stopped after a long while, wanting to have a calm expression, but couldn't help showing a happy expression the next moment. Funny Vamp belongs to the informal ranks other than the 7 formal ranks. Among the many informal ranks, it is also a very rare one. It is only literally understood that it is happy poisonous woman. In fact, this is not the case. The original intention is, the heroic spirits who come to this rank will innocently play the blood drinker who sucks the opponent's blood, the life eater who takes the opponent's physical strength, and the finance crisis who consumes the opponent's electronic money. In other words, to put it bluntly, it was a heroic rank that emptied the master's body and wallet. For a man, there is really nothing more vicious than emptying his body and wallet. Interesting, interesting. Bailu wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her face couldn't stop smiling, but her eyes were very calm, and she said faintly, "For the sake of you making me laugh, you will save your life in the future." Natalie didn't change her expression when she heard the words, but her heart jumped. Giselle puzzled. Is there anything special about these two girls? Although they don't look as good as Archer, they are better than Ryder. She and Natalie stayed with Bailu for a period of time. Although Bailu never guarded them, and even gave them a lot of magic knowledge intentionally or unconsciously, they also had a certain understanding of magic, especially about Holy Grail War. The two women have also seen Ryder who played earlier, although it is the White Horse Knight the plague in the myth, but it is weak to the point of dissipating, and it is already foreseeable that the Ryder group will bottom out in the Holy Grail War. In contrast, Nick Fury, the two weak girls summoned, is not so unlucky. This is definitely impossible. The strength of the heroic spirit cannot be estimated from appearances. Ryder is actually lacking magical power, and the most indispensable way for the heroic spirit is to supplement the magical power. It is nothing more than a different efficiency, but it is always enough to fight. And 2233 is really completely unable to fight. According to common sense, it is impossible for Funny Vamp to be summoned by formal means, and Nick Fury does not understand magic and can only do it step by step, so there is no illegal summoning. The key lies in Nick Fury's Holy Relic, a set of agent equipment. The Sacred Relic is essentially used as a pointer to lock the heroic spirits, so in theory, anything can be a Sacred Relic, even some of the characteristics of the Master himself, such as the Saint's Widow. Nick Fury uses agent equipment to make Sacred Relics. There are many considerations, such as getting obedient subordinates and knowing what will happen in the future through future subordinates. However, Bailu made the Soul Castle by herself, so how could there be any heroes in this world? Therefore, the Holy Grail system selects the appropriate heroes according to the characteristics of the agent equipment. If the agent equipment is not Natasha Romanoff, nicknamed Black Widow equipment, the results may be different. Chapter 41 Europeans who are not better than Fey Chiefs. Sister, Master looks unhappy, does he hate us? 33 said something worried, but Sanmu's expression looked like he didn't care at all. 22 tilted his head, the sea blue waist-length hair trembled slightly, and the simple movements appeared very lively and lovely, with a surprised look on his small face. Oh? Impossible, how can normal people resist the charm of our sisters? 33 expressionless faces. So the conclusion is yes. 22 Suddenly, the look in Nick Fury's eyes became very strange, full of strange colors. The blue veins on Nick Fury's forehead jumped, and he shouted in a deep voice, irritated. Shut up all to me. 33 stepped back as if scared and hid behind 22, but there was still no expression on his face. 22 Willowbrow's eyebrows are slightly raised, her cherry lips are lightly opened, and the words are very sharp. What's so fierce? It's obviously you who ignored us first. And it's not your fault that you look so dark and ugly, but it's your fault that is scary. 22 It was not at all because Nick Fury was the Lord, but he was half polite in his words, hitting the nail on the head and stabbing twice in Nick Fury's heart. Throughout the ages, what can become heroic spirits must be the existence that has been praised by people. Among them, there are many distinct characters. Therefore, the master and the servant of the Holy Grail War are not an absolute superior-subordinate relationship. In fact, the master of ordinary people faces most heroic spirits. Weakness is that Ling Shu gave the Lord the equal dialogue with the heroic spirit, and even suppressed the heroic spirit. Nick Fury shook his face and said coldly, "Tell me about your history." The King of Agent is also an ordinary person, with 7 emotions and 6 desires, but Nick Fury will not be influenced by emotions. He is not willing to accept the results without paying back. Although the appearance of 2233 was unexpected, it is not without room for manipulation. And he found that he didn't really feel irritated about 22's words, and even these emotions were quickly disappearing but inexplicably deep feelings. Through this phenomenon, Nick Fury keenly perceives the 2233 sisters' X-class charm. Terrible. That's a long story. 22 shaking his head slightly, said with a sweet smile. To make a long story short, we are not real human beings, but the heroic spirits who have gathered countless mankind's heartfelt good wishes to give birth to form and to unlock wisdom. Our mission is only one, and that is to strive to bring joy to more people. 33 Without any sense of contradiction and connection with 22, the expression of San Muet at the moment looked very serious and solemn. Almost at the same time when Nick Fury summoned 2233, S.H.I.E.L.D's old opponent, a branch of Hydra, which had been lurking in the dark, also called the Heroes in the German base. Unlike Nick Fury's sneaky summons in his safe house, the German Hydra base is under total martial law. The training ground used for the summoning ceremony has 3 steps, 1 post, 5 steps, and 1 sentry. As the master, Baron Strucker is even more affected by him. The elite combat team was protected. In such a comparison, I don't know who is the villain. Baron Strucker and Nick Fury's cautiousness can be described as a big fanfare, but his ambition is much larger than Nick Fury's. Nick Fury's original goal was to summon someone who might have become a hero, but what Baron Strucker wanted to summon was a well-known existence in the West, but the existence of the hero was the same as in the legend, so it was too dangerous. Maybe even let him use Lingshu without a chance. If Baron Strucker is willing to check more carefully, he will probably find that he has entrusted important contacts and bought a small corner of the sword-shaped holy relic with such a mark. Medine, China. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and the ancient holy relics in the center of the spirit descending technique disappeared, and the huge magic power spurted and condensed from the technique. "It's so cool," the voice of a slight dialect echoes in the huge underground training ground. "You're the FG Louds," scold him to death. Dressed in an earthy grey military uniform, the complexion was earthy yellow, the eyebrows were thick, his eyes were piercing, his face was full of rebelliousness, and the man with a straight waist stood in the center of the procedure. Facts have proved that there are not only non-chiefs who failed to smuggle, but also Europeans who are more non-chiefs than non-chiefs. Baron Strucker looked dumbfounded. This was completely different from what he had imagined. What he wanted to summon was the vampire lord with great reputation. How could he summon a turtle from the rabbit family? And it looks like a long time ago, when the most soil is also the most sturdy turtle. "Who are you?" Baron Strucker answered in Hyuxia. For some reasons, his Hyuxia is fairly good, and he can fully understand Yingling's Hyuxia with a slight dialect accent. As for the 3 words of mantra, Baron Strucker selectively ignored them. "Hey! That's weird, UFG call me Lao Li, actually asked me who I am." Li Yunlong raised his eyebrows with a strange look. Opening his mouth is the dialect with the mantra of UFG. He looked at Baron Strucker's slightly blue and grey face in a bad mood, and finally added another sentence. Your brain is okay. Baron Strucker's face turned red and white, suppressed his anger, and said coldly. You are not the hero I originally wanted to summon, and I am your master, you should learn to respect and respect. Hydra led by Baron Strucker belonged to the split of Red Skull's Hydra during World War II, and the purpose was always to dominate the world. If you want to rule the world, you must first understand the difficulties you face. The 5 hooligans bear the brunt, and among the 5 hooligans, the rabbit planting flowers in the East is the most. Although Eagle Sauce America is currently the strongest in national power, the fighting power of the turtles of the rabbit family is recognized as the world's first in the world. I think that even when equipment and logistics were inferior, the double-digit Tang Kao of Yingzhong and his younger brother was still tough, and finally won. This shows the terribleness of the rabbits, not to mention the past few decades. Our tricks are getting more and more, even more unfathomable. And Rabbit's home is also the only place where Hydra has failed to penetrate. Therefore, Baron Strucker is very caring about the rabbit family. As the saying goes, the soil turtle is not the soil, and the fighting power is 5. Baron Strucker saw at a glance that the time of the servant who opened his mother tongue should belong to the Second World War. And it was also the time when the willpower and combat experience of the turtles were the strongest. In any army, a soldier or officer who can maintain his unruly qualities is not only a stab, but also the one who can fight and dare to fight the most. Chapter 42 The Head and the Political Commissar. Baron Strucker turned a blind eye to Li Yunlong's offenses, and even quickly adjusted his mentality to conquer Li Yunlong, even though he could not even see Li Yunlong's real name and data. It's not surprising to think about it, the best thing rabbits do is camouflage. Obviously, the overall strength is already in the top 3 of the top 5 gangsters, but they always appear harmless to humans and animals. Hidden cards and disguise are the housekeeping skills of the rabbits. The ability of the slave to cut off the ability granted to the master by the Holy Grail War also proves the excellence of the slave from the side. Li Yunlong smiled hesitantly, and said arrogantly. You can't say anything. If you want my old Li's respect, you have to convince my old Li. Good. Baron Strucker took a deep look at Li Yunlong. This seemingly rebellious and rude veteran did not show that simple. The seemingly rude words are actually an upright aggressive general. Whenever he wants to take the initiative, he must show enough strength to Li Yunlong as a collaborator, and also exposed a part of his own strength. I hope you also have value that can satisfy me. Baron Strucker said so unwillingly. The relationship between the master and the follower is not constant. Even the masters who are compatible with each other must have the primary and secondary points. If one side is strong, the other side will inevitably make concessions. Baron Strucker and Li Yunlong are both strong characters. The conflict between master and slave is more intense than other combinations. Either the east wind overwhelms the west wind, or the west wind overwhelms the east. There is no room for maneuver, otherwise the combination that disagrees with each other can only be used in the Holy Grail War. It's just dragging each other back. However, Baron Strucker had another idea in his mind. It has now been confirmed that the Holy Grail War is not a simple prank, so the universal wishing machine may really exist. For the sake of the ideals, even if there is only a slight possibility, he will not let it go. Baron Strucker made up his mind that if Li Yunlong refuses to cooperate, then he will find a way to change to a hero. As long as the invitation letter is still there is a chance. Baron Strucker subconsciously touched the enchantment mark on the back of his hand and ordered the peripheral troops to lift the alert, and then took Li Yunlong to see the charm of modern weapons. Good TND, this is bigger and faster than the Little Devil's plane. Somewhere in Europe belonged to a large military base of Hydra. Li Yunlong got off the plane, looking up at the big guy in front of him, and secretly sighed that if they had this thing back then, they wouldn't have to fight so hard. However, this is just the beginning. The modern high-precision and sophisticated weapons, while maintaining terrible power, use scalpel-like precision strikes, which opened up Li Yunlong's eyes and told him what is the development of the times and what is the progress of science. What is called a New Age war? The so-called war fought is intelligence, and the war that enters the digital information age has pushed intelligence warfare to a level that Lao Li can't understand. In any case, he can't think of how to follow a person thousands of meters or even tens of thousands of meters away. Enemy combat capable of precise strikes. A button is pressed, and enemies thousands of miles away are sent to the sky. After experiencing the cruelty of the war of resistance against Japanese aggression, he used real swords and guns in every battle. Regardless of the victory or defeat, the head of Li, who poured the blood of himself and the enemy, couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could the war become so trivial and cruel? The war is cruel, but the face-to-face bloody killing of the enemy is turned into a button thousands of miles away. The casualties are no longer the sight of flesh and blood flying across the ground, but a string of accurate numbers, effectively making the old Lao Li, who fought in the times, had difficulty adapting to it for a while. How can this Lord's army satisfy Captain Li? And this is just a trivial part of my power. Baron Strucker proudly said to Li Yunlong that this military base is trivial and bragging, but for him who leads a hydra and has huge branch resources, a military base is indeed not to be discussed. How important it is. Li Yunlong didn't open his eyes and talk nonsense, with a satisfied look on his face. He looked around at the weapons and equipment and elite troops around him, nodding his head repeatedly. Haha, good, very good. Baron Strucker suddenly felt a little inexplicable in his heart. For some reason, he always felt that Li Yunlong was not admiring his military base, but his own military base. Baron Strucker's face was not pretty, and he said angrily. Then Commander Li, do you have any ability? That's definitely, Lao Li, I really can't fight with your troops, but I also have the ability to hold down the box, so let you know. Li Yunlong spoke proudly and paused, shouting. Political Commissar. Old Zhao, come out to do ideological work. Inherent barrier, Lao Tzu's independent group. Li Yunlong's hand in hand with 100 warriors, even if they die, they can't separate each other's bonds. Their wills have built the battlefield that they stepped on in the past, and they can get out of it. Political Commissar Zhao appeared behind Li Yunlong, with a face with Huxia characters, a divine look, gentle temperament and tough temperament. After appearing, he politely showed up on the opposite side of Baron Strucker and nodded slightly, speaking in a fairly fluent English. Hello, I am the political commissar of the 386 Brigade Independent Group, Zhao Gang. The heroic spirit can communicate with the master through the spiritual power of the contract, ignoring the language barrier, and it is more convenient and quicker than oral communication, but Zhao Gang's ability to speak directly in English surprised Baron Strucker a little. Hello. Baron Strucker was also a little confused when he was surprised by the English level of political commissar Zhao, and Zhao Gang's subsequent behavior made him even more confused. I saw that Zhao Gang did not show any strong power. Instead, he took out a booklet from his chest pocket that looked a little old, with obvious signs of wear on the corners and corners. Obviously, he often reads it, but the overall protection is very good. Soldiers of foreign countries, come join us and become our comrades. Ghosts, ghosts of GCZY, wander around the European continent. In order to carry out a sacred encirclement and suppression of this ghost, all the forces of old Europe. The sound waves mixed with magic power swept across the military base like the roar of Hongzhongdalu. Everyone in the base had a deafening and brilliant declaration in their minds. It seemed to be read frequently. Some old pamphlets bloomed with dazzling brilliance. What can stop, shining on everyone in the military base. Exclusive skills for political commissars, ideological guidance. GCZY brilliance. The two cooperate with each other, the longer the reading time of GC classics, the better the probation effect. P.S. When I was reading book reviews in the backstage, I saw someone complaining about me forcing the Baron to lower my wits, and I couldn't even tell that the holy relics were fakes. I did deliberately arrange such a plot, but I can't say forcibly lowering my wits. The dark side of the Baron is the snakehead of Hydra, and on the surface is also a German nobleman. The sacred relics of the Baron belong to the category of cultural relics. If the object of trading the sacred relics is lower than the Baron, there is no guts to deceive the Baron. On the contrary, people with the same or higher status than the Baron will disdain to manipulate the cultural relics. The key is that the Baron was originally skeptical of the Holy Grail War. Even if he paid attention to it, he would not care much, so negligence is definitely. I think my logic makes sense. Then there is the issue of the sacred relic. I clearly stated in the text that the 2233 FUNIV map rank comes from the Widow's equipment, and the head of Lee's identity comes from Medine, China. Deadshot doesn't seem to match Little Spider-Man, but in DC in the background, Deadshot's original ideal was to be a superhero. I mentioned these elements both explicitly and implicitly in the text. Book friends speak freely in the book review area. I read it every day. As long as what I say is reasonable and well-founded, I will explain or correct it. Chapter 43, Old Lee's Backstab. Baron Strucker looked dumbfounded. What happened to this? How can people who look serious and serious do things so indifferently? He is one of Hydra's snakeheads. This is Hydra's military base. From elite fighters to toilet cleaners, they are loyal to Hydra, and their Hydra is inherited from the branch of Red Skull. In other words, it is the remnant of C and X. It is really arrogant to recite the declaration of the enemy GCZY in front of them. But it sounds reasonable. Baron Strucker was thoughtful, and then was shocked. Unknowingly he actually believed in the ideals of his opponent. What a terrible ability, even his belief in the existence of a snakehead level has been distorted, so what about his subordinates? Shut up! Let him shut up! Baron Strucker felt extremely uneasy, and rage yelled and backed away. However, it was too late. Hey! Hearing a violent drink, a tall black shadow shot out from behind Li Yunlong and blinked close to Baron Strucker. The cold light flashed, and then flashed again. Ding! The sharp metal clash sounded, the heavy and old machete with sharply sharpened blades and the dim, introverted exquisite saber stood in a stalemate, and sparks flashed away. A thin layer of hair just appeared on his bare head, thick eyebrows, big eyes, smart eyes, but a simple face. The tall young man with well-proportioned muscles under the uniform looked at the warriors wrestling with him, grinning, showing white teeth. The strength is good. While speaking, he moved forward abruptly, raised his long legs like a whip, and even made a roar that broke through the air, and drew it straight to the head of the elite Hydra soldier. This kick was solid, and I am afraid that it can instantly make Hydra. The soldier's cervical spine was broken. Hydra's soldiers reacted in a blink of an eye, and the hand holding the big sword withdrew and guided outwards. The body slightly took a big step before, lunged and squatted, bending the elbow to hit the young man's chest. The young man raised his eyebrows when he saw it, his kicking foot immediately pressed down, his calf hit the Hydra soldier's shoulder, and the other foot was lifted on the Hydra soldier's knee and stepped back quickly. The force of a punch in the chest was also lost. Reduce most of it. Hey, the power is not small. The young man smiled disapprovingly, and slowly rubbed the back of the hand holding the knife on his chest, and at the same time handed the contents of the other hand to Li Yunlong. Head, got it. I saw that it was a well-maintained, white, tender, and smooth skin, slender palm with 5 fingers, and the curse that looked like a scimitar and fangs on the back of the hand was particularly conspicuous. However, Li Yunlong did not immediately take the severed hand that represented a mandatory order to himself, and slapped the young man on the shoulder. His eyes were tearful, and his mouth lacked an unforgiving saying. Well, you monk, Lao Tzu, you think you're not good at it after so many years of death. He is a soldier, the soldier in the cruelest war ever in the world. From a small soldier to the position of regimental leader, he is accustomed to life and death. I don't know how many comrades in arms brothers talked the day before and died on the battlefield the next day. But the one who has the deepest feelings with him is his guardian monk. The monk scratched his head and smiled honestly. Hey! Where can it be? Zhao Gang smiled and nodded slightly at the monk. He was the political commissar, the second in command in the regiment, and the leader of the regiment Li Yunlong's personal team. He had always been close to each other, and the monk was also capable of taking on many important tasks in the battle. When he first learned that the monk was killed by the bandits, if not for the sake of the overall situation, he had the mind to let Li Yunlong slaughter the bandit village. However, he does not have time to talk to the monk now. The effect of ideological guidance is immediate after becoming a hero, but it is also a water mill. Before he can truly transform the other party into a comrade and eliminate the troubles, he cannot relax. Baron Strucker's face was pale, and the guards around him were allowed to deal with his severed hand injury. He stared at Li Yunlong fiercely with a gloomy look, gritted his teeth and said, "This is the rabbit's military style." If possible, he really wanted to order the three heroes of Li Yunlong to be screened. It's a pity that, except for Baron Strucker himself and his guards, most of the soldiers on the base suddenly came to their senses, changed their faces, and became comrades of GCZY. They turned their guns at the former leader, and a small number of stubborn elements were there. In the conflict between the two concepts, they were splitting their heads and lost their combat effectiveness. In other words, the military base now belongs to Li Yunlong, and Baron Strucker is surrounded. If you don't believe it, look at the soldiers who have a firm expression on their faces, opened the insurance, and pointed their guns at his former leader. "You fart from Tien." Li Yunlong blinked, tiger glared, spitting fragrance in his throat, and yelled at Baron Strucker mercilessly. "When I didn't see those French X signs on your desk and on your guard. My old Li is illiterate, not blind. Even if he died once, my old Li will not go with you, the remnants of C and the remnants of France X. And what are you? I also want to control my old Li?" I opened my mouth and Tien closed my mouth. The monk chuckled, this is his head, and he just wants to win this momentum. However, Zhao Gang's eyes twitched, and his tone couldn't help but his brilliance. He admitted that his commander was a good hand in warfare. It was his words and deeds that always revealed a rogue and domineering unreasonable style, and no matter what he said, talk about changes face to face, turn your head and do it your own way. He is a literate man, and he really can't bear it. Baron Strucker held his breath in his chest, uncomfortable but unable to vomit. He is the remnant of NAC, and the remnant of France X. Yes, but how many years ago are they in the old calendar? What we are talking about now is win-win cooperation. Baron Strucker also knew his reasoning was unclear to people like Li Yunlong, so he ignored the arrogant Li Yunlong, and said in a gloomy voice, "Cover me to retreat." Hail Hydra! The Hydra soldiers, who were conscious and very firm and maintained a certain degree of enthusiastic yelling, under the leadership of the two guards of Baron Strucker, launched an impact on Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang without hesitation. Da-da-da! In an instant, gunfire broke out in the military base, and battles came and went quickly. After all, die-hard elements were only a small group. And they were quickly sifted by comrades who had already converted. When the chaos ended, Li Yunlong frowned as he looked at the corpse on the street. "Hey? What about foreign devils? Monk, have you seen them where they go?" Li Yunlong has long been accustomed to the death of the enemy, and this scene cannot cause him discomfort. Chapter 44. Ahem. Baron Strucker's face was pale, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Looking back at the military base, a ferocious look flashed in his eyes. Whether as a snakehead of Hydra or as an aristocrat with huge wealth on the surface, his identity will always attract countless people's unkind look at him. Therefore, Baron Strucker prepared himself a very safe life-saving work, thanks to this whole card. Let him and the remaining guards successfully escape from the military base, but the price paid also made Baron Strucker painful. Not only did he pay for a military base, he also lost a life-saving hole card. Heroic. I will make you pay. Baron Strucker swore bitterly and left quickly under the escort of the guards. After a while, sha-sha-sha, the clothes rubbed against the bushes and grass, and the sound of stepping on the grass sounded. A small group of soldiers wearing grey uniforms and carrying backward bolt-on pikes arrived. After taking a closer look around, one of the soldiers waved his finger to Baron Strucker and left the direction of the road. Captain, the enemy should be there. New, go back and report to the group leader. Yes. Other people chase me. The squad of soldiers followed Baron Strucker's trail and ran in stride, while the soldier named Ernie returned directly as a soul. Soon after, a powerful sound of horseshoes sounded. A group of cavalry riding tall horses rushed out. The leading knight was thin, with dark skin and small eyes, looking at the reconnaissance company squad stopped on a gentle slope, and said in a huff, "Where is the man? Where is the man?" The captain of the reconnaissance company squad looked annoyed, and pointed his finger at the off-road jeep that was racing away on the cement road, expecting AI to say, "Run, do you think you can catch up with Commander Sun?" Sun Desheng squinted slightly, his small eyes as if closed, thinking about the gains and losses in his heart, shook his head a few seconds later, pulled the reins to turn the horse's head, and said helplessly, "No, it takes magic for the team leader to seize the supplies. I can't mess around here. Can a four-legged one run over four wheels? This problem depends on the situation. It is definitely not possible to run on open flat ground, and there is a chance in places with more complicated terrain. Similarly, the heroic cavalry cannot be judged by common sense." Sun Desheng's cavalry battalion was annihilated in a fierce battle with the Japanese cavalry. No one retreated. Even if in the end only Kong Desheng himself was left with his arm cut off, he still straightened his waist and shouted, "Cavalry battalion, charge!" launched a deadly assault on the Japanese army. Therefore, Sun Desheng and his cavalry battalion used a large amount of magic to liberate the concept treasure. Cavalry battalion, charge, is able to explode with terrifying speed and combat effectiveness, and it is very likely to catch up with Baron Strucker. But Sun Desheng was not only the battalion commander of the cavalry battalion, but also a member of the independent regiment. He had to consider other comrades in arms. After becoming a hero, the biggest logistical expenditure of the army is not food, ammunition, or medical treatment, but magic power. As long as there is sufficient magic power, all problems can be solved. Sun Desheng's ability to bring a team of cavalry out is already the greatest magic power that other comrades and those temporary comrades inspired by the political comrades can squeeze out. For the next strategy of winning the Holy Grail War, magic has a more important use: chase and kill a person. It's not worth it, and the probability of success is unknown. Who knows if the enemy has any other cards? In the military base, the soldiers of the independent regiment, under the command of their respective chiefs and the leadership of temporary comrades, happily searched for all the materials in the base, especially the munitions. In those days, fighting the little devils on the battlefield, their biggest loss was the poor equipment. Now that they have the sophisticated weapons of German craftsmanship, they are happier than being an alternative resurrection of heroic spirits. Can't use it? That's okay, the original owners of the military base and temporary comrades are the best teachers. You did the right thing. If that kid runs fast, he will even squeeze out the egg next time I meet. After listening to Kong Desheng's report, Li Yunlong affirmed Kong Desheng's judgment, smacked his lips, and muttered very uncomfortably. He noticed the expression on the side of his house political commissar who was preparing to preach. He smiled and changed the subject. "Come here, I will show you some good things." He turned his head and left as if to escape. Zhao Gang. A group of people came to a garage. The internal lights had already been turned on. A dozen main battle tanks were lined up in the garage. The camouflage armor and thick barrels reflected cold and hard light under the lights. Li Yunlong's rough big hand gently stroked the cold tank barrel, feeling the hard hand, the unstoppable smile at the corner of his mouth, and exclaimed. Look, these are all good guys. Compared with these guys, the little devil's iron BD is a crispy mouse. Sun Desheng smiled happily, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and he was so excited that he trembled, and said in an unstable tone. These are all ours. Nonsense, the riding skills of your cavalry battalion can move these big guys. Li Yunlong hummed unhappily, forgetting that when he had learned about the inventory of the military base before, his performance was worse than that of Sun Desheng. Political Commissar Zhao Gang rolled his eyes, and the soldier monk and Duan Peng looked at each other and lowered their heads and snickered, but they all gave Li Yunlong face and did not reveal them. Li Yunlong is not fake and serious. Just after teaching Sun Desheng, he smiled. Look at your unpromising appearance, there are many armored vehicles next door, and this base even has 2 planes that are said to be cost-effective to catch up with this warehouse tank. I don't know if you can make it fly. Speaking of it, Baron Strucker was unlucky. He wanted to give Li Yunlong off his horse, so he picked a middle upper level from his base. This base is not big, but it can be said to have all the internal organs. A large military base should have the same quality, but the number is much smaller. Unexpectedly, Li Yunlong had been uncooperative from the beginning, and the entire military base was packaged in Li Yunlong's hands. Okay, you can get people familiar as soon as possible. Time is running out. We don't have time to spend time here. Li Yunlong asked, took out the seal he carried and clicked on each tank one by one, leaving a red mark with the unit number and name. Each mark flashes like roar sucks, and every time it flashes, the red lines spread to the surroundings. Sun Desheng and the soldiers of the cavalry battalion also couldn't help but get started and did the same thing. The officers left the numbers and the soldiers left the figures of the 5-pointed star. The higher the position, the higher the flicker frequency of the imprint left, and the faster the grain erosion speed. The light of the large file size and small imprints complement each other, and they will be adjusted to the same frequency quickly, and the erosion speed will increase again. Exclusive skill for the Rabbit Army, Seize Supplies. Chapter 45, Old Li's Delicateness, Baron's Revenge. There is no gun or cannon, the enemy made it for us. Such a lyric is not only a true portrayal of the optimistic attitude of the soldiers in the face of backward logistics during the War of Resistance against Japan, but also a manifestation of the country's decline and the sadness of technology at that time. What should I do if I don't have weapons and lack sophisticated weapons? You can only steal and rob the enemy, you won't have to use it, you will have to explore it, and you must even learn to imitate, or you will be beaten. Li Yunlong and his independent regiment, or any rabbit's army in that period, had the ability to seize materials. After becoming a hero, this kind of ability becomes a skill. By understanding the weapon or consuming a lot of magic power to forcefully corrode, the weapon is turned into a treasure. The process of turning a weapon into a treasure is the process of understanding the weapon. The power of treasure Hwa's weapons has been slightly improved. The most important thing is that they can be transformed into spirits together and put away by Li Yunlong together with the inherent enchantment. It's just that it takes a lot of magic power to realize those weapons. After strolling around the military base and learning about his future family background, the joy on Li Yunlong's face gradually faded, but he was a little bit heavier inexplicably. Zhao Gang noticed Li Yunlong's emotional changes, his smile has not faded, and he said in a puzzled way. Why are you not happy about the big gain? You said, what does our future look like? Li Yunlong sighed in a sense of loss, not to mention worrying, just a kind of heroic sigh. The world has changed so fast, my old Li, you Zhao Gang, Monk, and Duan Peng can still keep up with the younger generations? Especially Sun Desheng, the cavalry has been completely eliminated in this era, and half of the life's immediate effort is useless. How happy you feel to touch the tank, you feel sad in your heart, that kid is suffering in his heart. Zhao Gang was slightly startled, as if he had just met Li Yunlong and watched it for a while. He had known that his partner had extraordinary ability in war situations, but this kind of sadness was not in line with the other party's feelings. Hot temper. But it's not surprising to think about it. Fighting with thousands of lives in hand is the real technical work. Without a delicate mind, how can one continue to win one victory after another despite the disadvantages? When Li Yunlong was a little uncomfortable, Zhao Gang lowered his head and took out a pack of cigarettes, threw it to Li Yunlong and the two soldiers, and said with a smile, "It's not like what you Li Yunlong would say." Li Yun's eyes opened slightly, amused by the political commissar's words, and he smiled. "Hey, what you said, then what do you think I should say?" The flames of the cigarette butts flickered slightly. Zhao Gang slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and said leisurely, "You should say this damn foolish man, rushing to labor and management, upset him, and bring good things back." Ha ha ha. Li Yunlong raised his head and laughed happily. He leaned forward and closed his laughter. After a while, he stopped. The heavy expression on his face was gone, and he restored his usual unang-aired, prestigious and unrestrained appearance, and said with satisfaction, "It's the political commissar who understands us, and even learns swear words decently." Zhao Gang's face turned black and said angrily, "I'm called the black near the ink." "Certainly, just talk some elegant words. Do you really think that our old Li is an illiterate who doesn't understand anything?" Li Yunlong waved his hand, very impatient with Zhao Gang's sarcasm. His eyes widened, his arrogance, clenched his fist, and said boldly, "But you are not wrong. I was forced to have a fever by the devils, Lao Li, and I couldn't cure it. When I fainted and fled around with the monk on my back, I didn't convince myself. It's just a change in the times. Lao Li, I can't learn and fight. No one teaches is a good hand. Nash Lao Zi's Holy Grail war is not only to be fought, but also to be won. Lao Li, I also hope that planting flowers can be a world policeman like America's foreign devils." This is not a good word. Zhao Gang has a headache. The banditry of his head can't be changed no matter what, but it's not bad. Li Yunlong is still Li Yunlong without that banditry. Li Yunlong grinning, and said, "Lao Li, I'm a person? That's the damn thing about jealousy. Whether he sounds good or not, if you change the position, you can be sure that everyone will only be happier." After a pause, the monk and Duanpeng sternly commanded, "Let the comrades move faster, pick practical and convenient supplements. If the foreign devils run away, I am afraid that they will not let it go. After all, it is in other people's territory. We should keep a low profile for the dead and alive people." "Yes." The monk and Duanpeng led their departure and gave orders to the companies and platoons. Everyone in the world of Hydra is shouting and beating, so naturally it is not visible. Even if a military base was ransacked by Li Yunlong, Baron Strucker could only knock out his teeth and swallow blood in his belly, and he did not dare to call on the large forces and other eye-catching methods. Go back directly with revenge, but Germany or Europe can be regarded as his land. The various open and secret communication networks built with emotions and interests are so huge that it is easy to target heroes who don't even have an identity in modern times. In the evening, a high-tech fighter plane in the dimly lit military base soared into the air, and suddenly broke through the air. However, when it was about to fly out of the base's radar range, a rapid alarm sounded and the radar broke into the same high. The white spot of the speed movement hit the fighter directly. The command's communication system also reported that the pilot reported that he was locked by the missile. At the same time, the speed of the fighter suddenly increased. Although Li Yunlong and others could not see the fighter trying to escape the missile pursuit. Vigorous maneuvering, but from the fact that the reality on the radar chart is constantly changing trajectory, and the two white dots entangled, one can imagine the fierce air combat. "GCZY hail!" Roar shouted loudly along with the flight man's decisiveness, and the communication channel lost his voice in the next moment. There was silence in the headquarters. Li Yunlong patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder and sighed. Although he is a foreigner, he used to be a Nakfax, but after he has been reformed, he is a good comrade. Whether it was the original Hydra soldiers or the soldiers of the Independent Corps in the headquarters, they all had solemn expressions. Zhao Gang was expressionless, but the feeling in his heart was rather weird. Although the skills can transfer GCZY to other people's hearts faster, and quickly conjure them to become comrades. In theory, this is to greatly improve the efficiency of their own thought guidance, but the comrades who were recruited earlier have sacrificed in this way, as if he had been fooled before. When people die, there is always the evil feeling of X-brain. But after all, they were soldiers who fought in the cruelest and most arduous battlefield. Even if they were engaged in civilian work, Zhao Gang quickly adjusted his mentality. War is unscrupulous, and it is better to let others die than to die. Moreover, even if the sacrificed flight member dies physically, his soul has already left its mark on the inherent barrier of the independent regiment, and it will not take long before it will appear in the form of heroic spirits. This can also be regarded as one of the invisible functions of the political commissar's skill thought guidance. After the effect of ideological guidance is stable, the comrades who are called will also be part of the independent group. The inherent enchantment of left a soul imprint, so that the death of its body can also be reborn in the way of heroic spirits. Chapter 46. Li Yunlong had already anticipated Baron Strucker's revenge. In other words, he could not bear the anger of being taken away from a military base. If conditions permit, revenge would only be faster and crazier than Baron Strucker. Therefore, the fighter flying out alone is a temptation. It would be strange if it flew away without incident. Instead, Li Yunlong had to weigh whether Baron Strucker had prepared any more damaging tricks waiting for him. But the fighter jet was shot down without even leaving the airfield of the military base, and the fierce counterattack showed Baron Strucker's anger. The magic particles are condensed around him, there is a spirit in the eyebrows, and the 1st Battalion Commander Zhang Dabiao, who has a shrewd mustache and gives a sense of shrewdness, appeared in his figure, and said with a solemn expression, "Leader, the main way to leave is blocked, and other directions are also blocked." Li Yunlong doesn't know a few big characters, but he is a master at war, and he can learn it without a teacher. Since the temptation can't be only from the sky, the ground is the top priority. The result did not exceed Li Yunlong's expectations. "Thanks for your hard work, let the brethren maintain the status quo, don't take the initiative to attack, but don't let the enemy shrink the encirclement." "Yes." Zhang Dabiao took his orders in awe. At the same time, another figure condensed in the command room, bringing new bad news. Other secret passages have also been blocked. Unexpectedly, after all, it's someone else's site, and it's clearer than us. Li Yunlong looked calm, watching the electronically simulated battlefield situation on the huge screen hanging on the wall of the command room. Without the tension and embarrassment of the end, he faintly smiled and sighed. "Good guy, heaven, earth, and underground, don't leave a way for Lao Tzu. If I was alive, Lao Tzu would really have no way to escape. That's it, it's difficult for us to leave." Zhao Gang was not as optimistic as Li Yunlong, his expression was heavy, his brows furrowed, he was partly combing and analyzing, and partly discussing with Li Yunlong. "It's not difficult to escape. The difficult thing is how to maintain combat effectiveness. Even if there is no result in this operation, at least one squad must maintain combat effectiveness, so that we have the hope of counterattack." Obviously, Zhao Gang is not optimistic about the next battle of the independent regiment. Although he has confidence in the combat effectiveness of the independent regiment, the times have changed. He has seen it with his own eyes and personally understood the strength of modern weapons. Zhao Gang is a little bit confused. "A class? Political commissar, you too underestimated my old Li Hum." Li Yunlong sneered twice, his brows filled with confidence. "It's not as good as you in terms of essayism and scientific analysis. But in terms of fighting, Grasping the timing of the war and judging the situation, 3 of you, Political Commissar Zhao, are not as good as me. Zhao Gang raised his eyebrows and did not refute. This is an indisputable fact. Li Yunlong is known to be able to fight in the entire war zone. Can play. Dare to fight. Otherwise, the superior will not give Li Yunlong an independent group number. An independent regiment means more autonomy than other regiments. It also means less resources from superiors. Even difficult to start from scratch, requiring the head of the regiment to have a keen sense of war and an overall view of the overall war situation, and the courage to seize the opportunity to let go. And there were not many officers who could serve as the commander of the independent regiment during the most enduring and cruel war years. Don't be convinced. Li Yunlong smiled triumphantly, then his face straightened, pointing to the situation map on the huge screen, and said confidently, "It stands to reason that I lost a military base and suffered such a big loss. For me, Lao Li has long been no matter what is 3 or 7 and 21, and even the people on the base are sloppy. Our military base is said to be at the upper middle level among the forces of Baron Na Roche, so the foreign devils must have a rich family background, and he has the ability to do that. But if you look at the current situation, the tendency of the siege is very obvious. After all, we only have 7 days. Once the time has passed, unless we get the Holy Grail, we can only go back in despair. The siege is the safest method with the least loss. The strategy with the least movement. But in the same way, this foreign devil also let us Lao Li see a flaw. From another perspective, the foreign devils dare not make things worse. In the final analysis, the foreign devils have a guilty conscience and dare not reveal their true identity. The nature of this apparently German military base is also shameless. It's over." Li Yunlong paused after speaking, and a smirk appeared on his rough and dark face. "What our old Li is best at and most likes to do is to do what the enemy least wants me to do, Lao Li. Don't want to make a big mess? I still have to make a big deal for him." Standing behind Li Yunlong, the monk felt the stubble on his head and said in a puzzled way, "But the leader, our identities are not visible. Compared to Baron Strucker, whose real identity is not visible, these heroic spirits are the real underdogs." Li Yunlong grinned, and said generously, "Barefoot people are not afraid of wearing shoes. A group of dead men are also afraid that he will not be a living person. If things are going to happen, then the kid will be in a mess first, and then there will be our opportunities. You are the head of the regiment, you have the final say about the war." Zhao Gang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again in relief. He had to admit that Li Yunlong was indeed more precise than his grasp of the battle situation and the enemy's mind. In his opinion, the dilemma was easily solved by Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong waved his hand and said with great momentum, "Come on, there are any weapons and equipment in the base that I can't take away for Lao Tzu to use. It is considered to be the best use of the material, to beat Lao Tzu fiercely, to give momentum. It doesn't matter if you don't beat Dead Man, just listen to it. Now, the bigger the movement, the better." Neither of them mentioned the fate of the original Hydra soldiers in the military base. How did these Hydra soldiers become comrades? They knew very well. Although they knew that the loyalty of the soldiers after the ideological guidance need not be doubted, there was always something in their hearts. Diaphragm should. So let's die once and become a hero. Everyone is a dead man. Death in the battle against France X and NAC is also considered a fame. Not to mention cruelty. Li Yunlong and Zhao Gang are not really unconscious, they are also entangled in their hearts, but this does not affect their decision, just like when there is always a troop who will take on the task of attacking a fortress unhesitatingly during a siege. At the time of desperation, there were also troops who decisively left behind, even if they knew that there would be heavy casualties and even the entire army was wiped out without retreating. In the face of the Japanese encirclement and suppression, in order to give the main force enough time to evacuate and have the strongest mobility, the cavalry battalion, which is usually regarded as the treasure of the whole regiment and assassin, was also restrained, and the queen was beaten to the death of the whole battalion. The last person never took a step back. Everything is for that lofty ideal. There is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. Every battle of Li Yunlong is carried out with this idea. In critical moments, he even took the lead in charging with a machete and holding a machine gun. Chapter 47 The Explosive Hydra, the Witty Old Li. The number of Li Yunlong's independent regiments has always been super-organized. It is not an exaggeration to say that a small military base was emptied by them. The remaining weapons are either fixed equipment that cannot be taken away, or it takes too long to become a treasure. No assimilation was performed. Just as Li Yunlong said, the weapons that can be used in the base are shot out in one go. The fundamental purpose is not to kill, but to build momentum. Before leaving, the Independence Corps saluted all the former Hydra soldiers to show respect, regardless of the past or the process. At the moment, they are genuine comrades. Boom rum. Without warning, the Hydra troops that surrounded the military base, whether they were soldiers nearby or the artillery camps in the distance, suffered unreasonable coverage attacks. The artillery was temporarily suspended, and the Hydra was defeated. Before the troops and Baron Strucker reacted, the soldiers in the base were fully armed, shuttled through the sea of flames, crossed the crater, and launched an assault on the more peripheral troops. A hole. How dare to do this? Baron Strucker's anger and blood flowed up, his face was flushed, and his face turned pale the next moment. If he blocked the door with a tacit understanding before, no matter what, he can find reasons and excuses to cover up the past with his status, but now it's not working anymore. A person who is not playing well, loses military bases and invests is a small matter. Exposing the identity of Hydra is a major issue. His current identity of Baron Strucker is very useful in the official website. The resources for developing Hydra over the years are also dependent on this official identity. Boom. Baron Strucker slammed a fist on the table, his skin spattered and blood was flowing, but Baron Strucker seemed unaware, and said with a vicious expression, "Give me the fastest speed to destroy that military base. Since the lid can't be covered, it's better to smash the pot as soon as possible, put out the fire, and it's a foregone conclusion." It's easy to say at that time. In the eyes of the German bureaucrats, it's no more than a small base. With his connections in Germany, paying a sufficient price to fill the stomachs of those people is not a problem. It was just the price that made Baron Strucker crazily hateful. I personally felt the violent aura of Baron Strucker's body, shuddered, straightened up and shouted, "Hail Hydra, Hydra hail! Facts have proved Hydra's strength and heritage." Seriously, Baron Strucker does not play virtual tactics. Strategy? It's all nonsense. If it's just for pure destruction, it's enough to use absolute destructive force to flatten it. Several rounds of airstrikes deceived the few anti-aircraft weapons in the military base at the expense of a few fighters. The last group of bombers flew past and dropped a string of cluster bombs. The ground-washing bombings forced the military base from beginning to end. Plow again. The battle broke out to the end, which lasted no more than half an hour, and then fully armed, elite teams wearing dust masks entered the arena to sweep the ground, clean up the fish that slipped through the net, and deal with hidden dangers that would expose Hydra's identity. It's his mother, it's really cruel. On a hill more than 10 miles away, Li Yunlong rode a horse back to the direction of the military base. He saw that the skyrocketing smoke had gradually faded. He was shocked by the power of modern weapons. He was not forgiving, but he was grateful in his heart. Fortunately, Baron Strucker didn't lift the table directly. Fortunately, his adventure was successful again. With a sigh of relief, Li Yunlong pulled the reins and galloped his horse wildly, and at the same time his body shape once again turned into magical power to dissipate. The heroic spirit entering the spirit child state does not mean disappearing, except that it can ignore physical attacks and reduce the consumption of mana. Its own ability has not changed at all, and it is not immune to energy attacks. Electricity and fire are the nemesis of the heroic spirit, just like a ghost, but there is no special method to find the heroic spirit, let alone hit, unless it is a saturated attack on the area where the heroic spirit is located. And the premise is that the heroic spirits cannot be allowed to escape from this area. Li Yunlong definitely didn't leave after the military base was destroyed. Before the battle started, he let everyone in the independent regiment return to the inherent barrier. Then when the soldiers in the base took the initiative to counterattack, he slipped away quietly. This is also one of the benefits of Ling's state, and the technology monitoring system cannot observe it either. It seems shameful to sneak away or something. Li Yunlong didn't take it seriously. He had never had any tactics in a war, how advantageous he would come, and knowing that he had no chance of winning is not brave or stupid. At the beginning, the Battle of the Brigade Department surrounded a Japanese army with superior equipment and terrain. Other battalions rushed several times, and even one battalion was about to be crippled. The twists and turns of trenches were dug under the feet of others, dispelling the Japanese army's equipment advantage, and using the advantages of civil engineering to kill the Japanese army. It doesn't pay attention to it. Compared with other regiments with heavy casualties or even disabled, Li Yunlong didn't take it seriously. The troops can't be bloody, but why do they have to be hard-headed if they can reduce casualties? On the premise of achieving victory, it is his responsibility to minimize the casualties of his subordinates. This is his responsibility as the head of the regiment. Otherwise, how to face the trust of his subordinates and encourage his children to join the army and join the fathers and villagers under his command? As long as it is useful, dare to use the next 3 tricks. Morality? That thing is not about talking to devils. To deal with shameless things, to win, you have to be more shameless than the opponent. This is the understanding of Li Yunlong in the war, who has never studied for a day, so his tactics are unpredictable and unpredictable. Sometimes they are open and honest, and sometimes they are dangerously unexpected. But in any case, Li Yunlong has never simply escaped, he has always been a strategic shift. This is not a sophistry but a fact. Even if he really can't fight, Li Yunlong never thought of backing down. He would go up if he had a chance, and create a chance if he had no chance. When he could take a bite from the enemy, he would make a decisive mouth. At least you have to stumbling down to make you feel uncomfortable. Just like this time, even though he was forced to abandon the military base, Li Yunlong did not choose to give in. In addition, Li Yunlong had plans to muddy the water. Regardless of the file size of a military base being razed to the ground, Li Yunlong is not very clear about politics and knows that Baron Strucker will not want to get out after a period of time. In this way, Baron Strucker didn't have much energy on him. No matter if you leave Germany for New York, or go to the Holy Grail War, there will still be some trouble from Baron Strucker and it will not be too big. As for waiting for Baron Strucker to vacate his hand, the Holy Grail War is over, so I have the ability to go back in time and fight him. Lao Li. Hey hey! Leader Li's triumphant laugh came from the deserted mountain road under the hill. They all said that he was an uneducated rough man, but who could have more eyes on him when he fought? Chapter 48 The most sow and most unscrupulous heroic spirit in history. In Hell's Kitchen, Franks the Punisher did not prepare the Holy Relic. On the one hand, the direction of the Holy Relic is only to increase the success rate of the heroes who want to summon, and he does not have that rich wealth. On the other hand, he does not care about his followers. Strong and weak. Franks's first requirement of the follower can cooperate with him. He is a veteran who has participated in several wars and performed countless dangerous missions under the global peace situation. During so many years of military service, he has been implicated by his teammates, and he has seen many elites who have been harmed by his teammates. The military is a place where team cooperation is emphasized. The more elite the troops are, the more so. The individual quality and team cooperation capabilities of the world's prestigious special forces have been improved proportionally. For him, a follower who can cooperate with each other is more suitable than a follower who is too strong but does his own way. Therefore, Franks did not prepare the holy relics, but directly summoned them, hoping to recruit servants who fit in with him. However, da-da-day! Ding ding ding! Fierce gunfire and dense and crisp metal strikes alternately sounded in a consistent rhythm, like a symphony, sounded in a simple, dimly lit factory building. Soon after the sound of a heavy object hit, the world quieted down. Deadpool pierced the gunner's heart with a knife, and the sharp tip even pierced the skin of the pickup truck's head, nailing the gunman to death. Deadpool's actions were exaggerated. He touched his body like a BT, and when he touched the bullet hole, he buckled the bullet out of it. At the same time, he yelled at the only two standing in the factory in a frivolous tone. "Wow, it hurts, but this is not the point. The point is that my leather jacket is broken. Repairing the leather jacket is a technical job. Master Deadpool's workmanship is not very good, and Master Deadpool without a leather jacket has no soul." Boom! Frank killed the little boss who was still holding his breath with a sharp shot, and said impatiently, "Shut up, I'll add money to you." Deadpool doesn't care about Frank's bad attitude at all. To him, it doesn't matter whether he is a master or a servant. Rich is the uncle. Now Frank is his uncle. Even if he is happy, he will never make a sound. Roar! Frank raised his head and took a deep roar suck. The servant he summoned claimed to be an excellent mercenary in the parallel world. In fact, he was indeed very skilled, experienced and veteran. After a run-in, he could form a very good cooperation. And there is the ability of immortality and speeding regeneration, which can be used to carry out various dangerous actions or block swords, which is simply great. If that broken mouth can reduce nonsense, swear words, and cheap talk, and don't be addicted to money like life, then it can be called a perfect partner. But it's not necessarily a bad thing for a servant to be addicted to money. Frank doesn't care about money. The funds ceased after annihilating the gang and sabotaging the gang's transactions, except for leaving the necessary money to maintain equipment and maintain life. It does not matter to Deadpool. In a way, Deadpool's mercenaries that can be sold as long as the money is in place. Ethics and virginity are still very reassuring. But Frank understands human nature. Even if he doesn't care about the wealth of the gang, he won't show it. On the contrary, he is more stingy most of the time. Only in this way can he give Deadpool a feeling that money is not easy, and he will go all out when fighting. As for Lingshu, it is a good thing. When necessary, it can provide a lot of magic power to the follower, and it can also make the follower return to the master instantly regardless of the distance. Such a thing is a killer, and it is a waste of resources to control the follower. Frank looked at Deadpool, who was abnormally not searching for money but ran to him to make an inexplicable move, and said helplessly, "What's the matter with you? Okay, let's add one more thing." In addition to being cheap and greedy for money, the servant named Deadpool also has a peculiar brain circuit. Although he cooperates well in battle, it is difficult for him to keep up with Deadpool's different thinking in daily life. Deadpool pointed to his mouth, then pointed to Frank. Frank remembered the ban before himself, and said impatiently, "Say." When the voice fell, Frank looked up keenly and saw two people standing high and one short, one too strong and one slightly thin, standing on the edge of the hole in the roof of the factory building. The shorter person is wearing a red tight-fitting leather jacket with a face mask showing his mouth and chin. It can be seen from his body type that he is a man. He is not actually thin, but his companion is too strong. His companion is 2 heads taller than him, like a rock and water chestnut. The muscles are full of explosive power and visual impact, each line is full of beauty of strength, and the bronze skin reflects the metallic color in the moonlight. The T-shaped open helmet not only hides the face, but also reveals a kind of coldness. The red cloak flutters with the wind. There are a pair of stainless steel arm guards on the forearms, a round shield in one hand, a spear in the other hand, a belt on the underwear, and a pair of calf guards. Apart from that, there is nothing left, nothing else. It is like a powerful warrior from the Middle Ages in Europe who came through time and walked out of oil paintings. Heroic. This thought came to Frank's mind. Deadpool also spoke at the moment, chattering like an unstoppable sewer. Ah, that's what Uncle Deadpool is going to say. Someone is here. It doesn't look like an ordinary person. Look at this muscle. It's really hard and strong. It really makes Uncle Deadpool envy. There is also a freak in a tight leather jacket. Having said this, Deadpool paused and said thoughtfully. FK, why does it sound familiar? Frank? Matt Murdock. Heroes of Ancient Warriors. Three People Slander, are you a little self-aware? Snapped. Deadpool clapped his hands, suddenly realized. Ha, isn't this the same as Master Deadpool? I have to say, man, you are very tasteful. But I want to ask how you solve the problem of too tight Part D? Master Deadpool's leather clothes always feel a little bit eggy, brother feeling bad. Deadpool said that in the crowd, in full view, he stretched out his hand and scratched at a certain position, and made a very angry noise at the same time. Oh, hi, hiss, yet. Canada. Cool. Comfortable. Matt Murdock, what if I suddenly don't want to wear this suit? What if I want to hit someone suddenly? P.S. It was only recently discovered that Daredevil's real name is not Matthew Murdock, his full name should be Matthew Michael Murdock, or Matt Murdock for short. In addition, the full name of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is Nicholas Joseph Fury, and Nick Fury is the abbreviation. Well, no Zhao Si. Chapter 49, Can I Touch You? Frank didn't stop him, letting Deadpool only play. Since he personally experienced the broken mouth of his followers, he has thought of alternative usage. That broken mouth with ridicule in its opening could not be better used to pull hatred. In many cases, it provides convenience for Frank, such as sharing most of the firepower for him when fighting, or attracting the attention of uninvited guests like now. Give him enough time to set up. Deadpool's rants did not end here. He turned his target to the ancient warrior next to Matt Murdock, and moved a few steps away from Deadpool in silence. He found that he still underestimated the servants he had recruited. The lower limit of morality, no, in fact he can't find the morality of Deadpool now. And, this guy. The ancient warrior didn't seem to hear the ambiguity in Deadpool's words. Instead, he posed a pose, his muscles surged with rhythm, and he appeared more magnificent, and his heroic voice sounded from under his helmet. Do you like muscles? A great hobby. But it's not good to wear tights, it will restrict your muscles. Frank's expression is a little weird. Matt Murdock was silent. The followers he summoned are a bit old, and the education he received from an early age is not very good at using his brain. Deadpool said in an inch. The ancient warrior said without hesitation. No problem. He jumped down and walked towards Deadpool. Matt Murdock and Frank. They found that the so-called follower, leaving aside everything else, neurological abnormalities are certain. As the distance between the ancient warrior and Deadpool was getting closer, Frank and Matt also held their breath, and the atmosphere in the abandoned factory immediately dropped to a freezing point. Half an hour ago, the Marvel Entertainment live broadcast platform, the Holy Grail War column, suddenly opened the talk-telling column. In the talk-style studio hall, two pretty girls with similar styles, petite and lovely, and a blonde long hair, dressed in a certain style, some regional and ethnic styles of Oni-san. A barrage was swiped on the live interface. What a cute girl. Oops, it's the feeling of a heartbeat. Can you send me your contact information in private? I think my heart is lost in the live broadcast room, can I find it? Take away the big sister quietly. At the same time, there are screens full of gifts. Nick Fury did a rough calculation. The corners of his mouth twitched. It was a bit sour. On a daily basis, his dignified S.H.I.E.L.D. director's salary is actually not as good as the heroine who is the anchor. Are people so rich now? But thinking of those ceiling-level skills, Nick Fury felt that it was definitely something. In other words, people are so rich now, and they must pay more taxes. Shouldn't they need more money next time? Nick Fury couldn't help wondering how much money he could move to build a safe house. Hi, good evening to the viewers of the War of the Holy Grail. Welcome to watch the only live broadcast platform designated by the War of the Holy Grail. Marvel Entertainment will broadcast the column of the War of the Holy Grail. I am the commentator 22. The girl with blue long hair took the lead to speak, smiling brightly and waving her hand to the camera. Her tone of voice was cheerful and very contagious. Sitting next to 22, with light blue short hair and side ponytails. Her face is expressionless but not dull. Instead, she has a slightly cute girl with a cold head nodded slightly. 33. Thank you for your love. 2233's unanimous response was another wave of barrage and gifts. 22 reaching out, sitting on the sofa opposite to the side, wearing a peculiar style of dress, pupils are as bright and clear as emeralds under the lips of the blonde Oni-san. Then this is our special guest and the referee of the First Holy Grail War, Miss Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl waved his hand and said with a hearty smile. Hey, good night Jujun, I'm Quetzalcoatl. Hey. It's so brief, don't Sister Quetzal tell me about her origin? I believe it is not only me and 33, but everyone is also very curious about your identity. Haha, me, I have nothing to say about being a dead person, and the audience seems to like you more. Quetzalcoatl made a haha, staggered the subject, and said with a smile. If my sister remembers correctly, you should also be contestants in this Holy Grail War. Nodded at 22, a slight aggrieved expression appeared on his small face, and he said in a low tone. Yes, our sisters are also the heroes of this competition. They are of a special rank and are not very suitable for fighting, so they had to come out to work. Disgusted by the master. The 33 faces are expressionless, and the tone does not fluctuate at all, but it is precisely this kind of 3-0 that makes people feel more and more vulnerable. A large exploratory barrage and soothing gifts passed by, which was also mixed with curiosity about 2233. The rule of the Holy Grail War has long been announced. The 7 masters correspond to the 7 heroes, but 2233 is clearly a group. Nick Fury, who was hiding in the office looking at the screen, was so dark that he was not reflective. Don't say that, it's embarrassing. 22 embarrassedly turned his head to the side and moved away from 33's line of sight. 2233, well done. 33, you're welcome. The 2 sisters have a strong heart, and the black-bellied little pit is a handful of their own master. 22 with a light cough, he said seriously. Our sisters became heroic spirits in a special way, and they were bound from the day they became heroic spirits. And as we all know, it is normal that there are 5 of the 4 heavenly kings and 8 of the 7 heroes. Okay, get back to business. He made an unremarkable joke to adjust the atmosphere, and then entered the main topic. With a wave of 22 small hands, a projection appeared in front of the 3 of them. The 14 cards are arranged in 2 layers. The upper layer is the master, and the lower is the heroic spirit. The image of the characters is very clear. There are also rank marks on the heroic cards. One of the master card and the heroic spirit card is blank and dim. Obviously something went wrong. Nick Fury's eyes rounded when he saw it, and his head was already thinking about how to deal with this trouble. At the same time, he recorded all the wishes and heroes with a quick memory method, and then dialed the phone of the adjutant Hill. The agent does not have a vacation in the real sense, and even during a break, it will habitually maintain perception. Hill's reaction was quick, and she was connected as soon as she remembered the phone ringing. Sir. Chapter 50, as everyone knows, the Holy Grail War is carried out in secret. Nick Fury had just spoken and couldn't help but pause. He suddenly found that he felt a little paradoxical about the impression of the Lord and heroic spirit he had remembered before. He took a closer look at his card, especially his own card. Although he looked like himself at first glance, looking more carefully, the vague details become clear, but I find that the more I look at it, the more different it becomes. Magic? As an agent, shorthand face is a basic skill. Although Nick Fury hasn't been out for a long time, he has kept it up. He is confident in his shorthand ability. Sir! Hill hadn't waited for the order for a long time, and shouted in confusion. Nick Fury came back to his senses, thought a little, and said calmly, "I'll give you temporary permission. You can ask Phil Coulson to learn about the mission codenamed God." "Yes, sir." Hill hung up and contacted Phil Coulson full of doubts. Although there is no real rest and vacation for the agent, Nick Fury is not an unscrupulous boss. If it is not a particularly serious incident, he will not instruct his subordinates casually. The current situation in the Holy Grail War is that there are 6 masters, 6 heroes summoned, and 1 master does not have heroes, and 1 hero does not have masters. At the same time, in the studio of Marvel Entertainment, the live broadcast of 2233 continues. Miss Questle, as a referee, what do you think of this situation? Quetzalcoatl smiled cheerfully and said, "This is a very normal phenomenon. Without understanding the Holy Grail War, this kind of game is unknown and looks like a prank. It is normal for some people not to participate. Presumably most of the masters also summoned with the idea that there is no loss after a try." After speaking, he paused, and said with a slightly serious expression, "However, the essence of Lingshu is an invitation to the Holy Grail War. It can be transferred and captured. From the moment you get the invitation, you have entered the game of Holy Grail War, so if you are not confident of your own strength, then it's wiser to transfer the spell or summon the heroic spirits early than to do nothing. The situation regarding the heroic spirit without a master is very simple. The hero's master has been killed or deprived of Lingshu, or the heroic spirit did it himself. After all, heroic spirits are not equal to heroes. If you have a famous hero, you will naturally have bad guys who are not inferior to the hero. Therefore, you need to be cautious when summoning heroic spirits." The masters who watched the live broadcast shuddered and secretly thanked their luck. 22 After hearing this, it suddenly dawned on me. It turns out that these rules didn't tell the master at the beginning. Yes, the Holy Grail system only carries the most basic rules when granting a spell. Quetzalcoatl smiled and said, "If you want to know more and more detailed unwritten rules, you can come to my sister to understand. Thank you very much." 22 Sincere thanks, immediately waved, and continued to lead the topic to the contestants. "Now let's see what the heroes who have already appeared are doing." The projection in the sky changes at the same time, all of the masters' cards disappear, and the heroes' cards are placed horizontally and turned into a screen to broadcast the situation of all heroes in real time. Today is the first night. Most of the heroic spirits are collecting information, and the heroic spirits in other places are still on their way. Oh, there are also 2 more special heroic spirits, or their masters are more special. 2 cards are protruding forward and zoomed in. You can see a group of masters and heroes fighting against a group of gangs in an abandoned factory, and it is very fierce. Among them, they wield double knives, and the red leather heroes with hard top barrage are very strong. Eye-catching. The other group of Lord and heroic spirits jumped on the roof like a firefighting team, moving fast, and accurately solving the crimes in the remote alleys. The T-shaped open helmet, a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, are burly and strong. The muscles are smooth and explosive, and the ancient warrior who punches a criminal is particularly eye-catching. The masculine and strong physique, for a while, I don't know how many deep-seated wives' hearts are surging. Although they are also punishing criminals, the styles of the two groups of masters and heroic spirits are also completely different. The former slays fiercely and decisively, while the latter focuses on knocking down and stunning, with few serious injuries. Well, I remember this kind of person is called a righteous police. He's really a good boy. Quetzalcoatl looked at the scene of the bloody killing without changing his face and smiled with a smile. When he noticed the ancient warriors, he even showed a little excitement, and said with some regret, "It's a shame that this kid doesn't wrestle." 22 I blinked here blankly, and said in a puzzled way, "But this is the Holy Grail War, is this also possible?" The words of 22 also asked everyone's doubts, especially the few masters who were not moving. They did not have any ideas about what to do, but they were not as decisive as Frank and Matt. Definitely, the Holy Grail War can be said to be a game with very loose rules. Quizzle nodded slightly to express affirmation, then put up a slender white finger painted with grass-green nail polish and swayed it from side to side, chuckling. "But be careful, one of the unwritten rules of the Holy Grail War, the Holy Grail War is carried out in secret." The 33 who has not spoken abruptly said, "Why?" The Holy Grail system originated from mysterious side magic. One of the characteristics of this kind of magic is that the more witnesses, the lower the mystery and the worse the effect. When their existence is seen by everyone in New York, the heroic spirits will lose all legendary bonuses. Like ordinary people, the effect of the universal wishing machine will be greatly reduced. So no matter what the master and heroic spirits do, it is possible, provided that there are as few witnesses as possible. But a few people see it and it has no effect. Quizzle smiled patiently and gave science to 2233 and all the audience and the master. These are the hidden rules that only the referee will know from the beginning. If the participating masters don't conduct multiple experiments to summarize, I'm afraid is never known. But Quizzle's statement is not entirely accurate. In fact, the mysterious side magic is not that the more witnesses the worse the effect, but the more people who understand the magic knowledge, the worse the effect. Just knowing the existence of magic is irrelevant. Quizzle was also signaled by Bailu when he said this. Bailu didn't want to mess up his garden because of the game, it was not pleasant at all. At the same time, the masters and heroic spirits of the assassin group cooperated tacitly to kill in the factory. The masters and heroic spirits of the berserker group seemed to have noticed something and quickly approached the abandoned factory.